That's great. Wow. Well done, Adam. You picked up a beauty.
Gardner for the slog sweep into the leg side, and that's that. Australia, they're into the final.
World Cup final at Lords. Can't really ask for much more.
The ICC Women's T20 World Cup Final.
World Cup finals are the games that you play for.
Can Australia find their best against the best and claim their 7th T20 crown?
Perry goes big this time, clears the road. That's 6.
Join ABC Sport for ball-by-ball coverage this Sunday night on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sounds. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home. An ambitious effort. Unbelievable. The left foot is a goal.
Oh, yeah. Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal! He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Two teams extremely familiar with one another. The grand final rematch 7 weeks on from their first meeting in the home and away season of 2026. It is Geelong and the two-time reigning premiers, the Brisbane Lions, on a cold, wet Thursday night at the Cattery. Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of Thursday night football. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch for the call. Now, premiership pair Adam Ramanauskas and Brent Harvey and Ben Cameron with you on the boundary. Teams are in for the rest of round 17. We'll get to that. And, of course, this enthralling matchup, last year's grand final revisited. Two teams that know each other well. This, in fact, is going to be their 6th meeting, would you believe, since the start of 2025. So two teams that have played a lot of footy against one another in recent times. Final teams in just a moment. Matt Clinch is here for the call. Good evening, Clinchy.
Good evening, Corby. Good evening, everyone. I made the lesson and headed down the highway a little earlier tonight, given the wet weather has arrived, and that proved to be a blessing, given it is a nightmare trying to come through with the traffic, but it feels like the stage is beautifully set. As you said, a grand final rematch, two sides who will certainly shape the top four, even if they're not in there. And, I think everyone feels like on their day, these are two of the contenders. And so everyone's looking over their shoulder going, will Brisbane be the side who announces themselves tonight? And that's the challenge, really. Geelong are almost at full strength. They get Bailey Smith back in, Tom Stewart. So Graham Myers is listed as emergency tonight. So on their home deck, the tactics is going to be as intriguing as the result itself. I can't wait.
Adam Ramanauskas, the youngest Essendon premiership player on planet Earth. He too has made the trip. Got a reasonable run. Ram must be said. Here in plenty of time.
Yeah, it was an interesting run. Yes, so I do love coming down to Geelong, but we live in a world of roadworks still on those roads. So they got me again a little bit, but I had a couple of phone calls to make. But
were they Essendon phone calls?
No. Catching up with a few friends. So, but look, look, tonight's it's set up for Geelong. You come down here, and if it's wet, Geelong usually win, don't they? So it's sort of now over to Brisbane now. Brisbane haven't been in sparkling form, I wouldn't say, by any stretch, but this could be one where it just kickstarts their run home, I think, for the Lions.
Cats have won 10 in a row here at Cardinia Park. The last time they lost was to Brisbane in this corresponding fixture last year, round 15. Brisbane hadn't won here in 20 years before they finally broke through last year, obviously en route to their premiership defence. So fascinating matchup again tonight. Teams are in. There's no late change. So no late change for either side, and that isn't always a given when it comes to the Cats.
Once we get to the next special comments man, I'll ask him a question. I know he'll say yes for sure.
432 games more than anyone else in the history of VFL, AFL football. Not named Scott Pendlebury, four-time All-Australian, five-time best and fairest winner, premiership player. Brent Boomer Harvey's in the house. G'day, Boomer.
Yes, good evening, I should say. Like Clinchy, came down a lot earlier today. Didn't want to have the Ramanauskas effect and come 2 minutes to go, but had a bit of a chuckle of his text message that comes through and said he'll see us on Tuesday if he makes it down here. But weather's coming down in well, it's coming down in buckets, absolutely it is. But it's funny because the ground looks unbelievable. You'd still run and bounce out there, which is what I love seeing players do. But now looking forward to it. Rama, you touched on it. I think Brisbane are just starting to get their mojo back, and we know what they've done in September in the last couple of years. So I think they're getting back there slowly, but they're going to get there very, very surely.
Now, Corb, I would be an absolute Monty to have a long sleeve on tonight.
Yes.
I want to know, Boomer, he likes his guns, and he likes, particularly in the wet, you can put a bit of oil on there and they really shine up. I actually think he would be a long sleever tonight.
No, well, you said I would say yes. That answer is a no. I wore a long sleeve once, Rama.
Yes.
I came back from an AC joint.
Yeah.
And I probably came back a week early, and Dennis Pagan gave me two options. You wear a long sleeve or you tape both your shoulders. So they didn't know which one it was. And I said, I ain't taping both of my shoulders. So I wore a long sleeve. And the next week it was off. I get too hot, way too hot, Rama. Right. Don't know how you did it for so long.
Jeez.
I loved it.
What about when playing for Victoria in the wet? No long sleeve that
No way.
No.
And I didn't have guns then. I was 21. I was about 15 kilos.
Just an EJ Witt medal. Didn't get the long sleeves.
I must admit, I haven't seen a Brisbane Lions long sleeve jumper.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I'm just thinking there might be, maybe there's a few coming
Who's your tip?
tonight.
If you're going to pick one player to have it on tonight, who are you going with?
Well, that's a good question. There's no Brad Close tonight.
No.
He's not in the Geelong team.
Oh, from Brisbane, I'm thinking here.
Yeah, Brisbane.
I'm thinking maybe Conor
maybe the
McKenna,
Irishman.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Or, you know what, it wouldn't surprise me if a Sam Draper rolled out.
Someone we're not
something
expecting.
different.
A Kai Loman rather than a haircut, maybe.
No late change here at the Cattery for Thursday night football on a cold, wet night. It is raining currently. Tom Stewart came in at selection back on Thursday night. He's missed a couple of games now with concussion. We haven't seen him since round 13 against the Crows, but he's back tonight. And Bailey Smith also makes his return as well. He had a game-high 34 disposals the last time these two teams met, which wasn't all that long ago. We're going to duck inside both camps shortly, so looking forward to that. James Kelly's going to join us from the Cats, and we'll also hear from Danny Daly, the footy boss at the Brisbane Lions. So all of that to come on Thursday night footy. Your thoughts throughout the program, 0437 774 774. So 0437 774 774.
I'm just looking down, and Chris Scott is doing a television interview while a couple of the Fox Sports people are standing there under an umbrella. Howard Sheeds or of course, your
Dennis.
former coach, Dennis Boomer, have gone back in the day. If television said, can we do an interview here, just stand on the boundary while it's raining in Geelong?
Yeah, I'm not sure Dennis would would agree to that. Number one, I don't think he'd agree to an interview, so you got no hope of getting Dennis doing that.
Well, Sheeds used to wear a spray jacket in pre-season in 40-degree heat. This is no joke, just to keep the rig in shape. So he'd have no issue being out in the rain, Sheeds. His hair, though, he's got the nice little comb over.
He's got the comb over,
It's
absolutely.
almost KB-like now at the moment for Sheeds. So,
Well, Dennis had the big perm,
Yeah, he did.
so that would have straightened his hair out maybe.
Our man Benny Cameron down there too. Sans umbrella, so he's just going it alone at the moment.
he needs to toughen up. So leave him down there.
It's early in the night for that. The rest of the teams for the weekend, I guess the big surprise here is that Sydney made 6 changes at selection. So Roberts, Hanley, McLean, Kyle, Rampy and Corey Warner, the 6 ins. The outs, Wicks is injured, as is Amadi, and Laddams is also listed as injured. Rosas and Bice both omitted, and Logan McDonald's the other one who's also out injured.
So 4 injuries, so 4 forced, and then 2 through being dropped. So, yeah, look, good to see Dan Rampy back, no doubt. So he's going to be an important player for the Swans in the run into the finals.
It's a different-looking Sydney team, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
With Amadi and Laddams and McDonald all going out. So
it shows the importance of getting Charlie Curnow.
Yeah. Waitman comes back in for the Western Bulldogs, and out goes Riley West, who's been omitted. Ooh. So that's an interesting call to leave him out of that Bulldogs team at this stage. The other game on Friday night, so double-header there, the West Coast Eagles and the Crows. Toby Murray comes in for the visitors, and Isaac Cumming has been omitted. So the former Giant lost his place in the Crows team. For the Eagles, Tim Kelly's back. Oliver Franco makes his debut, the son of Josh Franco. And Jack Williams also comes back in for West Coast. Marrick and Hewitt both omitted. Duff Tytler is injured. For the rest of the weekend, the Hawks have 2 debutants against the D's down in Launceston on Saturday. So Noah Mraz, a 198-centimetre defender. And Matt Hill, who's a feel-good story from Katherine up in the Northern Territory, went and played rugby league, was part of both the Broncos and the Storm developmental programs before switching to Australian rules football. So he'll make his AFL debut for the Hawks on Saturday. Jack Gunston also comes back in. Meanwhile, at Melbourne, they've just made 4 unforced changes. McDonald, Melksham, Cross, Kentfield all lose their place. Jaff, Latrell Pickett, Laurie and Petty all amongst the ins. The Dockers, unsurprisingly, unchanged. So same 23 again. Riley Hamilton makes his AFL debut for the Giants. He's one of 4 ins on their side of the sheet. Then later in the day, the Suns play the Pies. Dylan Patterson makes his debut, a high pick in last year's draft for the Suns.
He is grease lightning.
What's the back of his baseball card, Ram?
Lightning fast, lateral movement incredible, tough, hard as well. So he's a good one. This one, a lot of clubs wanted him. Obviously, he was in the academy, but there's a lot of clubs after him.
Braden Maynard comes back for the Pies, and Liam Puncher is going to make his debut, so good luck to him. Former Swans Academy picked up in the mid-season draft. Isaac Quaynor out injured. At the Blues, Ollie Hollands gets a look at it. Hasn't played a whole lot under Josh Fraser's Carlton so far. Akers loses his place, out omitted. Meanwhile, for Richmond, it is Lynch, Ralph Smith and McAuliffe, the 3 ins for the Tigs. Out goes Grill, who's been managed. Morris Rioli out for personal reasons, and Dion Prestia is injured. So they're the changes from the teams. Obviously, Sunday squads at this stage. Let's kick it down to the Boundaries Edge. Ben Cameron is down there. We can duck inside the Cats camp. Ben.
Yeah, I'm down here with one of the Cats assistant coaches in James Kelly. This has been a very recent matchup. I think 6 times in 18 months. What do you take out of those recent meetings? Because not many of them have been close finishes.
Yeah, it's always been a really good contest, hasn't it? I think it's really hard to take to get a real pattern of play, because both times we've played this year, the last sort of few times, there's always different patterns in the game. We're trying something different, they're trying something different. So I think we just always get prepared for the contest around the footy, especially ahead of the ball. They're really powerful. We like our backline matchups, and I'm sure they do as well. So I think all in all, we just prepare for a really tight contest early and then see how the game pans out late.
Do the conditions make any difference for the way you guys want to go about it tonight?
A little bit, yeah. It's really important to set the ground up the right way in the wet. You don't want to sort of get caught too far away from the footy. Obviously, in the wet, it bobbles around and sort of scunges out of stoppages a little bit. So you don't want to be too far away from the footy, but I think generally the pressure on the contest about your ability to get the ball forward is pretty important.
We come down here a lot with Mick Malthouse, who talks to us all the time about it being a cigar-shaped ground. Obviously, the meeting here, the corresponding round last year, which they were able to pick you guys apart and win by more than 40 points. What did they do particularly well that night that you need to prevent this evening?
I reckon last time they had a lot of urgency to get the ball out of our forward line. I think teams sometimes can get pinned in here a little bit, and I think they had a real focus of getting the ball out quickly. We obviously didn't show up around the contest like we'd like to. That didn't help us very much, but I think in terms of what they changed in their game that time, it was definitely trying to get the ball out of our forward line with a bit more urgency.
A lot gets made of Geelong's work-life balance down here at the Cattery and the bye week and stories of where people were going. Did you get away? Did you have a nice refresh?
Had a great refresh, yeah. A bit of time with the family, a bit of time with friends. So, I think everyone in the AFL really values that time. You white-knuckle the footy season a little bit. So when it's time to have a bit of a break and spend some time with the people you love, we definitely capitalise on that.
We were talking about this today. I mean, game day must be a weird one for an assistant coach because you do so much work with the group and preparing for the game during the week. Then they go after the captain's run yesterday. I don't know if you guys have a contingency meeting after that, but how do you feel today? Do you start working on next week? Do you rest? Like, what does today look like?
It's a pretty cruisy day, to be fair. Like, you've done all your preparation. Once we have our last meeting of the week yesterday, it's sort of just a pretty straight line to the game. So once the game's over, then you're very busy until, yesterday, next week. So it's actually a really nice time. When you play a night game, you get a bit of time at home, all the work's done. And you definitely try to not think about it too much. You can't avoid it sometimes, but just get to the game and be confident that you're well prepared, and then hopefully we can just execute then.
Mitch Cleary, who doesn't miss much around this part of the world, reported during the week that you're one of 6 people he can confirm they'll be interviewed for the Carlton gig. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
So when do you expect that to play out from here?
Yeah, look, I think in terms of the process, I'm really strong on it's not my process, and it's sort of not really mine to talk about too much. I feel really privileged that my name comes up and I get thought of in those sort of terms. So I don't want to sound flippant, but I also don't want to give a bit of a running commentary on what goes on with the process. When the right time's to talk about it publicly, I'll definitely do that.
That's fair enough. Totally understand that. I guess relevant to you, though, would be if you were to get that gig or Essendon, would you be able to see out the season with Geelong?
I'd assume so, yeah. I think, those things happen in time and you make those decisions when it comes. But I think there's high levels of maturity in a lot of football clubs at the moment. So I would like to think that we could come to whatever arrangement. But, there's a lot of water to go under the bridge before then.
So your other team, have you spoken to Essendon?
I'm not going to keep going into that. No, I haven't. I actually haven't spoken to anyone. But yeah, I also am genuine. I don't want to keep, bobbing the head up and giving a commentary on it. But whatever they want to do, they'll do.
Can I ask you one more, and then I'll let you go? Have you spoken to James Hird? Has he called you at any point?
No. Why would he call? I haven't spoken to James. Not at all.
Best of luck for the match tonight and the remainder of the process. Appreciate your time.
Cheers, thank you.
Ben Cameron downstairs with James Kelly, the assistant coach with the Cats. As Ben said, as part of that interview, so he did speak to Mitch Cleary spoke when he reported during the week about the 6 names that have been linked to this Carlton job, of which James Kelly is one. It wasn't a huge surprise, I guess, that the names that were listed as part of that, they are your high-credentialed assistants that we've come to be familiar with in recent times. So Jamie Graham, who of course, is at Fremantle. Kelly, as mentioned. James Riley, who's also with the Cats. Daniel Gian, Syracuse, Brendan Lade and Corey Enright are the 6 confirmed that are going to be part of that Blues process.
Has James gone for a job before? A proper interview?
Yes. Yep.
Which team at the top of your head?
I think he was part of the Melbourne search recently, right, so he was part of that.
I'm sort of curious around this, Ramo, around would his... I don't think his philosophy would change too much in 12 months or 14 months or 18 months, whatever you want to call it, but would his presentation skills change because maybe it didn't work at Melbourne and he'll take something and reflect on, or maybe I shouldn't have put that in, maybe I should have put that in, added that in. I wonder if their presentations change as such. Do you know much about that field?
Well, yeah, I do, because Adam Kingsley went through so many jobs, and and there was just little gaps in how he was presenting and what he was talking about. And
is that because it needs to fit that team?
Yeah, definitely.
So did he work on that presentation? Was that part of his sort of improvement from each job?
He worked on the presentation. Look, there was nothing wrong with his philosophies or how he wanted to coach and the like. It was probably more about how do we get to know Adam Kingsley better as a person.
Yeah.
And in the end, what GWS did is they started speaking to players that he'd coached previously, whether that was at Richmond or St Kilda, and just the way the players spoke about him and the way he taught football was glowing. And I think you'd all agree his start at GWS has been incredible. A couple of prelim finals and the like. So
that's your biggest endorsement, Rammer.
No doubt.
Right there, what you just said then, that is your biggest endorsement. Go and speak to the coaches that you've had the players that you've had contact with. Yeah. And when they speak highly of you, you're halfway there.
So it must be an interesting dynamic. Obviously, James Kelly applied for the Melbourne job. His good mate Stephen King got it, assistant coach at Geelong. Happy for Stephen, disappointed for himself.
So there's other parts to it, though. Then it's talking about, well, what's your philosophy around development? What's your philosophy around how you're going to be dealing with external people within the club? What's your philosophy around how you're going to be dealing with media? Now, each club and what they're looking for in a coach. So what Essendon are looking for in a coach is going to be different to what Carlton are looking for in a coach. So it's actually the person's got to marry up to what the actual process looks like. Now, Stephen King may have just presented better to what Melbourne wanted than James did. Like, I don't see too much difference in what they've done from an experience point of view in coaching.
Did you think Danny Daly's name might have been on that Carlton list?
Should be. Yeah, it should be. Like what Danny Daly's doing now is no different to what Chris Fagan did for so many years. Now, Danny is probably of the highest on the top shelf of football administrators at the moment, the way he's gone about it. But he's also, go and look at his coaching background. That's significant as well. So,
Danny was at North Melbourne when I was there. Yeah. And as a person and as a coach, I thought he was fantastic. He was head of development at my time. Yep. I was a bit older. I didn't have too much to do with him, but he was fantastic.
I think he's ready for us. Danny Daly downstairs alongside Ben Cameron.
Yeah, I'm down here with Danny Daly. It's been a regular occurrence, this matchup. I just said to James Kelly, it's 6 times in 18 months that you've met Geelong. They've all been very different. So what's the main thing you guys need to do tonight to get over the line?
Well, based on the conditions now, I think it's win the contested ball and the territory battle. That's the most important thing. There've been good battles over the last 18 months, and they got us last time up at the Gather in some wet conditions. So it'll be whoever wins the contested ball and the territory battle, I think, now.
I very clearly remember this meeting last year. I think I was in the same spot, probably spoke to you as we so often do, Danny. You guys were able to pick them apart on that night. I do remember you guys going quickly and through the corridor in the kick mark model. What can you take out of that game style, and how much does it change with the conditions tonight?
I think, last year we had a really good process going into the game, and it was to go through the corridor and move the ball quickly and get overlap and get in behind the Cats, which worked really well for us. I think we'll still go with that and just see what happens, because the reality is if you play too much boundary, it falls into their hands. They like to defend defensively. So we'll still have the same instructions about doing that, and then the boys will just need to make their minds up about the conditions if they get any worse.
Sean Manor had an unbelievable night the last time you guys met. It was 30 disposals, 5 goals for Sean Manor. Do you need to mind your manners a little better tonight, Danny?
Thanks for reminding me of that game. I think we will. We've got Noah Ainsworth back in the team this week. He didn't play the last time we played him, so I think you'll find Noah might go to him a bit more this week, but we certainly won't be allowing him the space he had last time at the Gabba against us, put it that way.
No doubt about that. The footy world has changed, if we can go a little broader now, and the news today with Ross Lyon saying that he's going to have dinner with Lachie Neale and do some window shopping, and I think both parties will do some window shopping. It feels like we've quickly gone from a world where coaches wouldn't speak about meeting with players to they would speak about it to now openly courting players. And that's not a critique of Ross. It's just the world we live in. Philosophically, how do you feel about it?
Oh, look, it's the way of the world, so I don't spend too much time worrying about it, to be honest, because we do the same thing. So can't be critical of other teams if we're doing that. But, it's the way it is. Lockie's got a couple of meetings this weekend that he's told us about. I think he's expecting Ross to bring a nice bottle of red for him as well. So if Ross is listening, he'll make sure you turn up with a red. But yeah, he's got to do his due diligence and get around the teams, and hopefully Lockie ends up staying with us. But we understand the situation that Lockie's in with his family, etc. So whatever will be. But that's the landscape of the AFL at the minute.
So what are the other meetings that Lockie's got?
I shouldn't have said that, should I?
Oh, that was very handy. We appreciate that. Thanks, Danny. You let that slip out. Now you're comfortable around friends?
I think Essendon's been mentioned, hasn't it? So we'll stick with Essendon.
Okay, we'll stick with Essendon. What about at your club? Obviously, Zach Bailey. Yep. Are you any closer to securing Zach Bailey?
Well, with Zach, it's been a bit of a status quo, to be fair. We haven't spoken too much to him or his management over the last few weeks. We understand that one might take a little bit of time. We love Zach. We know that he loves the footy club. We're really hopeful that he stays with us. But right now, we're not pressuring him too much into making a decision. Again, we understand that he needs to think about everything football and family. But hopefully he does choose to stay with us.
Can we actually just jump back a little bit to Lockie? Because I think it was reported by Mitch Cleary that there's still a chance that he stays at Brisbane. Is that still your belief as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's pretty torn between whether he should stay and wants to stay, or whether he needs to potentially get to Perth or go to Melbourne, where he's got family and can support him when he's got the kids, etc. So, it'll play out as it plays out. But right now it's still 50-50. And we'll keep supporting Lockie as we need to with all of that.
A couple of questions about you. We've had your name raised as a senior coach in waiting previously. Is that still an ambition you harbour?
I haven't thought too much about it lately, to be fair. Probably because no one's rang me up about any of the gigs. So until they do, I haven't really thought too much about it. But if I was to go down that path, I'll make sure Boomer Harvey, who I know is up there, will be one of my assistants. Hopefully he'd come along with me. But we'll see where we land, eh?
What's that, some forward craft? What's Boomer going to coach them?
Whatever he wants to do, mate.
He's a good man.
He's a good man. He's got footy smarts. He's one of the best people I've met in footy, so I love Boomer.
He is a very good man. It's a shame you can't interact with him. We're having some issues in the weather with the transistors. So just to clarify, neither Carlton nor Essendon have reached out?
No.
Maybe they should. We'll pass on your number. Danny, best of luck.
Thanks, mate. Have a good night.
There's a bit in that. Ben Cameron downstairs with Danny Daly, the footy boss of the Brisbane Lions. The fun stuff at the end. Oh, there you go. You can be part of the Danny Daly ticket.
Absolutely. I'll be looking to coach in a couple of years when my young fella's grown up and off doing his own thing, and I want to get back in the system. But a really good man, Danny. And I know we were speaking about it just before, but he is a superb football person. He's a really good football person. And something a little bit left field too. Brisbane come over on Tuesday.
Yeah. Which is interesting. They did this during the final series when they had the extra run-up for what they referred to their big game preparation.
Yeah.
That when they had these games, they were particularly targeting that they would come early, and they felt like it suited them better. They actually want to do it more often, but because of the soft cap implications and the extra night is on them.
That comes into the soft cap.
That comes into the soft cap. So if they want to leave earlier, essentially, those extra nights accommodation, the AFL will provide, I think it's 1 day out or sometimes 2 days out. But if you want to go earlier than that, it's at the clubs.
They've performed on the last day in, well, it's not last day in September. Yeah. Is it still last day in September? Last
Saturday. It is.
Last Saturday, yep. And they come 2 days before because you got the parade and everything like that. So they've obviously figured it works and we can perform with that preparation. So why wouldn't we try it on those big games?
They did the same thing when they won here last year in the meeting at Cardinia Park. Had the earlier preparation.
If you're managing Danny Daly, Rama, would you say to him, you know what, one of these Carlton or Essendon jobs might be appealing, but what's Chris Fagan's future? How much longer would he go? Yeah. Would Danny be a natural replacement if they wanted to keep a seamless transition there?
Yeah, that's a good point, Clinchy. It's just if the players view him as that sort of coach,
having been a part of the success.
Yeah, that's probably the tricky part. But then, would you lose an assistant coach like Cam Bruce, and or I imagine would have designs on the role as well. So there's a bit of the politics would be at play, I think, in that situation. I think whether Danny coaches or continues down the administration path, a Melbourne club should be all over him to run their football department. He's outstanding.
It's going to be a tough call, though, if he does, because I'm going to have to move to Brisbane then. I have to move the family.
Break the news of the family. We're moving up north.
The weather's going to be better, but...
I was about to say that will be on your side, given what we're dealing with here tonight. It's cold and wet for Thursday night footy in Geelong. The other fascinating insight was that Lockie Neal not just meeting with Ross Lyon and the Saints, but he's got a couple of clubs organised to meet with this weekend, as Danny Daly just let that slip moments ago, speaking with Ben Cameron. We'll pull apart some of that and all the other big issues that are kicking around in the footy landscape in just a moment as our countdown continues for Thursday night footy. There's no late change. It is the Cats and the Lions, the grand final rematch on our air tonight here on ABC Sport. The preview next.
What's loaded with fun for the whole family? ABC iView. Bring it! From the investigators and caper crew to Andy Lee's Do Not Watch This Show.
You can keep watching.
Find it all on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Easy. Game that the two teams have played against one another since the preliminary final of 2024. So if you think the prelim meeting of 2024, they met both home and away during last season's regular season, the home and away year. They played on the qualifying final night. They played again against one another on grand final day and a meeting earlier this season. So throw all them together, and this will be the 7th meeting in less than 2 years between the Cats and the Lions. In American sport, they talk all the time about Game 7. It's not necessarily the same stakes tonight as it is when they have a Game 7 in American sports, or for that matter, the head-to-head record is not a clean split at 3-3, but plenty of intrigue nevertheless for the Cats and the Lions tonight. As our build-up continues here on ABC Sport, great to have you with us wherever you tuned in across the country. It is a cool night in Geelong, currently 12 degrees and dropping, and it is raining. We've had plenty of rain about in the Pivot City tonight, so the Cats and the Lions on our air. There's no late change. Tom Stewart and Bailey Smith, 2 begins for Geelong. They have 17 that featured in last year's grand final out there tonight, so 6 changes. And would you look at that? Same for the Brisbane Lions, 17 premiership players with 6 different from last year's decider. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch to call the footy. Ben Cameron's on the boundary's edge. Our premiership pair, Brent Harvey and Adam Ramanauskas. And your thoughts throughout the night on 0437 774 774. You guys would have had matchups like this, I'm sure. Boomer, you had those famous games against Essendon in the around the late 90s and the early noughties. Rammer was the Kangaroos and then really became the Brisbane Lions for your team in those big matchups. What is it about these games when you come up against an opponent that you know so well and you've played so much in a short period of time?
I think, first of all, they're big games and there's never really big blowouts. I can remember the one where we're winning by 11 goals and Essendon come back, the big greatest comeback of all time. That's probably the one where it blew out, but then it blew out the other way and then it ended up being a close game. But when you've got a rival that you play, and it certainly was the Kangas and Essendon, late 90s, early 2000s, with the coaching panel getting involved and all the players, there was hustle bustle. You had Carey and you had all the lunatics down back with this bloke here. There is something about playing those big games where you just get yourself up for it. And I feel Geelong and Brisbane are exactly that. 2 pretty big football clubs, 2 very good football clubs come head-to-head, and they've played each other. I didn't know that. What is it, 10 times?
So 7th time in less than 2 years.
That's amazing, considering how our fixture is. And I think we had a game the other week, I'm not sure who it was, but hadn't played since round 1 last year. It was a huge gap. So, no, I'm looking forward to this game purely on the back of that rivalry that's already been built up.
The rivalry is generally either because the games previous have been close, or because you just don't like the opposition. And
which one was ours?
Well, we'll both. we'll certainly both. We'll certainly both.
No, that's true. We
and
were.
Look, Sheeds and Dennis built that up incredibly well. The way they did that, and we're virtually Wendy Hill to Arden Street. It's virtually 10 minutes away, so it's very close in proximity where it was. Now we always had enormous respect for North Melbourne, but we also knew we had to get over the hump of North Melbourne to be a genuine team ourselves. Now with Brisbane, maybe it was a bit like that. It's just getting over a small hump. Now last year, coming down here and winning that game, well, they build from there and they go and win a premiership. So, It is in the psyche of teams when you are playing a rival. If you haven't beaten them for a long time, but the games have been close, you need to be able to do that. So it might be flipped around the other way. It might be Geelong needing to beat Brisbane tonight to go, hang on, we were absolutely blown off the park in a quarter and a half in a grand final last year. We need to come out and show that we can beat the reigning champ to go forward in our season.
So this is really interesting. Who's got more in it tonight? Do you think the Brisbane have won 3 in a row? They're both 9 and 6. Winner tonight will be in the top 4. The loser won't, with 7 to play. The Cats have lost 3 of their last 4, so all of a sudden it's a bit urgent. Brisbane still have a few more to come back into their best 23. The Cats are almost at full strength. Interestingly, there's no Myers in the team tonight and there's no Close, so they're on the outside looking in but are available. Who does it mean more to tonight, do you think, as a round 17 meeting?
I think the Cats.
Yep.
Absolutely, because I think we still know when... And Brisbane have got to be careful of this. When they're playing their best, they are the best. I don't know if when the Cats are playing their best, they are the best yet. That's what I would say. So if you go, okay, Brisbane are going to play their best tonight, neutral ground, MCG, and Geelong are going to play their best tonight, I would say Brisbane win that game.
I think Geelong have got more on the line and a little bit, like local football, when someone beats you go, we owe these guys. Yeah. It's a little bit about that right now for Geelong. Brisbane beat them here last year. Then they beat them in a grand final. And then all of a sudden you go, no, we owe these guys. And I think the fact that it's here, it means more to Geelong tonight than Brisbane.
The other part that's intriguing, with 8 rounds to go, both of these sides are perennial final sides. So they know it starts to really heat up from this point onwards, and both have great coaches. So when you look through that recent history, and Joey Montagna did a great work on Fox Footy about the different styles in which the games have been. So the clearance work of the Brisbane Lions, Geelong structurally being able to set up the ground. And I'm just interested in the matchup. So say Jack Henry plays forward tonight on Harris Andrews. As players, do you look forward to those challenges, or do you try to not overcomplicate it in the lead up to a side you might meet again in September?
No, you look forward to it because you want to get one up on that particular player. Because if you're going to continue to play on them, particularly in big finals and the like, you need to know you can beat them. I don't want to go into a final knowing that guy has beaten me comfortably the last time I played him, because all I'm thinking about during the week is I don't want to be a player in a final that lets my team down.
Yeah. The big question I have around Geelong is Jeremy Cameron. That arm hasn't looked right for the last few weeks.
That's not right.
He's had the bye. So what are we going to see tonight?
Let's not sort of sugarcoat this or beat around the bush. His arm is not right. And I think everybody knows that, and I think Geelong know that. Now, he's showing enormous courage at the moment to play through it. What damage he's doing to it, we don't know. But, you can see him carrying it. You can see he doesn't want to fall on it. You can see the big strapping on it. Normally for a broken arm like that, it heals really quickly. So maybe there was some complications after that, we don't know.
Well, what's the answer, though? Because they had the bye last week. We don't see him right tonight. Should have been maybe tonight off, maybe next week off, because...
Well, they've got to play a couple of weeks.
But they're going to play finals, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're going to play finals. So do you rest him for 3 weeks after the bye, or 2 weeks after the bye for 3 weeks? Or do you get him back in there and say bad luck?
My point to this is I only think that if he goes out of the team, it's for more surgery. It's not going out of the team to rest it, because I don't think it's going to get better.
No,
that's sort of that's the answer I was looking for.
So if
you've got to play
if he goes out of the team, can surgery fix it within 2 weeks?
Well, there's a lot of talk, a lot of it's nerve damage, isn't it, in his arm, since the surgery took longer than...
The commentators say that. That doesn't mean it's gospel, does it?
No, but that's what the report
But they just say it looks like it's got nerve damage in it.
Well,
who came up with that?
I think that's what was reported.
Oh, was it? Okay, maybe it's true then.
Whether that's... I mean,
you can take down with Benny Cameron and ask some of those hard questions.
You can take them completely on face value, but it does... it did take longer to heal, I think, than they were anticipating over the summer. There's no doubt
Well, he wouldn't have the arm brace on still, would he?
Yeah. He kicked 3-3, so he did have 6 looks the last time that they met. Clinchy's point's a fascinating one. So the matchups that worked for them last time, if you're Chris Scott, do you keep doing it until it doesn't work, or do you hold a few things back tonight? So Harris Andrews in particular negated by Jack Henry. They had Mullen went to Neil. As a starting point, would you do all those things the same? Yep. Just roll them out there, see how it looks.
Yep. I think Brisbane have got some real potent forwards, small forwards in Bailey, Cameron. I think they're the match winners. I know Ashcroft will get his 30 and Neil will probably get his 30 as well.
O'Connor goes back to Arena sort of thing,
Yeah, I just feel they got match winners there, and I think Mullen potentially has to play on one of them and not in the midfield.
It was a big win when they got them last time by 41 points. It must be said, though, Chris Fagan fronted up in the press conference afterwards and basically said, hey, no panic stations for us. It was their third consecutive 6-day breaks, and teams talk all the time, particularly those that travel every second week, how it's the accumulation effect of those 6-day breaks that ultimately catch up with you. Sean Manor had 30 and kicked 5, including a little purple patch where he kicked 3 goals.
It was
in 4
incredible
minutes.
that night.
Yeah. In the third quarter, and the Cats ended up winning by 41. They were also the first runner-up to flip the grand final result in the immediate rematch since 2021. So the Premiers had actually had a good stretch of doubling down and reinforcing the result.
But that's the difference with Geelong. Like, as much as losing a grand final hurts, they tend to get over things pretty quickly here. They just get on with what's in front of them. And it's such a professional organisation that they're normally ready for battle. Interestingly, Brisbane have spent 6 weeks in spots 7th on the ladder, 8th on the ladder, 9th on the ladder. So they've been very mindful that they're in striking distance. But tonight, if they could take the scalp, that puts them in the top 4 conversation, and then everyone's looking over their shoulder. Yeah, well, Chris Fagan spoke during the week on 360, or was it this week or last week, and said, look, we have to finish top 6, obviously, to give ourselves the best opportunity. So, look, I'm expecting a great game. The rain stopped, encouragingly, for the spectacle. So, it should be a ripper. I think down here, like, Brisbane have got to go after one of Bailey Smith or Max Holmes.
Have to.
They just got to stop that run. You know, can they send Harris Andrews to Jeremy Cameron? Can they, flip the switch on Chris Scott here and say, well, you're not going to dictate to us. We're going to dictate to you. We're going to put our best defender on the bench, or Shannon Neal, or whoever that is. Like, start. Once a team does something to you numerous times and it works, you've got to change. You've got to change.
You talk about the old 8-point game on the ladder.
Yeah.
This is fascinating because Geelong are sitting 4th on 9 wins, 36 points. Brisbane, 9 wins. Adelaide, 9 wins. Melbourne, 9 wins. Western Bulldogs, 9 wins. North Melbourne, 8 wins. They win on the weekend. They pretend they're even with the team that loses tonight.
Correct.
So it is absolutely fascinating, this ladder at the minute.
Huge game for whoever wins tonight. They'll be in the top 4 tonight, and for the loser, they won't be. They'll be outside the top 4 at the end of round 17. It all begins tonight, round 17 of the season. Geelong and the Brisbane Lions. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clench, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Adam Ramanauskas and Brent Harvey, our premiership pair. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Lockie Neal, who's a fascination. We spoke about him off the top of the program. It was reported during the week that he's going to have dinner with Ross Lyon, of course, his former coach at the Dockers. He's off contract at season's end. He can walk essentially to whichever club that he wants to go to. Brisbane is still confident that he'll stay. But it's certainly, you put your finger in the wind, feels like he's on the move to a third club, Lockie Neal, in 2027. Ross Lyon was asked about it a little earlier today, and this is what he had to say about his catch-up with Lockie Neal tomorrow night.
I regularly catch up with Lockie in town with a close friend, and to be honest, that close friend will be there as well. We've got a mutual friend. And then there'd been no preliminary discussions or anything like that, except clearly it was in the AFL landscape. And I'd simply describe it as the normal dinner with both people window shopping. There's certainly no strong agenda from either side. And it's just a dinner. So that's all we're doing here. And then there's just a bit of a chat, because there's due diligence to try and get better, and that's all it is here. So we're sort of making a mountain out of a molehill, really.
So there you go. Nothing to see here from Ross earlier today, but a bit of window shopping for both parties at that meeting on Friday night. And then this was Danny Daly moments ago speaking with Ben Cameron as part of our pre-game here on ABC Sport and the Brisbane Lions' perspective from their footy boss.
Lockie's got a couple of meetings this weekend that he's told us about. I think he's expecting Ross to bring a nice bottle of red for him as well. So if Ross is listening, he'll make sure you turn up with a red. But yeah, he's got to do his due diligence and get around the teams, and hopefully Lockie ends up staying with us. But we understand the situation that Lockie's in with his family, etc. So whatever will be. But that's the landscape of the AFL at the minute.
So what are the other meetings that Lockie's got?
I shouldn't have said that, should I?
Oh, that was very handy. We appreciate that. Thanks, Danny. You let that slip out. Are you comfortable around friends?
I think Essendon's been mentioned, hasn't it? So we'll stick with Essendon.
Okay, we'll stick with Essendon.
So that was Ben Cameron. A good pickup from Ben. And Tony Charlton, the famous Hall of Fame broadcaster, used to always say, keep the questions short and listen to the answers. And Ben was all over them.
One thing I will say is that's incredibly mature by Lachie Neale and Brisbane.
That they're speaking about it.
That they know about it.
Yep.
Lockie's gone, look, this is what I'm doing. Okay? Out in the open to the football club, whereas others, they won't do that.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting.
Like it's all secret squirrel stuff.
Well, Chris Fagan said with us last week on AFL Saturday that even the difference between his conversations with Lachie and his conversations with Zach Bailey.
Yeah.
So he said with Lachie, I feel like we're in constant dialogue. With Zach, we haven't asked and he hasn't told us.
Yeah.
So it's interesting and I know they're at different stages of their career, but clearly Lachie and the Lions have a pretty open dialogue.
And I actually said this a few years ago. We're getting more like NRL though. Like once Lachie Neale's doing this and he's speaking to clubs and when he's in Melbourne, it's just going to be the norm. For me, this is going to be the norm in 2 years, Rama.
But would you be comfortable if after these meetings, Lachie Neale next week came out and said, look, I'm going to be playing for Collingwood, Essendon, St Kilda, whoever?
I wouldn't be comfortable, but that's just my opinion. I wouldn't be meeting with clubs while I was playing with a club either.
Wouldn't bother me, but you know that there's going to be analysis around it that'll essentially be if he has a bad game,
he's checked out.
He's checked out.
Which is not true with someone like Lachie Neale.
He's playing great footy.
But you got to remember, there's personal pride on that players play for personal pride as well. You never want to play a bad game.
So if you interview Lachie Neale on AFL Saturday, the first question you're going to ask him, how are the meetings?
Yep. But I'm probably going to ask him that anyway.
Yeah.
It's the same with Zach Butters. Like, do we think Zach's not going to try hard if he comes out and says he's going to Victoria? Like, there's no one that gives more every time he runs out onto the field.
It's just a changing of the guard. NRL have been doing this for years, and the AFL will get there. Unfortunately for me, that's unfortunate because I don't like it. But I'm no one because
the only way we stamp it out is if we go through the tampering scenario where you can't speak to any players until a certain date.
Do we want that though?
Well, I don't think we can go down that path because of broadcast.
Yeah.
What digital,
it fuels the news cycle to be able to say.
The AFL want that.
Yeah.
As a stepping point, does it make any difference that Lachie Neale's a free agent? So he's been around for longer. He's earned the right to decide where he wants to finish his career, or as opposed to say someone like a restricted free agent or even someone who's contracted.
If Corbyn said to us tonight, look, I'm going to a rival radio station next year.
Yep.
I'll see out the year. How are you treating him for the rest of the year, Clinchy?
When he buys the beers, I say, righto, see you next time.
But that's the scenario, isn't it?
Yeah.
What if you were in Zach Bailey?
Like if I'm a teammate, I'm annoyed. I'm like, well, are you with us or are you sort of against us for the remainder of the year? We want to be there when the whips are cracking.
So you wouldn't want to know?
I wouldn't want to know.
Nah, and you know what? Probably that's where I was coming from.
Right.
I wouldn't want to do that to my teammates, and I wouldn't want my teammates to do it to me. With 6 games to go, say, potentially I'm not going to be here. We're still going to try to win a flag together, but I'm probably not going to be here next year.
I don't want to know that.
So that was going to be my question. If Zach Bailey sat down here and said, Rama, the offer from Adelaide is 7 years, $10 million, and Brisbane can't get close to that. They're offering 7 years, but the money is significantly different. Would you go, well, mate, I'm expecting you to sign for less money? Or would you say, I understand?
I would. No, I would say, because that's the competitor in me. Like Zach Butters is going to make the team that I'm playing for a better team, isn't he? So I'm saying, Zach, can you sign for less, please?
And that's how good teams operate. And Geelong have done it for years.
I'll tell you a quick little story.
Zach Bailey, you're talking about?
Zach Bailey, sorry. I'll tell you a quick little story. Dean Solomon, I reckon it was about 2003 or 4, got a really big offer from Richmond. And he was in London at the time. So James Hird and Peter Jackson actually flew over to London to keep him. And I was on the phone to Solly all night to say, you can't do it, mate. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it. And then he didn't do it. So he left all the money on the table because and now I look back and go, geez, I probably cost him $500,000 or something like that.
What year was that? Thereabouts?
03, 04,
okay, after the premiership?
Yeah.
See, that's the other part I find interesting. I get it if you've never won, but it's hard when you've climbed a mountain, isn't it, and you've done it. And then essentially you're like, well, everything that we're sort of building towards and trying to do, we've already done it.
But as a footballer, when you're winning, you don't want things to change.
No.
Because you feel like you're just in this sweet spot where it can just keep rolling on. Now, if Lachie Neale leaves Brisbane, next year changes all of a sudden.
Yep.
If Zach Bailey leaves Brisbane, It changes all of a sudden. Well, you can't replace two players like that. It's impossible.
And $2.5 million over the life of the contract is a lot of money.
You begrudge nobody for leaving to do the same job for a lot more money.
Of course not.
But at the same time, if they're a teammate, you don't want them to go. There's the selfish part of you wanting to win every single week, and you can't replace
Lachie Neale and Zach Bailey are going to help Brisbane Lions win every single week.
The Brisbane Lions have just made their way out there on the ground. They're currently second in the competition for points for, but they're 14th for points against, which is a weird profile to have. Every Premier since 2000 is ranked top 6 for points against, and as I said, they're bottom 6 in the competition. They are getting their game up and going, though, so they had a season-high 46 points from forward half intercepts last week against the Sydney Swans. They won that game with a leg in the air, and they're out on the ground here tonight with an unchanged lineup, so the same 23 that were victorious over the Swans last week.
What jumper are they wearing out there, Corb?
This is their heritage jumper, which is basically designed as a hat tip to Kevin Murray, of course, the Brownlow medalist from the Fitzroy Football Club. So it's predominantly maroon. It's got the blue chest and also the white FFC monogram on it.
No long sleeves.
No long sleeves.
Not one of them.
They're also wearing navy shorts tonight. So they wore this game earlier in the year against the Saints. There was a pretty distinct clash where they had the white shorts on, and I think we did it. It was a Saturday afternoon game.
Well, Tim and Geelong are wearing white shorts then.
They are. Yes. So basically, they've tried to make Brisbane as dark as possible in the dark maroon with the navy shorts. And even though it's a Geelong home game, they'll have the white shorts on tonight with their usual.
I just wish Brisbane would wear the traditional Fitzroy jumper every away game. That's a true...
The red one?
Yeah, that's a true... No, the orange.
Yes. Yeah.
The orange. Yeah. Yep. That's a true, then, partnership, merger.
Well, this is a Fitzroy jumper. It's just a much older Fitzroy jumper.
Well, if I put that jumper and
before our time. Yeah. It's not the 1990s, late 80s sort of red. I think it's red of Fitzroy, but I know what you're saying.
I think it's orange.
So I'm happy to hear that on the SMS 0437 774 774.
Some breaking news coming through, Corby, from Collingwood. Darcy Moore has sustained a hamstring injury on Tuesday that requires surgery, and will now rule him out for the remainder of the 2026 season. So Collingwood in the scrap for wildcard position. Now they'll have to do so without their captain, Darcy Moore. So unfortunately for him, his season is done, and for Craig McRae, the challenge just got a little greater.
It's a big one, isn't it?
Massive.
It's huge. The skipper
hasn't had a run at it all year. He's showing me the jumper. It's definitely red. It's red, yellow and blue. There's no doubt about that. The Fitzroy
that does look red, Rammer. Sorry.
Here come the Cats. So 100 games for two magnificent Cats. It's got the numbers 36 and 16 on the banner, which, of course, Ollie Henry and Sam DeConey. So Sam DeConey, part of the big footy family, of course, the son of Terry and also the brother of Tom, who is already a premiership player with the Cats. And then there's Ollie Henry. He gets to 100 games. His first 25 with Collingwood. His last 75 now with the Cats. He was in that awful position where he was at Collingwood in 2022 when the Cats won it. Then he went to Geelong, and he was at Geelong in 2023 when the Pies won it. So he's still looking to break through, Ollie Henry, and become a premiership player for the first time. The floodlights come on. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Cats out there on the park. We've got both our teams out there now. Your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774, the SMS number. So Geelong, they find themselves 9-6 on the season. They had that heavy defeat to the Gold Coast in the opening round, which feels like ancient, unimportant history now. They lost to Port Adelaide by 5 goals on Anzac Day in a game that they were never in. But apart from that, their other 4 defeats, they lost to Hawthorn and Adelaide by a point. They lost to Fremantle by 9 points in a game they were in up until their eyeballs, and then they lost to Carlton in that close run thing by 4 points, which they led late in the piece. So, in another world, say they split half those games, 11-4, they're in a much more comfortable position than they are at 9-6, Boomer, and yet they need to win tonight just for the math of it all.
Regardless of where they are on the ladder or how many games they've won, they don't lose games by 10 goals, do they? I think there might have been 1 or 2 along the journey, but they're always in games regardless. The ones they don't win, it's under 2 goals, and it's going to happen tonight. If they don't win tonight, it's going to be a close margin. You can just see it. They're so competitive. They're so even along the line. Tom Stewart comes back tonight. If Brisbane let him do what he wants, like every other team does, it's going to be a huge burden for him because I think he's the one that sets Geelong. I know Holmes is a fantastic player and Smith and Dangerfield, but when teams leave Tom Stewart by himself and he can intercept Mark, they start their score launches from there. And I think every single team are crazy if they let Tom Stewart dictate where he wants to start.
What would you do with him tonight?
You go one-on-one. You go one-on-one. You give somebody a job and you say, regardless of how he manipulates it, because sometimes he comes and starts on the wing will go to half-back and all they do is roll back, and then you look up and Tom Stewart's a spare. You just say, I don't know who it is, but you just go, that's your man tonight, and it's a tag. It's a soft tag on a really good intercepting player.
I would potentially use someone like Jared Berry to play that role. Now, Jared Berry plays a lot on a wing or through the midfield, and he does do a more defensive role, but can he come up down the ground and go as a forward and do that role on Tom Stewart? Because I agree, like once Tom Stewart's dictating, particularly here at Cardinia Park, the ground's so narrow. He's a launch pad. He's an absolute launch pad because he marks, takes the ball straight off the line, and Geelong are away. It's Holmes, Bailey Smith, they're running type plays, Tanner Bruin, etc. That now it just, as soon as they know Tom Stewart's going to mark the ball, they're away. They're spread the whole ground and they're gone.
The other thing, Corbs, you play someone on him and you go through him. So you set him up 10 metres in front of him. You know that he doesn't want to man up. He wants to drop back to be their their spare defender. So you say every opportunity we can drop our eyes, we hit his opponent, and then hopefully we score, and then you go up and tell him about it. The runner comes out to him, old school football, go and man up, and all of a sudden you take his strength away from him. I don't know why teams don't actually do little games like that. Maybe they do, they just can't execute it against him because he's such a good player.
Ram, just looking at the profiles of these two teams, profile, such a modern buzz sort of footy analysis word, but essentially the breakdown of the teams from the grand final day last year. So I mentioned both with 17. So the changes are interesting. First of all, the Cats. So Stanley, Bowes, Clark, Stengel, Myers, Close are the six that drop out. So they were the six that were there last time. These are the six that they get in. So Stewart, Ollie Henry, Ollie Wiltshire, Mitch Edwards, Jake Kolajasny, Tanner Bruin. Is that a net benefit, do you think, overall in what they were the grand final day last spring?
Yep.
You think that's a positive for him?
Yep. Stewart and Tanner Bruin.
Oh.
The one who's interesting is James Warble, who's in the VFL at the moment, so he can't force his way into this side, and Tyson Stengel is the other who...
He'd be kicking himself with that move now.
Yeah.
Warble.
Yeah, you would think by this stage of the season he would have established himself in this Geelong team.
And then the Brisbane Lions, so the changes from grand final day for them. So there's a couple here on the injury list, by the way. They will get back in Zorko and McCluggage.
Huge, them two.
Massive. Sam Marshall has actually only played 2 games, including the grand final rematch since last year's premiership. McInerney's retired. Starcevich plays for the Eagles. Archie obviously plays for Adelaide now and has had an injury-interrupted year. So the guys that come in, Jared Berry, who was the hard luck story, is their defensive mid. Sam Draper, Connor McKenna, who played in the first one but not the second one, Jimmy Tunstall, Eric Hipwood, and Noah Answorth. And Answorth and Hipwood also played in the first one, not the second one.
No.
Slight downturn.
Yeah. Yep. Zorko and McCluggage are enormous. 2 All-Australians last year.
Does that give them a bit of a free hit tonight then? If they got a couple of guys to come back?
Yeah, it certainly does. It gives Brisbane a free hit. So, what Brisbane have also done really well, and what a lot of people fail to think about, is they've got so many really good role players. They're just happy to go out there, play a role, win a game. Like, as good as Harris Andrews is as a footballer, he just plays a role. But he plays that role very, very well. He doesn't go out there to be the superstar.
The guys like Fort and Lester and Reville and all these guys at
Jared Berry, Wilmot.
Yep. Gardner. Did I mention?
Gardner.
Yep.
There's Jasper Fletcher.
Yep.
Well, Jasper Fletcher would be a superstar at any other team.
Yeah.
So he just plays a role.
Josh Dunkley.
Yeah.
What about someone like Logan Morris? The last time he played here at Cardinia Park, he hit 5 goals. So he's got the weight of responsibility on his shoulders at the moment with Oscar Allen out of the lineup.
I think Geelong will go after Morris tonight. I think he'll get a very physical matchup tonight. If not, what's been proven is Morris reads the game incredibly well. He leads at the kicker, which is very rare for a forward these days. Boom. So I think you'll find that the physical contact on Logan Morris tonight will be heavy.
The other player is Will Ashcroft. You're going to be pretty handy to win Norm Smith medals in consecutive years, and yet you look at his form over the last couple of weeks and 30 disposals. He's starting to churn up some big game footy at the right time of the season.
Well, he's a superstar, and this is, I've had debate with friends for a long time about, if you're picking a team, and I'm interested in Boomer's thoughts here. Well, who would you have in your team, Will Ashcroft or Nick Dacos? So, have Tasmania got a decision to make if they wanted one of them? Maybe they can get both of them.
Well, Will hasn't done it consistently as often as Nick has, but he's done it on the grandest of stages.
That's right. But that's a Dustin Martin argument, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you compare Dustin Martin to other midfielders through the journey, and you go, oh, his numbers aren't really there. Like you look at best and fairest and all Australians, but you look at the biggest game of the year, and he's got 3 Norm Smith medals around his neck.
Yes, it's a good argument to have, isn't it? Are you consistent, or you just play big on or good on the big games? But if you're going to go for Ashcroft or Dacos, if I'm going to choose one right now, I'm going Dacos.
Yeah,
I'm going Dacos, just purely on the way he goes about it. He's so much more consistent. But I'm looking through the mid.
Corbin won't like this, but I lean towards Ashcroft.
Interesting.
Really?
He's getting a dirty little look there too. I like it.
There you go.
Nick Dacos had won a Brownlow. The conversation might be a little different, but...
Well...
He was the best player in a premiership team in his 3rd year, Nick Dacos.
He didn't win the premiership. He didn't win the best and fairest. His brother did.
Yeah, but...
excuse me?
He's been runner-up in the Brownlow a couple of times.
He was leading the Brownlow, I think, when he got hurt late in the year.
But the coaches thought his brother was a better player than he'd been a premiership.
Different scoring system.
Right. Here we go.
Has Nick Dacos won a best and fairest?
He has.
Yeah, one.
Not in the premiership year, though.
No.
I think Collingwood changed the rules after last year, didn't they? That's another talking point.
Off the SMS, Dan from East Perth, case by case, I don't think anyone would have a problem with Neil or Butters, specifically saying they were moving to X-Team right now. Maybe a different story with someone like Buku Karmas or, as you said, a guy with less credential in the competition. Pete from Ballarat, g'day. We are the boys of Old Fitzroy who wear the colours maroon and blue. Not sure if I'm old or you blokes are young. Pete from Ballarat, talking about the colour. It is maroon tonight, there's no doubt about that, but we're talking about the red that they wore in the latter years of the old Fitzroy days. Rod says a massive shout out to Boomer. Go the Kangas on Sunday against the Power. Enjoying the call tonight. Thanks, Rog. And the great Tony Charlton never lost his insight into interviewing and mentored me during his stint doing medical talkback on radio. Enjoying the show from Doc. Thanks, Doc. Appreciate that off the SMS 0437 774 774. The Cats and the Lions on deck again ahead of their 6th meeting in the last 16 months. Ben Cameron's in the front row of the grandstand. I've had a look for you, Ben. It's good news. 5% rain before full time tonight, so hopefully the worst of it has cleared. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening, Corbin. Good evening, everyone. It is still chilly down here. A maximum of 14 today in G-Town. 9.5 degrees at the moment, 9.5 degrees Celsius, so a little bit chilly. Our man Steve Saunders, the hamstring expert, will have to be on his game today. No signs of the heated blanket that Geelong often go with down on the bench when it is particularly cold, so they mustn't think it's too chilly down here tonight. The team's just making their way to the benches at the moment. Mark Blitzarves, who equals the most games off a rookie list, is starting the game on the bench today. No sizable breeze to speak of.
In Chris Fagan's own words, it is footy's version of Federer Nadal. It is Geelong and the Brisbane Lions. Thursday night footy of round 17. Play on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
Draper and Edwards to kick things off in the middle of the ground. And the opening tap goes away of Draper. Got it down towards Zach Bailey. Feeds it back to Neil. Dribbles it along the ground up towards half forward. Trying to knock it out. Rayner on all fours. Got it out to McKenna. Almost run down in the end. Just got a kick away as he sends it into the pocket. A free kick for a hold. It might have been the two who was initially in front. It's further closer to goal, and Charlie Cameron was dragged down by Mark O'Connor. And we'll get the free kick at the top of the goal square.
Yeah, I was actually watching this contest. The ball was about 15 metres away from where they were, and Charlie Cameron turned and grabbed him. But unfortunately, O'Connor grabbed him and threw him to the ground. So the free kick was definitely there, but it was the second one that the umpire missed the first one.
So just 4 disposals. About to be 5 for the opening goal of the match, and Charlie Cameron has footy in hand. For the Dream Star for the visitors, Cameron sends it straight through the middle. Gives Brisbane a rev on the road, and they strike first inside the opening minute. Brisbane 1 straight 6. The Geelong yet to score. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Brent Harvey and Adam Romanaskas.
They're so marginal, those calls inside forward 50. Well, we're just getting the replay now of the incident. So O'Connor starts behind Charlie Cameron. So he's got his sort of hands behind the hip. Charlie makes the initial.
He does.
The initial contact in that contest. Now, did O'Connor drag him down, or did just Charlie go down with him?
It's a smart forward craft.
Yeah, it is, no doubt.
You make contact, they're always going to come back at you. Interesting matchup too. We spoke about whether Mullen was going to go to one of those small Brisbane forwards, straight in the middle to Lockie Neal.
Dream start for the road team. Draper, second tap, knocks it down. Dunkley trying to get a kick away, becomes tackler on Smith, dispossessed. Ball spills to Zach Bailey, shoots a kick forward for Brisbane. Slides out to the half-forward line. Morris trying to scoop it up, wasn't clean. Knocked it away to Dempsey of the Cats. Handball to Stewart, tackled by Rayner, lost it. Picked up by McKenna, jams it on the boot, deep forward. Cameron in a tangle again. Charlie Cameron gets out the back, toe pokes it through. 2 goals, 2 minutes for Charlie. And the Brisbane Lions, the two-time reigning premiers, have kicked the opening couple. 120 seconds in, and the Brisbane Lions, 2 straight 12. Geelong yet to score, yet to go over halfway. What a start. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Rama and Boomer.
Unbelievable start by Charlie Cameron. There's a player in the competition that you don't want to get his end up, Rama, and it's him, because once he gets going, he's got electric speed. He beat O'Connor that back to that goal square there quite convincingly and just got the toe poke. But another centre clearance to Brisbane. Didn't get the first cleanest possession, but the pressure on the Geelong midfielders was elite by Brisbane.
Well, slipped over in the gutter too as he got close to the advertising hoarding, so I hope that ankle's okay. We'll get Ben to keep an eye on that. But Charlie Cameron with the dream start, and his Brisbane Lions 2 goals to zip.
Such a barometer for the Brisbane Lions. Draper wins down the tap at Holmes, does the roving, gets a hand pass forward. Lester's tackled by Bailey Smith. And a ball up inside the centre square. Cats haven't got it past here so far as it's thrown in the air. Draper just slaps it forward. Gains 15 metres, running onto it. Tanner Bruin kicks off the outside of the boot. Not intentionally, but it worked. And the mark's taken by Dempsey. Under the Hickey stand wing. Looks up to half forward. Jack Henry takes the mark in front of Gallup. He's out to the left, just inside 50. Geelong's first foray forward. He's got Manor on the move. He's got Wilmot for company this afternoon. He burns him off. Running into the left forward pocket and takes the mark. Still on a tighter angle, but 10 metres closer to goal. 30 disposals and 5 goals the last time these two sides faced at the Gabba. He would have been the player who was on the whiteboard for the Brisbane Lions defenders.
Wilmot was there. He's in front of him initially on that lead, but Manor kept going and they honoured the lead.
So it's a wrestle whether you play in front or play behind. Shaw Manor starting out to the left. The mature age recruit for Geelong comes in, fires on goal. It's across the face of goal and misses to the right-hand side. Geelong 1 behind, 2-2. Charlie Cameron goals at the other end through 4 minutes.
If you're playing in front, you're cutting off the lead. You're not letting your direct opponent run past you.
Wilmot on the kick-out, came 99 for Darcy Wilmot. All of them consecutive since debut. The 2022 elimination final goes short to Leicester. Long kick to the wing, and Tom Stewart up on the shoulders of Draper, takes the intercept mark. Superb centering kick, and Shannon Neal marks in the hole at centre half forward. And he'll kick from 50 out straight in front.
Yeah, great call, Corbin. It was a beautiful kick by Stewart. Intercept mark, as you said, but the kick just popped the kick over the Brisbane player into a little bit of space for Neal, and a great spot on the ground compared to where Manor was. Kicking from row 3 on the boundary, you're kicking directly in front.
This man is one of the longest kicks in footy, Shannon Neal. He can absolutely whack him even on a cold night. As his drop punt here sails goalward, it's not the distance that's the issue, it's the accuracy. Misses left. Brisbane 2 straight, Geelong 2 behind. So we're 5 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. No late change.
Wilmot looks to bring Brisbane back into play. Into the back pocket for Ainsworth. Works it up to Bailey. Transition relatively easy here. Will Ashcroft takes the mark. Kicks up towards half forward. Spoiled away from Shannon Neal as Harris Andrews was in there. Socket off the ground by Zach Bailey. Running onto it. Holmes gets there first for Geelong. Feeds it back to centre half back. Kolajasny. Out past to Guthrie and now away. Stewart a bit more space. Back in the lineup. Sends Geelong inside 50. Neal in the back against 3. Can't take the mark. Harris Andrews gets a hand pass away. Ainsworth feeds it back to Gallup. Just kicks across his body. Get it out of there. Up towards Stewart. He competes in the air against Zach Bailey. Spills out. Holmes can't get a clean hand pass away. Bruin tries to clean it up. And O'Shea Mullen gets a block and should pick up against the boundary.
Handball away to Stewart, trying to give it back to Mullen. Couldn't quite trap it. Spills to Bailey. Hand pass away to Tunstall. Brisbane now with it. Short kick to McKenna. Hand pass back to Tunstall. Running boundary line. Kicks down the wing over the head of Hipwood. Kolajasny intercepts. Knocks it away to Bruin. Traps the footy. Geelong work it out. Oh, hang on. Out of zone umpire says Bruin, as he went to grab the footy, jumped in front of the legs of Hipwood and tripped him. So even though Bruin won the ball, he gives away the free. Hipwood to centre half forward. Dunkley marks, chips it closer to goal, and Berry marks uncontested left half forward. And that is a controversial moment. So Bruin got there first, grabbed the footy. Berry continues to move it closer to goal. Short kick into the left forward pocket for Morris. Despite the fact Bruin won the ball, got there first, Hipwood went flying over the top, and
just a bad...
The guy who attacks the ball gives away the free.
It's a bad rule.
And then we have the case of O'Connor just want to be really sticky with Charlie Cameron and not come out to Logan here. That's poor pressing by Geelong.
And we get another look at this. Three-quarter time last week revisited. Morris walks off his line, hooks it through for a goal. You can't take this one off him. And Geelong have spotted Brisbane the first three. We're 7 minutes in, and the reigning champs, 3 straight 18. Geelong 2 behinds, 7 minutes in. What a start to Thursday night footy in round 17 on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanaskas, Brent Harvey.
So Eric Hipwood, in that contest with Tanner Bruin, actually got Tanner Bruin high. So his leg came through and hit Tanner Bruin in the head.
Right.
So there's no possible scenario where that's a free kick.
It's what they've called contact below the knees.
Yeah, they have.
So Bruins tried to dive on the footy, and the umpires viewed that as contact below the knees.
So when you get off to a good start here, Raman, I'm just going to go back to Charlie Cameron kicking the first 2 goals in 2 minutes. His man doesn't want to leave him, but it leaves Logan Morris sitting 15 metres out in the forward pocket all on his own, the full forward.
Forts into the ruck. Edwards wins down the tap for Geelong. Will Ashcroft tried to soccer it as Tom Atkins was competing for the footy. And Bailey Smith lays the tackle, and Bruce Reville gets back and gives the footy back to the umpire. Thrown aloft, Fort wins down the tap, spills out the way of Will Ashcroft. He's tackled by 2 Geelong players, Bailey Smith and Tom Atkins. It's just to the left of the centre circles out towards the Hickey stand wing. Brisbane by 16 points, 3 goals to 1 early. Fort wins down the tap. Keeping his footing was Dempsey. Gets the hand pass away to Holmes. Works it forward to Bailey Smith. Looks up inside 50. Neil the target. Andrews in front. Thumps it down to the front. Reville's able to gather. One way then the other. Gets around Atkins. Sends it up the wing. Rayner against 2. Almost juggled the mark. Knocked away at the last moment. Tanner Bruin loses it. His hand pass chopped up by Levi Ashcroft. Gave it to brother Will. High up and under kick. Hipwood underneath it. O'Sullivan made the spoil. O'Sullivan over it for Geelong. Can't knock it clear. Rayner gets down. Hand pass to Will Ashcroft. Clever little kick up towards half forward. That's where the mark is taken. Tunstall looks up inside 50. The leader's on. No mark taken by Charlie Cameron. Trying to burn off in the end Mark O'Connor, who follows up with a good second effort. Knocks the ball away from Berry and over the boundary line. And the umpire has said insufficient intent to keep it in. So
you know what?
Geelong free kick
at
in
the end of the day, he's right. He wanted that to go out of bounds, but greasy conditions, play on.
Didn't disguise it well enough, Boomer.
No, I don't think he did, but his intention was to get the ball out of bounds, so fair decision.
O'Connor goes back to O'Sullivan. He overcooks the short kick in the defensive arc. Turnover, and Levi Ashcroft marks in the corridor, 20 out straight in front. Tried to kick it to Guthrie, overcooked the kick, and an easy intercept chest mark for Levi straight in front.
Rabba, one of the first things the coaches put on the board when you go into state is to start well, take the crowd out of it. Well, Brisbane couldn't get any faster than this. This has been sensational.
The 2-time reigning premiers, they've set themselves for this with the extra run-up to the night. And Levi Ashcroft, the man with the great genes, knocks it through. And the Brisbane Lions have kicked the first 4. The Lions in rhythm, 4 straight to 2 behinds. We're 10 minutes in, and the reigning premiers are 22 up. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Rama and Boomer.
Well, so 2 of their goals have come from direct mistakes. So the first being O'Connor with the free kick to Charlie Cameron in the goal square. That one there, O'Sullivan overcooks the kick going inside the corridor. And even the Logan Morris goal, it's forced Jared Berry to kick the goal from 45 metres out rather than able to pass the ball over to Logan Morris. So it's not Brisbane's great play at the moment, I wouldn't say. I think it's more Geelong's errors that have got this lead for the Lions.
Over 100 points in their last 3 games, the Brisbane Lions. Fought out of the right, squeeze the kick up towards half forward. Rayner bumped away by Humphreys. Hand pass from Dunkley. Back to Fort. Couldn't get a clean kick away. Humphreys takes it back for Geelong. Hand pass to Koning. Kicks inside 50. Jack Henry the target. Gallop made the spoil. Kept his footing as Henry went to ground. He wins the ball across half back and kicks out to Bruce Reville. He marks for the Brisbane Lions and looks up the wing. Ashcroft leads into that space. Brisbane by 22 points. Gave it back to Reville. Runs the boundary line. Shins it up to half forward. Awkward ball for Ford. Can't gather it. Mark O'Connor gathers for Geelong. Hand pass to Bailey Smith to the run of Holmes. Searching hand pass. Left a little for Martin still to do. Can't gather it. Lester bumps him out of the way. Cameron gathers. Chips it over the top. They've got players streaming forward. And the mark is taken by Zach Bailey in the left forward pocket. Oh, their pressure is on Brisbane.
Oh, again, though, Clinchy, another mistake by Geelong there. Max Holmes trying to hand pass the ball 30 metres. It was all too hard for Jack Martin there. When he went for that ground ball, there's 3 Brisbane Lions players around him ready to pounce. So
was that the pressure from Brisbane Lions, or that was just a skill error? It looked like
both.
Wasn't it?
I think it was both.
2 goals against Sydney last week for Zach Bailey, one of the most talked about players.
Yep.
As he comes in and drives it through from the left forward pocket from 45 metres out. It's an almighty roar in the opening quarter from the Brisbane Lions as they put on the first 5 goals of the match. 5 goals in 12 and a half minutes to leave the Cats in their wake. 5 straight 30. Geelong have missed 2 shots at the other end there, 2 behinds. Thursday night footy with Brent Harvey and Adam Romanascus.
The pressure is there. You're spot on. Geelong are making silly skill errors, but the coaching staff at Geelong would be absolutely furious. 5 goals, Corbin. How many inside 50 do you think they've had?
Well, 5.
5 goals from 5 inside 50s. Every time the ball's gone in, Brisbane Lions have looked unbelievably well set up. 5 goals. That's what they won't be happy with. What a kick too. Oh. Well, in a great position to see that. Did not look like missing, did it?
Not once. 5 straight to 2 behinds. An overwhelming start from the 2-time reigning premiers. Koning wins the hit out and the clearance. Kicks out wide for Geelong, but turns it over and Reville's got it. And this is what they've had problems with, is getting the ball back off Brisbane. Short kick out wide for Levi Ashcroft. They have made Geelong bleed on the turnover already tonight. What an efficient start. Levi Ashcroft kicks down to half forward. Only a dozen minutes in. Off the pack. Spills down underneath McKenna. Socks it inside 50. Charlie Cameron. Handball away to Bailey. He's kicked 2 in a minute. This is overwhelming. A lights-out start from the premiers. Brisbane have kicked 6 inside 14 minutes. And it's 6-love Brisbane. 6 goals to zip. A 34-point buffer for the 2-time reigning champs. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanascus, Brent Harvey.
Oh, it's a flex boomer. That's what it is from Brisbane. It's like, hey, we're the reigning champs here. We've come down to Gadinia Park to play. But again, you look at that contest when the ball, it's a very shallow entry by Brisbane at the top of 50. But Zach Bailey didn't have an opponent. He did not have an opponent there. First at the front and centre. He got the ball at front and centre to give a little handball. Then he went again, and he just had space to snap it over his right shoulder.
Cats coming off the back of their bye. They might be still in that. Out of the middle, Levi Ashcroft squeezes the kick to half forward. And the mark is taken by Lawson Humphreys across half back. In front of Zach Bailey on this occasion. 2 goals to Charlie Cameron, 2 goals to Zach Bailey in the Brisbane Lions. 6 opening goals of the match. Out to Mark O'Connor at half back. Out past to Collar Jasny, looks up to half forward. Wiltshire tried to use his body against Sandsworth. Boundary umpire slipped over. It's our man Ian Burrows that gets to his feet. Lasso free kick. Going the way of the Lions across half back. So slippery conditions for players and for umpires tonight. And Harris Andrews has it in the back pocket. He veers out to the right. Sends it long up the wing. Draper's the target. Presents in front of O'Connor. Through his fingertips. Stewart gathers. Gets a hand pass forward to Blitzavs. Releases Max Holmes. The speedy cat puts it inside 50. Dangerfield and Jack Henry is there. Gallop over the top. Punches it out of play. A throw in. 45 metres out from the Cats' goal. The players stand in. It's the Brisbane Lions by 34 points through 15 minutes.
Saw him putting in some work around the town the other day. Ian Burrows, he was zipping around getting ready for tonight. So he's in form. Good traction on his shoes that night. So
quicker than you?
heading in the opposite direction. So, yeah, he was putting some space on me. Boundary throw in. Manor got a hand pass away to Ollie Henry. Hand pass to centre half forward. Picked up by Humphreys. Handball knocked down. Lohman got a handball away to Answorth. Couldn't clear. Comes to Will Ashcroft. Bobbles around. Throw a blanket over 20 players. Eventually comes to Guthrie. His hand pass knocked down too. Holmes collects. Rayner's got him a little high. Free kick for Holmes. The Cats will get it between wing and half forward. And Holmes with the inside 50 kick. Looks for Shannon Neal. Finds him. Just plucks it over the top of Levi Ashcroft and marks in that channel at right half forward.
Rayner let him off the hook there, Cobb. Brisbane had fought, a little bit of territory to get it going their way. Then just Rayner came in too aggressive.
Incredible. I know you called them out, Boomer. So 6 inside 50s for 6 straight to start for Brisbane. Geelong have been inside 7 times now. 2 behinds. This man's missed 1 already. He needs this. Shannon Neal hits the post. The Lions have kicked them. They've been efficient. Geelong haven't. And there's a 33-point gap in the game. We're only 17 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Brisbane by 33.
The other stat is Brisbane has taken 5 marks inside forward 50 early. So that's the other thing. They've been able to take those marks inside their forward arc. Will Ashcroft looks up to the wing. Gallup almost takes the mark. Just lost it at the last moment. He's tackled and dispossessed. Umpire circles and will pull it up. So Mullen lays the tackle.
That's a set play for Brisbane. We see Harris Andrews go to the wing last week to take for a couple of long kicks for the kick-outs. They just had Gallup and Gardner both go to the wing for that long kick.
Bailey Smith's able to break a tackle for Geelong, get the hand pass to Manor, feeds it back up the wing to Koning, sends it back from where it came for Geelong. Dangerfield's the target, outnumbered. Gardner slapped it down, Gallup knocks it forward. Neal gets a hand pass to Answorth, his kick is smothered. It ricochets to Wilmot, almost run down by Dangerfield. Just got a kick up to half-back, impeded though as Edwards tries to knock it down. There's a Lions player who's gone down as the ball spills back to Tom Stewart. Reloads inside 50. In the pack, Blitzhouse can't take the mark. Front and centre, Ollie Henry bumped off it. Wilmot tries to knock it out. Wiltshire got it to Manor. Kicks towards the goal square. Jack Henry lost his footing. And the ever-reliable Harris Andrews takes the intercepting mark.
They're on Brisbane. You're right, Ramo. Their pressure is elite. Every time Geelong get the ball, everything looks hard for them at the minute.
Space is closed down really quickly.
Got their big game routine tonight with the extra night in Geelong in the lead-up. Switches on. Kick out to Andrews. Andrews in the back pocket to the defensive side of the wing for Levi Ashcroft. He goes short laterally to Neal. And Neal just taps the kick back out wide to Levi, who's been busy early. Kick to goal. We've got a defensive side of the wing here. Wants to take on Manor on the mark. In the end, decides just to kick in hope. Down the wing on that eastern side. Off the pack, spills in front of Atkins and Reveal. Reveal tackles him to ground. Umpire says, I'll have it. And the ball up. So Levi Ashcroft with 6 early disposals. Bailey's had it 9 times and kicked 2. We're only 19 minutes in. Brisbane by 33.
2 rucks tangle. Fort and Edwards need to get a tap there. In goes Answorth. Tackled by Bailey Smith. The ball spills clear and he'll be penalised holding the ball. Smith will get the free kick. Wondering how often has this happened in Geelong. So Swamp Thing on X says this is the first time Geelong have had 6 goals scored against them to start a game since 2001. The kick is a turnover. Another poor error here, and Logan Morris is going to make them pay. He'll put through his second. Oh, Bailey Smith of all players with a turnover. You wouldn't expect that. And the Brisbane Lions are hunting the opportunities. The opening now 7 goals of the match through 19 and a half minutes. 7 straight 42 to Geelong 3 behinds. Brent Harvey and Adam Ramanauskas ring the bell. This is, at the moment, a whitewash.
Well, we've seen this before, though. Round 1 this year, Fremantle, Geelong. I think Fremantle kicked 8. Did they kick 8 straight to Geelong's nothing or maybe 1 goal? Geelong come back and won the game. But before we pump Brisbane up, Logan Morris is very, very lucky he kicked that ball because McKenna was about 25 metres clear running into an open goal, and he chose to kick it. But as an old coach of mine would say, live and die by the sword, son.
You do. You do. But that, again, that's the 4th goal. Really, that's been gifted to Brisbane through just poor Geelong play.
It was 8 goals to 3 that day, Boomer.
Well, 8 goals to 3. There you go.
Time. It's 7 goals to zip here. Geelong out of the middle. Sam De Koning tumbles a kick to centre half forward. Ollie Henry collects. Handball slides through the hands of Bailey Smith. So the turnover and then let one go there. Draper wins it for Brisbane. Kicks up to halfway. Fort got it. Out to Lohman. Hand pass away to Rayner. Handball to Dunkley. Brisbane inside 50 again. High up and under, and O'Sullivan camped underneath it. Takes the intercept mark for Geelong. We don't see the Cats punked like this on their home patch too often. 7 goals straight to 3 behinds, and that's the first entry Brisbane have had that hasn't led to a goal. We're 21 minutes into the game. Kick comes wide to Watkins. He goes down the boundary line, and Fletcher sees it out right on halfway. It is Brisbane by 39 points, 7 goals to zip. 21 minutes in, it's all Brisbane. Thursday night footy here at the Cattery.
Shannon Neal with 2 behind. Sean Manor, the other one. That game in which Sean Manor had 30 disposals, kicked 5 straight earlier in the year at the Gabba. Brisbane are having their revenge tonight. Draper gets it down to Zach Bailey. Kick is partially smothered. Goes to work. Hand pass comes out to Berry. He's kick up the wing. In front, Rayner takes the mark. In front of Lawson Humphreys. Turns and looks inside 50. Logan Morris trying to race back. O'Sullivan's read the ball well on 2 occasions. Takes the mark this time. Standing tall in front in the right back pocket. Brisbane by 39 points.
50. It's got to be 50.
O'Sullivan trying to draw Morris on the mark. Got a handball away to Stewart. He was taken high by Loman, and a free kick Stewart back pocket.
It's a 50-metre penalty.
He's moving the mark. Yep.
Yeah, Morris was moving on the mark.
But just even that handball to Stewart then, the fundamentals of football, kicking, marking, handball, Geelong are just not doing it well at the minute.
Brisbane 7 goals in their first 7 entries, lead by 39. Stewart, contest kick to the wing. Shannon Neal slides through his hands. Ball spills down to Manor. Surge kick forward for Geelong. Up into space. Half forward flank. Answorth and Ollie Henry both there. They share it out of bounds and a throw in. 55 out from the Cats goal.
The basics of football. We see a quick kick from a pack. Rayner's in front of his man by 3 metres. They're the little things Geelong have got to tighten up right now. Otherwise the game's just going to slip away really quickly for them.
The voice of Brent Harvey alongside Adam Romanascus with you. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Edwards shoved out of it by Draper. He did get a touch to it, Edwards, though. Draper volleys it up the wing. Bailey Smith will get there first. Tackle by Loman, loses the footy. O'Sullivan's clean. Hand pass forward looking for Manor. Knocked away from him by Fletcher. Wilkshire can't gather. He tried to throw a boot at it. And this will be a lasso free kick, will it?
Yep.
Down the way of the Brisbane Lions. The umpires are just going to check if they did get a boot to it or it was a stray hand pass.
Oh, no, they're giving the free kick. No review?
No,
that's a free kick.
Reasonably, obviously, he tried to kick.
It wasn't accidental.
Does he get a kick for that Rammer that went 4 centimetres?
Yeah. You would claim it as a stat.
So Fletcher across half back into the middle of the ground. Up went Hipwood, almost uncontested, couldn't take the mark. Tanner Bruin in the back, gets a hand pass away to Humphreys. Everything for Geelong's under pressure. Kicks out towards Manor, he marks on the wing. Feigns the hand pass to Holmes, looks up towards half forward, kicked over the head of O'Shea Mullen. Neal comes out, presents, that's Shannon Neal for Geelong. Knocked away from Harris Andrews. Wilkshire tries to lay the tackle. They have it trapped underneath him, and the umpire will ball it up. It's 55 metres out from Geelong's goal, where the players stand in. Brisbane with the opening 7 goals of the match, they lead by 39.
Draper gets rid of his opposing ruckman, grabs it out of the ruck, kicks to a contest on the wing. 3 Cats flew, staying down McKenna. Hand pass for Brisbane, away to Morris. Hand pass to Hipwood. Unorthodox kick down the wing, got it to McKenna. Handball back to Morris. Look away handball, cold turnover. And Stewart should intercept. In the end, he knocks it away to Blitzarves. Morris trying to run him down and make up for the mistake. Hand pass goes wide and out of play. Fletcher sees it over. Throw in front of the benches. Thursday night footy on ABC Sports. 7 goals straight, Brisbane. Geelong 3 behind. Spent an explosive opening term. We're less than 25 minutes in. Lions by 39 points. Boundary throwing right on halfway. Draper and Edwards share it down. Draper sockers it away straight to Blitzarves. Playing as an on-baller. Got it out for the Cats to Dangerfield. Long kick to half forward. Arriving Leicester. Bangs bodies with Andrews. Knocks it out of play. And a boundary throw in half forward for the Cats.
Love that. So Andrews sits under the ball. Leicester comes across as the third man in, but then Ainsworth and Leicester pick up Harris Andrews off the ground. That's what showing care for your teammate is about.
2 goals to Morris, 2 goals to Cameron, 2 goals to Bailey in Brisbane's opening 7 goals. Draper once more got rid of his opposing ruck. This time Shannon Neal up the wing. Hipwood takes a contested mark. Wedged in between Blitzarves and Edwards.
That's play on. Come on.
Didn't seem to be 15 to Logan Morris. He marks in front of the Brisbane bench. They tell him there's 25 and a half minutes gone in the opening term. He veers out to the right, sends it up towards 50. Dunkley in from the side. In the end, didn't go for it. Crashed into College Asney. Gathered by Bailey Smith at the back. Out pass to O'Connor around his body to Holmes. And takes the mark at right half back. A chance for Geelong to catch their breath. How adventurous does he want to be? He goes for it into the middle of the ground. Tanner Bruin's the target. He marks in front of Wilmot. It opens up space. He's just held up a little bit by Wilmot, so he gets the hand pass while on his backside to College Asney. Out to Wiltshire, who was loose on the wing, trying to get the ball. They kick up towards Ollie Henry. He marks just inside 50. The difference here between Brisbane's shots and Geelong shots, he's out wide to the left. He plays on and veers out to the right. Opens up the angle, long to the goal square. In from the side, Jeremy Cameron, and off hands it goes through for a minor score. So 4 behinds for the Cats to Brisbane 7 straight 42. 26 minutes gone. Opening term on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
You talk about care, Rama, and I seen Harris Andrews give Draper a massive cook earlier on in the game. Draper just comes back, punches that one through. Harris Andrews picks him up and taps him on the backside and says, well done.
Fletcher's kick out goes very wide. In the end, Blitzarms takes the intercept mark. Half forward for Geelong.
Hasn't touched the ball yet, Jezza, in this quarter.
So Blitzarms here about 70 metres out to pump it back inside 50. Entry number 13 for the Cats, yet to kick a goal. Spills down to Lockie Neal. He's tackled immediately, and the ump says ball up. 20 metres out from the Cats' goal at the Barwon River end. Brisbane kicked 7 goals in their first 7 entries. Geelong have kicked 4 behinds from now 13 forward, 50 thrusts. Comes down towards Smith. Hand pass out to Dangerfield. Danger working the angles, hooking it back goalward. Misses far side. And behind, trying to snap on his left peg. 7 straight to 5 behinds. Make or miss league. It's been that kind of night. Brisbane have made them, Geelong haven't. And the Lions lead it by 37 points.
A great kill.
Oh, Wilmot risky, going for Levi Ashcroft. No mark taken. Ollie Henry was there. Spills out to Leicester. Hand pass to Bruce Reville across up back. They're out here. Dunkley marks centre of the Hickey stand wing. Plays on. Wants someone to lead up at him. Logan Morris does that. He marks in front of College Asney. He's 70 out from home. Loman's the deepest target. Puts it in that direction, and he lost his opponent, Tanner Bruin, and leads up to the footy and takes the mark. Directly in front, almost 35 metres out. Just a different class there.
Oh, it was a great option. Like, Tanner Bruin's not a defender. He barely knows where the back line is in a game of football. So you see Loman there in a genuine one-on-one. Just get the ball in, put it into a little bit of space and let Loman go to work.
All the Brisbane stars are shining in this opening quarter, and Kai Loman wants to join them as he puts through an 8th goal for Brisbane in this opening quarter. The first 8 goals of the match. What a turn-up it's been by the reigning premiers. 28.5 minutes gone. 8 straight 48 to the Geelong Cats, 5 behinds. Brent Harvey and Adam Ramanaskas, your experts. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's a transition goal, Rama. You said it was a great kick out. It went to a 50-50, but Brisbane were good enough to win it.
Yeah.
The kick by Dunkley, he was about 80 out, and he was actually pointing to, Logan Morris, come to me, and he just popped it in front of him, did the work. They had, Brisbane had players out.
Yeah,
they had 3 options there. In the end, it was a one-on-one, and you're spot on. Bruin doesn't want to be there, and Loman, forward craft. It was perfect. It's a massive start by the Brisbane Lions. Massive.
Draper and Edwards go at it in the ruck. Draper won it down. Will Ashcroft slips over. Holmes wins the footy. Runs it out the front door of the centre square. Drives it deep to full forward. Shannon Neal competes. No mark. Spills to Andrews, who broke up the mark. Comes to Berry. Hand pass away to Wilmot. Dumps a kick to half back and finds Levi Ashcroft, who marks in front of Stewart. Levi flares it to the boundary line. Finds Answorth. 8 straight to 5 behinds, half-hour mark opening term. Answorth about to go long down the wing. Draper into contest. Off hands, spills close to the boundary line, stays alive. Pack of about 15 bodies. Cats win it. Edwards, hand pass to Atkins. Tumbles a kick to half forward. Off hands, spills down Brisbane's way. Lester clever, just outside of the boot. Sockers to Levi Ashcroft. He missed it. Had a fresh air shot. Dangerfield. Hand pass to Ollie Henry. Tackled, holding the ball. Free kick Brisbane half-back. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, so Mark Blitzarves, after that last goal, just ran over to the bench, had a good minute discussion with the bench about their strategies, what they're trying to do before running back to position to get ready for the resumption of the game.
Thanks, Ben. Levi Ashcroft's kick up the wing, chopped off by Tom Stewart. Kicks to half forward. Ollie Henry and Jack Henry were both in the pack. It was Jack who had the fly. Dangerfield from Hemden against the boundary. Something to build on. A touch of class from Patrick Dangerfield. Out wide to the right. And after 5 behinds to start the match, finally Geelong have a goal, and it comes through their captain. Didn't they need that right on the stroke of quarter time? Brisbane 8 straight 48 to Geelong 1-5-11 as they start the climb back. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Adam Ramanauskas and Brent Harvey.
Well, it's certainly a big climb. Clinchy there, so they did need a touch of brilliance, and Dangerfield there from outside 50 as well, so he's cleared that line quite comfortably there.
He willed that home in the end.
Yeah, he did. We're talking about 2 seconds on the clock, so just an important one. So 6 scoring shots to 8. So that's where Chris Scott looks at it and goes, okay, we're not out of this game by any stretch. It's just Brisbane have been incredibly efficient.
37 points the margin, and that'll do us. And if we're going with the boxing analogies and the 2 heavyweights in the competition, well, that is a first-round knockout for the Lions. 8 goals to 1. 8 straight to 1-5. And the Brisbane Lions by 37 points at quarter time. What a start. They kicked the first 8 goals of the game. They scored goals from their first 7 entries. The goal kickers to quarter time, Morris, Charlie Cameron and Zach Bailey, all with 2 each. 1 for Lohmann and 1 for Levi Ashcroft. Meanwhile, for Geelong, as Clinchy called moments ago, Patrick Dangerfield has kicked their only goal in that opening quarter. 8 straight to 1-5. And the 2-time reigning champs lead it by 37 at quarter time. Your thoughts throughout the night, 0437 774 774. Back with the thoughts of Rama and Boomer in just a moment. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Do you know the next Australian of the Year? Are they raising funds for those in need? Or building a brighter future? Conducting research? Or inspiring future astronauts? See them, hear them, nominate them at australianoftheyear.org.au.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Charlie Cameron was dragged down by Mark O'Connor, and we'll get the free kick at the top of the goal square. So just 4 disposals. About to be 5 for the opening goal of the match, and Charlie Cameron has footy in hand. For the dream start for the visitors, Cameron sends it straight through the middle. Gives Brisbane a rev on the road, and they strike first inside the opening minute.
O'Connor goes back to O'Sullivan. He overcooks the short kick in the defensive arc. Turnover, and Levi Ashcroft marks in the corridor, 20 out straight in front. The 2-time reigning premiers, they've set themselves for this with the extra run up to the night. And Levi Ashcroft, the man with the great genes, knocks it through. Spills down underneath McKenna, socks it inside 50. Charlie Cameron, handball away to Bailey. He's kicked 2 in a minute. This is overwhelming. A lights-out start from the Premiers.
Ollie Henry and Jack Henry were both in the pack. It was Jack who had the fly. Dangerfield from Hemden against the boundary. Something to build on. A touch of class from Patrick Dangerfield. Out wide to the right. And after 5 behinds to start the match, finally Geelong have a goal, and it comes through their captain. Didn't they need that right on the stroke of quarter time?
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Little sample off the SMS. Brett and Canberra. High Corby shut the gate. This is over. Cats look half asleep. Appreciate that. Marcus at Lake Toba. If the chaos continues, Geelong will need to get smart. Rich from Ocean Grove. Nice call by the team, but hard listening from a Cats fan. Thanks, Rich. Nice to hear from you. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. The Lions, they kicked the first 8 goals of the game. They lead it by 37 at quarter time. Ahead of Boomer and Rama, Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, this has been an interesting quarter-time break. It did look like Mark Blitzarves brought the group in at the start. They were all in, and he was flailing his arms around, gesticulating, flapping his head around. He was very strong in the feedback he was giving to the group. Chris Scott never seems to look flustered, no matter what's happening. He sort of casually puts on his big puffer jacket and cruises out to the group. He's looked a little more, there's a little more gesticulating going on and a little more demonstrative than perhaps we usually see with Chris given this start.
Thanks, Ben. What do you make of it? Boomer, Rammer, quarter time, 37-point buffer for the Premiers.
Yeah, Ben, we've obviously got a great view from up here. It looked like Patrick Dangerfield took over from Blitz after as well and was showing some really good leadership there. I'm not sure what he was saying clearly, but it would be something along the line, let's kick more goals, because that quarter was all Brisbane Lions. And it was on the back, and Rammer mentioned it a couple of times, on the back of Brisbane's pressure. They did everything right. It was fantastic. Geelong looked, the fundamentals just weren't there. They were fumbling, the skill errors by hand. Is it? I don't think it's super wet down there now, Benny, so that's probably no excuse. But the inside 50s again, so I mentioned that the first seven goals were 7 inside 50s are all goals, and that's something I'm sure that the Geelong coaches will want to change right now and speak to their players about. But it was unbelievable. 6 goals, Rammer, from turnover, I think you pointed out. That's huge in the first quarter of football, especially for an unbelievable outfit like Geelong.
Well, you look at that 15 inside 50s to 11 in Geelong's favour. So, there was that's going at a terrific rate there. You're talking about 60 inside 50s for the game, which most teams, particularly Geelong, would be winning. I think. So in Chris Scott's case here, you're going, okay, a lot of their goals have come from mistake rather than great play. So let's not get too stressed out about the situation. They don't need to come into half time with the lead, although that would be nice. Let's cut the lead. Let's win the quarter 4 goals to 2, 5 goals to 2, and just start to make inroads into what Brisbane are doing. Brisbane, on the other hand, will be saying, hey, we didn't get our goals through great play, as I said. We got our goals through pressure. So Corb, Clinchy, you both mentioned a number of times that Brisbane pressure was up, was on tonight. You could see the intent of what they wanted to do. They wanted to put Geelong under constant pressure to make them make a decision really quickly. When you force a team to make a decision quickly, they'll generally kick the ball up in the air, they'll handball and it won't go to a target, or in many cases here, 2 kicking errors that caused goals. So O'Sullivan in the back pocket goes central to Guthrie, misses it. Then the other one was Bailey Smith, goes back across the ground inside 50, goal.
Rambo, we talk about in football clubs the little things, and tonight in the first quarter it feels like Brisbane are doing those little things so much better. We've seen right in front of us, centre wing, Geelong, 3 players to go and spoil the ball. 1 Brisbane player, 2 Brisbane players are on the ground. They transition, they go. There's a quick kick from a stoppage. Brisbane are in front of their Geelong opponents. They're the little things that add up.
37 points to lead for the Premiers. Into the second term we go. Smith tackled immediately. Ball spills to Lockie Neal. Handball to Bailey. Dispossessed by a falling body in Atkins. Holmes collects the Sherrin. Drives it right to the goal line. Gallop punches it away from Jack Henry and through for a minor score. Ben Cameron on the boundary, 36-point lead for the Lions.
Just in case it comes up during the week, I think there was a brief moment there where Tom Atkins ran on the ground in the first quarter before Ollie Dempsey had come off. They quickly rectified it. It was after a goal. I'm not sure the interchange steward picked it up, but just in case it comes up during the week.
Now, too many on the field. Thanks, Benny. Fletcher's long kick to half back. It's spoiled away from Gardner and out of play. So Brisbane's best first quarter since round 18 last season against Port Adelaide. They kicked 8 goals for on that occasion. They booted 8 goals straight tonight, while the Cats have had a couple of 1-goal opening quarters. That was last year in the prelim final against Hawthorn and round 15 down here at the Cattery last year against the Brisbane Lions. From the stoppage, Fort was able to get it down to Lockie Neal. Sends it up the wing. Hipwood presents. Can't take the mark. O'Sullivan makes the spoil for Geelong. Bailey Smith can't reel it in front of the boundary line, in front of the red chicky stand. The boundary throw in. Brisbane by 36 points. What sort of response will we be able to see from Geelong? Interestingly, the inside 50s, Geelong had more, 15 or 11, despite Brisbane kicking 8 goals straight from their 11 inside 50s. Fort and Edwards. Edwards wins down the tap to Bailey Smith. Hand pass looking for Atkins, who just pushed off Zach Bailey, gathered the footy. Fletcher tackles him across the boundary line. The boundary umpire will spin it back into play. Still under the hickey stand. Brisbane by 36 points. 2 minutes gone, second quarter.
Interesting to see Mullen starting on the bench in the second quarter. Lockie Neal only the 5 touches in the first quarter, but got a clearance just then, and looking for Mullen, couldn't find him because he's on the bench.
8 straight to 1-6. Brisbane by 36 points from the boundary throw-in. Holmes knocked off it. Edwards goes and collects. Hand pass to Manor. Feeds a handball forward for the Cats. To Dempsey. Look away. Handball good to Bailey Smith. On the run. Smith shoots goalward. He misses wildly out to the right. In the end, he's lucky to score. And behind, make it 1-7 for Geelong. 8 goals straight, meanwhile, for Brisbane. Same scoring shots. Brisbane by 35. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I wonder if that's a change of approach for Geelong. It would seem strange, Boomer, that Mullen would start on the bench if he was going to be running with him.
Yeah, absolutely. He would be normally starting on the ground straight to him.
Cats have got it through. Guthrie inside 50. Martin the target. Can't take the mark. Spinning through traffic. Jack Henry. Clean gather. Hand pass back to Martin from the right forward pocket. Hits the post. Slams it into the right woodwork. Oh, Cats cannot get anything clicky at the moment. 1 goal, 8, 14. On the other end, Brisbane haven't missed 8 straight, 48.
There's the 9 scoring shots to 8 in Geelong's favour.
Yeah. Winning the inside 50s and yet well down in the game. The scoreboard that matters, 34 points Brisbane's way. Short kicking game in the defensive arc. Bailey, who's been busy, that's not his best effort. Chips it straight to Bailey Smith. Takes the intercept mark, centre square for Geelong. Long raking kick to full forward. Jack Henry, Andrews in a tangle. Free kick, Geelong. Shannon Neal goes and collects the Sharon. He's getting it. So the marking contest in front of that was irrelevant. The free kick given away behind the pair, and Shannon Neal, his third set shot.
Maybe there, Leicester just holding a slight tug of the jumper maybe. So, yeah, I've seen defenders get away with those in the past.
He's had 1 behind and 1 poster. He's returned so far tonight. Third set shot for Shannon Neal. Third time lucky. Puts it through. And Geelong with life in this game. They get it back under 5 goals. The margin's 28. Geelong with their second of the night. 2-8-20. Brisbane 8 straight. 48. 28-point lead for the Lions. Still 4 minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So Bailey Smith's had the 10 possessions now in this game. He's going at 25% with his kicking efficiency. Hey, you can never question his intensity, his run. The one thing that I've always had a question mark over Bailey Smith is that kick going inside forward 50. He's just a loopy kick all the time. So he's had 3 inside 50s for the game. But he was out there. You got to hit target proof.
He actually had 3 targets.
Yeah.
Geelong players all give him a little bit of a spray when he kicked it. Obviously, they scored a goal, but he had 3 options there to drop the eyes.
Missed that game against Fremantle. Bailey Smith for illness. Draper got it down to Dunkley. The kick to half forward. Zach Bailey sockers it inside 50. Dangerfield gathers for Geelong. He off balance. Curls it on his right. Always a master. Patrick Dangerfield able to create a second goal for Geelong. For him in the match and for them in the quarter. And all of a sudden, 3 consecutive goals gives them a chance to fight their way back. Margin back to 22 points. A little unlucky for Brisbane that they socketed it inside the attacking 50 for Geelong, and Danger made it work. 8 straight, 48 Brisbane to Geelong 3, 8-26.
Well, they've had 6 inside 50s in this quarter, Geelong. We're talking a quarter that's 5.5 minutes old at the moment for 3 goals, 2 in this quarter. Brisbane had 0. I don't think they've had the ball past centre to start this game. So 3 goals, 2 from 16 possessions, Boomer, in this quarter. So
that's good efficiency.
We've flipped it around.
Yep.
So last quarter was the efficiency of Brisbane, obviously, but this second quarter, it's now Geelong's turn.
Brisbane the first 8 goals, Geelong the next 3. 22-point game. Back in the middle. Ruck share it down or left it behind Mullen.
Nice.
Toe poked away by Rayner. Brisbane scoop it up. Bailey, hand pass trying to get it to Lohman. Guthrie does well to force it clean. Picked up by Smith. Runs the wing. Kicks from the logo down to half forward. And his rainbow drop punt rammer.
Is that what you're talking about?
Picked off by Gardner.
So often.
Centering kick to Wilmot, marks at half back. Brisbane with the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
So Oshie Mullen came on the ground. He went straight back to Lachie Neale, so he did go back to him. Lachie Neale also got injured in that centre bounce. He was down and hurt, not sure why.
He's going to pay a push in the back here.
Turnover almost for Jeremy Cameron, who puts through the goal, but the free kick is going to be Brisbane's way. As Adam Ramanauskas described to you, that'll be 50 metres.
Well, it had to be. Jeremy Cameron knew that it was a free kick, and he tried to bluff the umpire. I think it was a long free kick, but 50 every single day of the week.
Just back on that, Ben, who was the player injured you said there?
Lachie Neale.
Right.
So he was sort of down and almost looked dazed.
Yep.
The trainers got out to him. He sort of waved them away, but he sort of went to get up and then fell back down again. So I'm not sure if it was a lower leg injury or a knock to the head, but I'll revisit it and come back to you.
Wilmot, the hand pass to Gardner, drives it inside 50. Guthrie makes the spoil. Here is Neil on cue. Hand pass to Lohman. Hand pass to Revell into the right forward pocket. McKenna, the Irishman, to the teeth of goal, and Edwards is there. Just 2 metres out from his defensive goal line. At the players stand in, he takes the mark. Kicks up towards Ollie Henry and Gallup. They fly from opposite directions. Gets to the back. Revell slips over. Blitzavs puts the pressure on. Knocked out by O'Sullivan. Got it away. The kick up the wing from Ollie Henry. Intercepting mark taken by Noah Answorth. He did that so well, the Lions defender.
This guy's too brave for his own good, Noah Answorth. He's had a history of concussion. Kicks inside 50. They all fly for it. Inside Brisbane's forward pocket. Spills down Geelong's way. Colin Jasny. Handball out in front of McKenna. Sockers from the boundary line. Picked off the last line of defence. Dempsey. Hand pass away to O'Connor. Handball back to Dempsey. This is through for a rush behind. So minor score for Brisbane. Their first of the night. 8-1 to 3-8. 8 minutes into the second term. Brisbane by 23. We'll get to Ben in a moment.
Stewart quickly in. There's Zach Guthrie who marks it right half back. As he pushes back behind his mark. The Cats have looked to try and move it quicker in this second quarter. As Guthrie just loops the kick up the wing. Jeremy Cameron led to the footy by Gardner. He slides forward, spoils it out of play. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, the Brisbane Docs just come over towards the officials. I reckon they're going to stop the game and get Lachie Neale off the ground here. Wow. And as they should, because I've had a look at the replay. It was a knee from Cam Rayner that clipped him in the head. He went down. He was down for a period of time. He went to get back to his feet, fell down again, was sort of very wobbly. And the bench umpire here is about to stop the game, and Lachie Neale will be brought from the ground.
Yeah, all over it, Ben. The field umpire's just called for the Sharon Rod as you're speaking, man, and basically grabbed the footy, walked over to Lachie Neale and said, mate, you're off the ground. And this is exactly how it should work, the system to protect the players from themselves. Clearly, Lachie doesn't want to go off the ground, but as Ben said, they did the review, and as a result, Lachie's been yanked from the game. He's going to have to go and do the Scat 6.
The unusual nature that the umpire's obviously mic'd up. The players have no idea. So Shane Mullins looking at the umpire. What did I do wrong? And then Lachie Neale has to leave the field, Ben.
He didn't know where he was going through the interchange gates there. I think he got a little lost. He's talking to fans in the crowd too. So this is not good. He's jawing at Geelong fans as he goes past, which can be a sign of concussion as well. In terms of anger, that is actually a concussion symptom. So I don't think he's well here, Lachie. He's trotting off down into the rooms, but he didn't know which interchange gate to go through, and then was jawing at Geelong fans as he went past. They were speaking to him, but he was retaliating in a way that I don't think Lachie normally would.
All right, thanks, Ben. DeConing kicks into the pocket. Chance for Geelong. Dempsey can't take the mark. Shoveled up to Guthrie. Could have almost been a throw. Manor tries to knock it forward. Tapped away by Answorth. Down low, Will Ashcroft bumped off it. And a free kick for Shepherding will go the way of the Brisbane Lions in the back pocket. So Lachie Neale, having been told he had to leave the field through concussion, showing some symptoms as he was engaging with the fans, and the Geelong fans booing as he made his way down the race.
Sometimes that can just be what the fans say too, Ben.
Yeah, correct. Will Ashcroft from the back pocket up towards Hipwood, worked out of it. Dempsey for Geelong inside 50. Shannon Neale caught behind, competes in the air, brought it down at ground level, and Manor locks it up 45 metres out from Geelong's goal in a tangle with Wilmot.
Ben?
The fan was sort of 30 or 40 metres away, though. Like, he would have been doing well to be hearing the fan from that far away. That was a bizarre incident.
Draper palms it down. Will Ashcroft's handball away to Dunkley. Handball to Zach Bailey. His hand pass ends up out of bounds with him, and we'll have a throw in half forward for
all those best laid plans of those club meetings tomorrow.
Yes, correct.
What meetings? He might remember them.
So is that 15 minutes that he's off for regardless now, isn't it?
So the initial concussion test is out, which is the quick visit from the doc. Now he's got to do the proper protocols, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And if he passes that, he's able to come back into the game. But if he fails, his night's done, and he's in the protocols for the next 12 days. From the boundary throw-in, Geelong win it. Manor, his hand pass picked off. Wilmot jams it back in the other direction for Brisbane. Up to halfway, Bledsoe's a double fister, straight down into the path of Lohman. Lohman tumbles a kick into open space, half forward. Brisbane with room to move here. Morris collects, turns back on his right peg, drives it deep forward. Levi Ashcroft got to beat O'Connor, and O'Connor punches it through for a rush behind. So one more for Brisbane score. They lead by 24 points, 8-2 to 3-8. Brisbane kicked the first 8 goals. Geelong have kicked the next 3 a dozen minutes into the second term.
Brisbane bring all their forwards really, really high, and they're happy to kick the ball over the top. Cameron wasn't the player that they went to then. I think he might be on the bench, but it's a great ploy.
Humphreys into the back pocket for Tanner Bruin. Sends Geelong up the wing. Jack Henry juggles the mark. He thought so. Umpire didn't agree. He's tackled and brought down by Harris Andrews. Thought he had 2 bites of it. Umpire thought there was a hand in there. Cats have lifted in this second quarter. They've had 9 inside 50s to Brisbane's 3. Lions 7 first inside 50s resulted in goals. Rayner from 50 out tries to get a kick inside 50. Didn't get much purchase on it. Hand pass comes out from Levi Ashcroft into the pocket. Rayner lays the tackle on O'Sullivan. Goes out of play and a boundary throw in. Right forward pocket 45 metres out from the Brisbane Lions goal. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Somewhat interestingly, the gentleman who Lockie was yapping with does have about 5 or 6 empty cans of drink in front of them.
It's funny that, the cause and effect from the boundary throw in. Again, the ruck share it down, spills down towards Humphreys. Hand pass away to Dempsey. Last line of defence, clearing kick to half-back, and Mullen marks. And green lights everywhere for Geelong. They want to play on at all costs. Handball to O'Connor, kicks beyond the wing. Shannon Neal marks, pumps it into an open forward 50. Jez is running back downhill. He lets it roll through for a goal. Shannon Neal from long range. Brisbane the first 8 goals. Geelong have kicked the next 4. Game on at the Cattery. 14 gone in the second term. Brisbane's lead cut to 18. 8-2 to 4-8. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Rama and Boomer.
Well, Rama, that ball in any other conditions, Jeremy Cameron kicked that goal, but that's scun along the ground by about 25 metres. That was a great transition, and again from a kick out. Fantastic speed of ball by Geelong, and just got the ball over the top. There was a couple of really poor presses, in particular by Gardner there. He probably should have protected back space, elected to press with no impact. Geelong, easy goal.
Well, it's really a transition and efficiency game at the moment. So Brisbane terrific at that in the first quarter. Now Geelong doing the opposite in the second quarter. So good ball movement. Back half of the ground to the front really quickly. Draper wins down the tap against Saccone, but only as far as O'Shea Mullen. Hand pass to Max Holmes. Kicks Geelong to half forward. Jack Martin in front of Harris Andrews. He can't control the footy. As Andrews guides him across the boundary line, and a boundary throw in. Just on Lockie Neal, we got close-ups of him here on our monitors. He looked like he got a little nick over the eye, but in terms of, he looked fine otherwise. He didn't look glassy-eyed. He didn't look like he was wobbling or not. Now, Ben obviously has got a different view at ground level, so it'd be very interesting what comes back with the test. Saccone gathered out of the ruck. Kick was partially smothered up to Jack Henry. Fletcher tackle, dispossessed. No whistle. Wilmot can't clear it. Little topo for Geelong up towards Jeremy Cameron. Was he held by Gardner? No whistle. Spills out. Answorth gets a clearing kick up towards half-back. Stewart's waiting. Takes the intercepting mark for Geelong. He's at the edge of the centre square. Wondered if a player had impeded. Umpire way play on. He stepped off his line. Out pass to Bruin inside 50. Jack Henry from behind. Competes against Gallup. Spills to brother Ollie. Trying to get it out to Jeremy Cameron. Back to Ollie Henry. Hand pass to Martin. It opens up. Left forward pocket. Curls through another for the Cats. What a response this has been by Geelong. 5 on the bounce. And they're right back in this contest as they look to make inroads after Brisbane kicked the opening 7 goals of the match. 8-2-50 Brisbane to Geelong 5-8-38. The margin is back to 12 points all of a sudden. Well, I love that contest by Jack Henry. So he's come from 10 metres away from that contest. So the ball gets kicked inside forward 50, and then Henry just makes up the ground there. So it doesn't allow Brisbane to take an intercept mark. Then it's just a scramble at ground level, Boomer.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, so the only thing with Lockie Neal there, Rama, was just after he got clipped and he laid down, then he stood up and then he collapsed again.
Yep, absolutely.
I think that's the concerning part,
No doubt.
Also, Ben noted earlier when he came off the ground that Interchange Stewart had to make sure he went through the gates as he was sort of a little casual as he made his way off the ground to do that scat 6. Brisbane get it going forward out of the middle. Lohman receives a free for a push in the back. Kicks to full forward. Draper crashes the pack. No mark. Spills down underneath Bruin. The walls close in on him. He's tackled. Somehow got it out. You throw a blanket over 20 players here, about 30 metres out from Brisbane's goal. Levi knocks it away to Will Ashcroft. Tumbles a kick through bodies. Picked up by Charlie Cameron. Trying to draw a free kick. Lost his prior. Holding the ball. What a turnaround in this game. Brisbane led by 43 points. They kicked the first 8 goals.
It's like the old local football 6-goal breeze.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. And yet Geelong have responded with the next 5, and they rebound and get the ball right up to halfway. Dangerfield's out the back, keeps the forward thrust going. Long kick to Cameron, over his head, running back downhill, and beats him over the boundary line. A throw in right forward pocket for Geelong. Ben, just clear that up for us. It's not as if there's some gale down there favouring the scoring end, is there?
The flags on the other side of the ground are fluttering gently, but it's favouring the Barwon River end of the ground. So, no, there's no breeze. The ground is still a little bit dewy. It's glistening with the resting water, if you will, but, it's good down here.
That would mean 1 goal's been scored to the end where slightly the breeze is going. Tapped down by Jack Henry. Dangerfield in the right forward pocket. Impossible angle. He puts it right across the face of goal from the right forward pocket.
40 metres.
To about 35 metres out. Maybe there is more of a goal now. I see that effort.
He actually tried to kick a banana and kick the fat side of the ball. Correct. So it actually went backwards and spun the wrong way.
After he kicked that goal seconds before quarter time, Brisbane kicked the opening 8 goals. Geelong have kicked the next 5 of the match. Up towards half forward. Draper was worked out of it, comes to the front. Hand pass from Zach Bailey to Fort, off a step into the middle of the ground. Dunkley back with the flight, can't mark. Blitzhav spoiled it down. Bailey Smith for Geelong, hand pass down low. O'Sullivan can't gather. Blitzhav slides in, wins it back for Geelong. Hand pass to O'Sullivan. It's tackled by Charlie Cameron and Ashcroft. That's Will, and a ball up in the middle of the ground, just the right of the centre circles. Brisbane by 12 points.
12 goals to 1. The scoring way towards the City end where the Cats are attacking. McKenna gets the clearing kick from the stoppage inside 50. Not a clean entry. Picked up underneath all of that by Colin Jasny. He's tackled the ground by Morris.
A lot of players losing their feet now, Rammer. Yeah. Obviously, Ben just spoke about that Jew sitting on the ground. 4 or 5 incidents just there where they've fallen over.
Forward 50 stoppage for Brisbane. Draper palms it down. Bailey ducks into the tackle. Kicks a high up and under on the same spot. Blitzarves and DeConing both go to clear. Lands in the lap of O'Connor. Tackled by Dunkley. Taken to ground. And a ball up.
He actually didn't try to get rid of the ball at all. He grabbed it and just braced for the tackle. That's nearly dropping the ball right there.
Thrown up. Draper. DeConing spills down. Bruin a little slow, bumped into by Zach Bailey, not tackled. Will Ashcroft jams it on the boot and misses to the right-hand side. Now all of a sudden Brisbane have kicked 3 behinds to Geelong's 4-3 in this second quarter. The margin is 13 points the way of the Brisbane Lions.
Cats moving in a hurry. Stewart's long kick ends up out of play without being touched, so last disposal free for Brisbane. Froggy Lester to take it. That's St Kilda fan growing up. Robert Harvey was his idol, wears 35 on his back. Short kick to Levi Ashcroft. He pokes it inside 50, fought the target. Spills down to Will Ashcroft, and the Norm Smith medalist twice over. Snaps, misses near side of behind. So another behind for Brisbane. Just on Clinchy's point there. So 5 goals, 8 Geelong. And the Brisbane Lions move to 8 goals, 4. The last 4 scoring shots of Brisbane, all behinds, lead 14 points for the Premiers.
Humphreys brings Geelong back into play. Kicks over the head of Holmes, who got rid of Levi Ashcroft. Clever from Dempsey. Just followed it up to Manor. Now the hand pass to Holmes, who's out. Takes a bounce as he runs the Hickey wing. Looks up inside 50. Cameron in the pocket. Leads up. Can't hang on to it. He had Darcy Gardner as well, who spills it over the boundary line.
Well, what's Ollie Henry doing there? Well, it's a 2-on-1. Just go and shepherd and let Max Holmes virtually then breaks the paint of 50, gets to 40 and kicks a goal.
I think he was waiting for the Brisbane player to press to get the handball over the top. But you're right, Rammer.
Just shepherd.
You go and shepherd. He's a runner and he's a kicker.
Correct.
Thrown into the right forward pocket. Shallow throw in. Fletcher thumps it forward. Dunkley left it behind. Bailey Smith can't gather. Gardner gets it out to Will Ashcroft around his body. Up towards Logan Morris. O'Sullivan makes the spoil. McKenna can't gather. A lingling hold there, and it's going to go the way of Connor O'Sullivan. Between wing and half forward on the Hickey side.
The umpire was calling an arm chop then. He didn't even try to mark it. He double-fisted pumped it and got an arm chop.
O'Sullivan, ugly kick inside 50. Picked off on the way through. Brisbane win it back. Hand pass away there from Wilmot to Leicester. Back into dispute. Manor turns it over, takes it, or Manor takes it for Geelong, gives it to Blitzarms, who's tackled, taken the ground. Would have been an opportunity to get the wings out. Rama could have gone over there and laid the old school Shepherd.
Old school.
It's a dying art, isn't it, the Shepherd in modern footy?
It is no longer.
No. Ball up, half forward for the Cats. Hand pass from Tunstall to Bruin, but slips out of play.
The worst thing is when you give a handball and you let the player run past you when you could give your mate another 5 seconds to kick the ball. It's gone right out of our game.
14-point lead for Brisbane, so 8-4 to 5-8. Keep in mind, Brisbane led this game by 43 in the opening term. The first 8 goals. We're now 22 minutes into the second. Fort palms it down to Will Ashcroft. That's nice stuff. Shakes a would-be tackle from Holmes. Runs through the middle of Cardinia Park. Kicks it to centre half forward. Edwards running back. Spills the mark. Draper clever. Whacks it out to Charlie Cameron. Charlie jams it on the boot. Kicks into the pocket. Morris just out of reach. Morris picks it up. Tight angle. Bends a kick back. Inboard to Lohman. That is beautiful team footy. And Morris from the tight angle, rather than trying to curl it through, spots his mate top of the goal square, and a certain goal coming up for Brisbane.
I might call you out there, Corbin. I don't think that was the case at all. I think he might have had a banana from the boundary to come off a bit more centre.
Jeez. Lohman to finish the play, knocks it through and runs straight over to Logan Morris to thank him for it. 23 gone in the second term. Whether it was by design or a bit of luck, they count all the same. 9-4 to 5-8. 23 gone in the second term. It's a 20-point lead for Brisbane. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
The hamstring specialist, Steve Saunders, has been called into action. Max Holmes, I think, has hurt his hamstring. I heard him mouth my something hamstring. So I don't think he's a happy boy right now.
Played 78 consecutive games, Max Holmes. That does include, by the way, a game in the 2024 prelim where he did his hammy against Brisbane. Of course, Brisbane won the game and Holmes didn't have to play the next week, but a guy that obviously missed a grand final for the same thing, that's no good at all.
Yeah, going down to the rooms he is, as you called it, Benny. Fantastic call. He's a massive out if he doesn't come back out. He gives them all their drive.
So that's a real, both sides without a player. O'Shea Mullen at the middle of the ground. Sends Geelong inside 50. Jeremy Cameron and Gardner. Gardner spoils it down. Leicester off balance. Clearing kick to halfback. Dangerfield takes the mark. He looks up inside 50. He's got Neil on the far side of the ground. Presents, can't hang on to the mark. Spoiled away by Harris Andrews. Wilshire, half pass away to Atkins, to Ollie Henry. Kicks towards the goal square. One-on-one Jack Martin with Gardner. Gardner, great follow-up. Lays a big tackle and prevents the shot on goal from short manner there. He's just trying to get his right boot to it.
That's a great tackle, isn't it? That's defensive pressure right there.
15 metres out from Geelong's goal. The Joel Selwood stand in. Offhand, spills out to Jack Martin. Hand pass to Manor. Feeds it back to Ola Henry. Hemmed in the left forward pocket. Centering ball to Martin. He had 2 cats leading out. Jeremy Cameron and Jack Martin. And in the end, Martin's able to hug it to his chest. Ben Cameron.
Lachie Neale is back and good to go, the Brisbane Lions tell us.
Well, that's going to make it more interesting. I'm sure when he's asked about what happened in the post-game. Jack Martin with a chance to try and put through his second of this second quarter. And he slams it through. The Cats with 5 goals to 1 so far in this second quarter. They answer straight back after the Kai Lohman goal at the other end. And it's back to 14 points. Brisbane 9-4, 58 to Geelong 6-8, 44. And in this quarter wrap-up, it has been an inside 50 avalanche. Geelong 17-8. Adam Ramanauskas alongside Brent Harvey.
And 8 scoring shots from those 17 inside 50s, Klitschy. So 5 goals, 3. Now, that was good. So Jack Henry actually meant that to centre it, whereas Logan Morris, Corbin,
I think you guys are...
Corbin, you don't kick it. You don't kick a check side from the boundary and pass it to the top of the square. You don't do that.
He might have just seen his man.
Let's talk. Boomer kicked more check sides than any person in the history of the game. Let's ask Boomer.
He was having his shot 100%.
Exactly.
Goal assist in the scorebook. Champion data will put that down as Cam Rayner got a hand pass that's been swatted down by Atkins. Out towards Blitzarms. His hand pass intercepted. Dunkley wins it. Handball to the back flank for Berry. Short kick down the wing. Spills it. McKenna under a bit of pressure from Guthrie. Ball comes free. Rayner collects. Handball away to Answorth. Kick smothered out of play. Nice one for centre from Guthrie. Boundary throw in half forward for the Cats. So just Ben, bring us up to date on the bench. So Lachie Neale's back. That's good news.
Yeah, it is good news. He's running around out there at this stoppage. And then the other news is Max Holmes, who seemed to be pursuing a tackle, reached, then was testing out his hamstring, came to the bench, mouthed my hamstring, spoke to the hamstring specialist, Steve Saunders, down to the rooms to get it worked on.
Thanks, Ben, from the boundary throw-in. It got out the back. Edwards went to soccer it across the half-forward line, almost kicked it out of bounds opposite boundary line. Reveal, hand pass to Andrews, who's under the pump immediately. Tackled, taken to ground, no prior. Dangerfield with the tackle and the opposing skipper, and we'll have a ball up here, half-forward for the Cats. Geelong's caught up. They've kicked 5 goals to 1, having been outscored 8 goals to 1 in the opening term.
Fort and Edwards share the ruck battle. Spills out the way of Reveal. Hand pass away to Will Ashcroft. Through the middle of the ground. Kicks away to Rayner. They can open this up as the mark is taken by Berry. He looks up, has vacant territory in front of him. Only Logan Morris is a deep forward, so he waits for Lester to run into space. On the broadcast side, he marks, looks up towards Morris. He marks just inside, no, over the boundary line. And after that big build-up, Brisbane turned it over. And the free kick will go the way of the Cats through to Koning. Comes inboard on the bounce to Mark O'Connor. Has to give it back to Stewart. Up the wing. Ollie Henry was caught behind. Lester dropped the mark though. Blitzapps picked it up cleanly. Hand pass to Wiltshire. Kicks up over the head of Jeremy Cameron. Trying to race back inside 50 with Gardner, but Harris Andrews was awake to that. Slides across and takes the intercepting mark. The Brisbane Lions co-captain. Brisbane by 14 points.
Short to Gardner, short to Answorth. He marks at half-back, chips it along the boundary line and just got to Gallup, the Rising Star winner from round 16. Brisbane's first since Levi Ashcroft picked up a nomination early last season. Long kick inside 50. Hipwood crashes the pack. They all go down like 10 pins. Picked up here by Berry. Hand pass away to McKenna. Tight angle hits the post. Went in off the far post in association football parlance. Of course, all about the World Cup at the moment, but just one in our game. So 9 goals, 5 to 6-8. 28.5 points gone in this second term. It's technically one in their game as well, but you're picking up what I'm putting down. It's not a goal here. 15 points is the margin. It's Brisbane's way approaching half-time.
The real question is who's getting up at 4 a.m. Hopefully everyone. Guthrie from the back pocket up towards the wing. Edwards from behind made the spoil. Spills out Brisbane's way. Fort lost it. Atkins doing the grunt work. Can't knock it clear. The bottom of the pack. Gallup tries to knock it out for Brisbane. It comes off Atkins. It rolls out of play.
Gaelic football, that would have been 6 points.
Yes. Yep, in the back
Under.
of the...
Yep. You kick any unders,
yes,
What a silly question.
Segway's game radio, isn't it? Just working beautifully.
How many times did you play down here at KP, Boomer?
Oh, that's a great question. I might have to look that up. But we got smashed a lot of times. I'll give you a tip.
11. Oh. How many times did you play Ramos?
0.
Yes, I thought so.
I played a reserves game, yeah. when I was 18.
How many times at Monica did you play? And how many times at Tassie have you played, Ramo?
No.
Yeah, big club.
Sort of a leading question, Boomer.
From the ball up, Fort knocks it on the outskirts of the stoppage. Will Ashcroft runs onto it, handball to himself like KB, then to trickle it through for a goal of the year contender. He misses near side. And behind, Brisbane have kicked a boatload of them in this quarter, and they've kicked 1 goal, 6 in the term.
Never played down here.
No. I played 1 game at Waverley. Then all my other Victorian games were either Docklands or MCG.
Lions by 16 points. We are 30 minutes into the second term. They led this game by 43 in the opening term.
And Ramo called it early in the, at quarter time when he said they don't need to be winning at half-time. They just need to peg it back, and they've certainly done that.
Bailey Smith kicks up the wing. It clears everyone. Jeremy Cameron gathers. Hand pass to Dempsey to Wiltshire, centre wing. On the attack, they kick inside 50 to Edwards. It was a superb kick. Now he's got Dangerfield streaming forward. He tried to play on, made a meal of it. Hand pass to Neal. He'll make it good. Shannon Neal on the run. Puts through his third. And the Cats are back. 6 goals to 1 goal 6 in this second quarter. The margin restores to a 10-point lead Brisbane's way, but Geelong are coming in a hurry. 7-8-50 the Cats to Brisbane 9-6-60. And by comparison, Brisbane kicked 8 goals straight to Geelong's 1-5 in the first quarter. In this second quarter, Geelong kicked 6-3 to Brisbane's 1-6. It's a funny old game.
Well, it's interesting watching attacking players chase at times. So they're out of that stoppage. So Wiltshire has gone forward. Then you see the Brisbane mids, and on this occasion it was Levi Ashcroft. You know, he had the speed wobbles trying to chase Wiltshire. They didn't really want to chase him out of that contest. Terrific kick by Wiltshire. He squares it up to Edwards. Edwards saw Dangerfield over the top of Brisbane. Were onto it and slowed him down a little bit.
Big windmill celebration too from Shannon Neal. 3 goals in the quarter. Back in the middle. Mullen got a hand pass out to Bailey Smith. Geelong go forward again. Free kick for a hold against Fletcher. He tugs the arm of Ollie Wiltshire. And Ollie's going to get it. Centre half forward for Geelong. He'll kick from about 45 out.
You just cannot give this team an inch, can you? We said in the opening part of the broadcast, Corbin, that they're not going to lose by a lot. Then they come out and get 8 goals kicked against them, thinking that wasn't a great call. But here they are. This is what they did in round 1 against Fremantle as well. Gave up a massive lead and just pegged them back slowly.
You're going to have to beat them multiple times. And that's what Brisbane are living through right now. Wind in the sails of the Cats. Wiltshire kicks from inside the 50. Drop punt, fades. Too much to the right.
Looked lovely off the boot. Good strike, good distance. Just kept fading away.
Lions by 9 points. They did lead by 43 in the opening term. We're 33 minutes into this second quarter. Brisbane by 9. Geelong with all the momentum.
Leicester looks to bring Brisbane back into play. Kicks to Gardner. Played on. Umpire spotted that. Wiltshire comes running at him, links the hand pass over the top to Fletcher, fires a hand pass forward, 25 metres, clean bowls Will Ashcroft, running on to Berry, hand pass to Answorth, almost made misdecision, Atkins lays the tackle, Andrews cleans it up for Brisbane, hand pass to Fort, to Zach Bailey, dodging and weaving away from Wiltshire, who's going good in 10, and eventually the hand pass comes to Gallup, from centre half back up towards Cameron, trying to get in behind Humphreys, spoils it down to the front, got it to Bruin, hand pass missed the target though, Cameron left it behind, Bruin regathers, hand pass to Jack Martin, to Humphreys, works it up to half forward, Bruin on the run once more, drives it inside 50, Wiltshire sliding on his knees, takes the mark.
So Clinchy, that was inside 50, 21 for the quarter.
21 to 10.
21.
6 goals, 4.
They're on track for 70 for the game.
They're flying at the moment.
Well, they're 15 in the
15 in the first quarter.
So transition game this quarter has been all Geelong.
Yeah.
And the speed difference from Brisbane has been incredible. They don't want to chase. They do not want to chase when the ball turns over.
They need to try and make some of these count though. Wiltshire with one behind, having forced his way into the senior side from the VFL from outside 50. It's out to the right. Another opportunity goes begging. 6 goals, 5 Geelong's way in this second quarter to Brisbane's 1-6. The margin is 8 points Brisbane's way. Whose shoes would you prefer to be in, Chris Scott or Chris Fagan's?
Oh, well, Chris Scott now.
Got momentum.
Yeah.
Cats have got the momentum.
Yeah, it's sort of, can Brisbane now, that we're talking about there's 40 seconds remaining in this quarter. You're not changing momentum now.
Fletcher, a wrap around, kicks to the wing, turns it over though, ball spills down to Bruin, pumps it back inside 50, danger! And Patrick Dangerfield with a contested mark at right half forward.
Well,
he'll have a look from 40 out.
Harris Andrews will be annoyed there because Ryan Lester was his direct opponent and he just dropped off. He just dropped off Danger and allowed him into that contest to mark the ball.
As soon as he did it, remember, he put his hand up to say, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let you down there, teammate.
What a turnaround in this game. The Cats, who conceded the first 8 goals of the match, with all the momentum as we hit the half. Dangerfield misses near side, but the Cats have climbed up off the canvas and have landed some haymakers of their own. 7-11-53 Geelong back in the game. Brisbane 9-6-60, and Geelong looked the favoured way at the half from being 43 points down and conceding the first 8 goals to the team with all the momentum at half-time. A 7-point buffer for the Lions, 9-6 to 7-11, but the breakdown here dramatic in a game of runs. So Brisbane kicked the first 8 goals, led by 43. And from that point on, Geelong have kicked 7 of the next 8 goals in the game. They dominated that quarter, kicking 6 goals to 1. And to be precise, it was 6 goals 3 to 1 goal 6 in the term. And the inaccuracy which cost Geelong in the opening quarter hurt Brisbane in Q2. 7-point buffer for Brisbane at half-time. The goal kickers for the Lions, Lohman, Morris, Charlie Cameron and Zach Bailey, all with 2 each. Levi Ashcroft has kicked 1. Meanwhile, for Geelong, it's a much shorter list. 3 for Shannon Neal, 2 for Jack Martin, 2 for Patrick Dangerfield. The concern from a Geelong standpoint is Max Holmes, who hurt his hamstring. Of course, he missed out on a premiership in 2022 with a hammy. In the 2024 prelim, he did his hamstring again. He would have missed the grand final the next week. Of course, Brisbane, though, qualified, and Geelong, their season ended at that point. He's played 78 consecutive games, but Max Holmes seemingly set for a stint on the sidelines with a hamstring injury here in the first half. Lachie Neale had a head knock, so much so they stopped the game. So the doctor reviewed it, wanted to get Lachie off the ground to do a thorough concussion test. Umpire had to stop play in that second term, and Neale was yanked from the action for 15 minutes. He did return, though, so he's passed that SCAT 6 concussion test, and Lachie Neale is going to play out the remainder of this game, a 7-point lead for Brisbane at the half. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Brent Harvey. Half-time, a 7-point lead for the Lions.
Well, incredible. It's simply a game of two quarters if you look at it. So Brisbane dominate through pressure and turnover in the first quarter. Then Geelong dominate the second quarter through transition and making Brisbane chase. Brisbane have laid 28 tackles that quarter. So you go, geez, 28 tackles, but Geelong has still had 22 inside 50s and 12 scoring shots for the quarter. So Brisbane's pressure was still there, but they just simply couldn't stop them. Metres gained, Geelong plus 500 for the quarter. So that's just a huge territory gain. And what Geelong were doing, they were forcing Brisbane's defenders up the ground to squeeze. Then they're going over the top of them. So they're just forcing Brisbane to chase that quarter. So as much as we lauded Brisbane in the first quarter, as we should have, we now laud Geelong in the second quarter for going, okay, the game's not over here. You look at the margin in that first quarter, it was enormous, but it was only 6 scoring shots to 8 scoring shots. So then you flip that around. Now it's 12 scoring shots to 7 scoring shots in that second quarter. So it's very marginal between these two teams in this first half.
So the Chris Scott adjustment was what? Essentially just green lights, play on at all costs.
Transition.
Let's go.
Transition. Yeah, they put a bit more speed on ball. They got forward of Brisbane. Rama called it a couple of times. Brisbane looked, I won't say lazy, but they just looked reactive in their chasing and got forward of them. And Jeremy Cameron actually should have kicked a couple of goals. If it wasn't so wet, the ball wouldn't have skidded on. He had his direct opponent absolutely cooked. The thing that Geelong still won't like, 10 inside 50s for Brisbane, 7 scoring shots. They only kicked a 1-goal 6, inaccurate, but the 7 scoring shots from 10 inside 50s, the Geelong will just want to, the Cats will just want to turn that up a little bit. But what a quarter. The thing that's going to hurt them, I think, is the Max Holmes hamstring. He's the player that gives them all their run, all their drive, probably their most important player. If they lose that run and drive, it's going to hurt him because someone else is going to have to step up and do it. I'm not sure who that is. Is it the Bailey Smith? But he hasn't got the penetration in his kicking like Max Holmes has as well. And the centre bounce clearances, that quarter in particular, 6-2. That's where they got the ball going in their forward half. Then they can press it, squeeze the ground, and we know how well Geelong set up with Tom Stewart and the likes setting up the ground. So that's why they had 22 inside 50s. The ball came out and they transitioned straight back in through their setups.
Chris Fagan talks about it as Federer versus Nadal, but essentially all these matchups that they play in a short period of time, so 7th time in the last 2 years from the 2024 prelim onwards that they've met one another. And we're seeing it not just game to game, but also in-game, quarter to quarter. What adjustments are they going to make? How are they going to counteract the other? So I guess back in Brisbane's court, what does Chris Fagan conjure up at half-time?
Defenders hold. They're going to hold because they're getting far. Like I'm talking about Darcy Wilmot. I'm talking about more their running defenders. So it's been left to sort of Leicester and Harris Andrews to essentially defend 3 or 4 Geelong opponents. So, hey guys, let your opponent go up. If they get the ball at centre or behind centre, that's okay. It's what they do. We can't. If Geelong have 22 inside 50s again next quarter, they're going to blow this game apart.
And Geelong clearly did it. Brisbane did it in the first quarter, and Geelong clearly did it there. And Rama's right. They've got to identify when they go up into, I call it the junk, when there's a lot of players around. They'll go into the junk. They're not really going to impact, and you can sit back and watch the game, but you don't want the ball going over your head as a defender and chasing back to goal, because then even if you win it, you still got to pick it up and turn into traffic. So really well coached by Chris Scott and the coaches at Geelong then. They flipped the script and it worked.
It'd be interesting to know what the pressure was for Geelong and Brisbane first quarter versus second quarter, because Brisbane started like a house on fire and that completely dropped away. Almost switched from one side to the other in that second quarter, and the Cats are able to get their way back through their clearance game, which is very unlike Geelong.
37 inside 50s.
Yeah.
37 inside 50s at half time, 22 in the quarter.
Yeah.
That's as big as you're going to see for a while.
37 to 21. So,
Yeah.
it's a...
Ball control's been a big thing in games between these two teams, so it's the side that takes the most amount of marks.
What both teams aren't doing at the moment, they're not kicking the ball well. Geelong's only kicking it at 57%. And Brisbane is 66, so they're around the league average.
It's probably not the weather for the perfect conditions to chip the ball around mark.
Right.
We called it. Players are losing their feet, going to ground through the wet conditions. But, yeah, probably not the night. It's more of a surge game, and that's what we found Geelong doing there, surging forward handball, getting the ball over the top and running and carrying.
Beth from New South Wales off the SMS, enjoying the call. Boomer, 11 of 432 of your games were here at Cardinia Park, which Clinchy noted during the call. What's the secret for playing the narrow wings?
Boomer didn't play the wing.
I actually don't know. I still think we kicked the ball out on the full as much as any other team in the competition. Every time you come out, you see balls go out on the full. So I don't know what the secret was. As I said, we got pantsed a lot when we played Geelong here when they were in their peak in that that period where they just dominated. I think we're one of the teams that actually knocked them off when they were in their real peak of their powers. We come up. There was a big upset. I can remember playing in that game.
Is that? I think that wasn't that.
You know what? I'm going to be honest with you here. I can remember the start of my career and the end of it, and the middle just is a massive blur what year it was. That is the dead set truth.
That's what happens when it goes for 30 years or something. Pete off the SMS, g'day again. If the Lions' intention was to honour Kevin Murray era Fitzroy, then the colour they've got on tonight is spot on. The red of the latter years came about the introduction of colour TV. So that was the red that we were talking about pre-game that Rama thought was orange. And then tonight they're wearing maroon, which is the old school Kevin Murray era, which is they've done. Pete, shout out to Anne Marie as well. She says, come on the Lions, tuned in, listening to us. Appreciate that. Anne Marie, wherever you may be across the country, 0437 774 774. Charlie Cameron kicked the first 2 goals of the game. They led by 12 points at that stage, Brisbane. And from that point on, this is as close as Geelong have been. 7 points at half-time. Brisbane, who led by as many as 43, just by 7 points here at half-time. More from Rama and Boomer coming up. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch on the call. And, of course, Ben Cameron downstairs with all the latest on the injury front. Max Holmes, the big concern there with a watch on his hamstring. More from the bench and what's happening to the other codes in just a moment. Second half around the corner with the Lions on top by 7. But for now, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. Iran's Joint Military Command is warning all oil tankers moving through the Strait of Hormuz must use its approved routes or face a forceful response. The strait, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf, has emerged as one of the top issues in negotiations towards reaching a permanent end to the Iran war. The statement, reported by Iranian state television, comes after both the US and Iranian diplomats met with mediators on Wednesday in Qatar. Analysts say the war with Russia may be shifting in Ukraine's favour after more than 4 years of stalemate. That comes as Russian airstrikes on the Ukrainian capital have killed at least 17 people and damaged mainly residential buildings and civilian infrastructure. The scale of Russian losses have been described in recent reports, with one estimating nearly 500,000 soldiers have been killed. Defence expert Jennifer Parker says Russia isn't making any gains.
Russian military personnel are only lasting about 20 to 30 minutes on the front line, 10 days to 3 weeks from recruitment through to death, sadly. So it is clear that there is this strategy that Russia are just throwing massive amounts of people at it. Some refer to it as, sadly, a meat grinder strategy.
A parliamentary report into fraud in the National Disability Insurance Scheme has recommended measures to prevent workers banned in one sector of the care economy from operating in another. More from National Disability Affairs reporter Naz Campanella.
The report makes 12 recommendations. They include changing the Crimes Act to crack down on fraud and related offences involving exploitation, abuse or neglect of participants, and mandatory reporting when providers solicit or receive kickbacks. The Joint Committee also recommends that only clinicians who are registered with their professional body complete the reports or assessments needed to be eligible for the scheme. It also suggests a system for registering NDIS workers and establishing a publicly available list of qualified qualified care workers. The NDIS Minister Jenny McAllister says the government will consider the recommendations.
The Prime Minister has called on the opposition leader to instruct coalition senators to push through Labor's proposed strengthening of the social media ban for under-16s. This week, the government introduced legislation to double the maximum penalty for tech companies in breach of the laws and bolster the e-safety commissioner's powers. But last night, the coalition teamed up with the Greens in the Senate to send Labor's bill to an 8-week inquiry. Mr Albanese says the inquiry will allow social media companies to resist the proposed changes.
The Leader of the Opposition can instruct his people, or some of them might stick to it, over in the Senate to vote for this legislation today before Parliament arises. Because if not, there are real-world consequences of this.
Meanwhile, the Shadow Assistant Finance Minister says the government is crumbling to the gambling lobby as it introduces its gambling ad reforms to Parliament. Labor says its reforms are significant, but the Coalition, Greens and Crossbench are pushing for changes to the bill, which limits TV and radio ads to only during certain times and creates an opt-out feature for online platforms. Simon Kennedy says the bill needs to be stronger to actually address gambling harms.
There's a number of things that could strengthen it. The Greens and the Liberal Party voted together to send it to a Senate inquiry. Very disappointingly, Labor voted against that.
Experts say the federal government's proposed shake-up of the accounting and consulting industry could lead to greater scrutiny. Accounting firms could be asked to split their consulting services from their audit functions, and individual firm partners could face much greater scrutiny and penalties for legal breaches. Law and corporate governance expert Helen Bird says at the moment there's very little regulation.
If you are an auditor, you're subject to the requirements of the Corporations Act, but otherwise you're pretty free to do what you want. There's no disclosure requirements, very little accountability. So by virtue of the actions that have happened, the scandals of recent times, it's caused the government to say we no longer have any faith in relying on those schemes. We need to make it the subject of a statutory scheme, and there needs to be direct enforcement.
There are growing concerns soccer players could develop brain disease relating to head trauma. Soccer's global governing body, FIFA, is teaming up with an Australian-led research team to develop concussion assessment tests that can be used on the pitch during games. Neuroscientist Alan Pearce says studies overseas highlight the dangers soccer players face.
What we've found in overseas soccer players in the UK in particular is chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or CTE. If players are heading the ball repetitively, they're at greater risk of CTE.
And you're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Draper got it down to Dunkley, the kick to half forward. Zach Bailey soccers it inside 50. Dangerfield gathers for Geelong. He off balance, curls it on his right. Always a master. Patrick Dangerfield able to create a second goal for Geelong, for him in the match and for them in the quarter. So Lachie Neale, having been told he had to leave the field through concussion, showing some symptoms as he was engaging with the fans, and the Geelong fans booing as he made his way down the race. Trying to get it out to Jeremy Cameron, back to Ollie Henry, hand pass to Martin, it opens up, left forward pocket, curls through another for the Cats. What a response this has been by Geelong. 5 on the bounce. On the attack, they kick inside 50 to Edwards. It was a superb kick. Now he's got Dangerfield streaming forward. He tried to play on, made a meal of it, hand pass to Neale. He'll make it good. Shannon Neale on the run, puts through his third, and the Cats are back.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
We got a good one going at Cardinia Park. Fun game of footy. The Brisbane Lions kicking the first 8 goals to lead by 43. Geelong taking over from that point on. They've kicked 7 of the last 8. And all of a sudden, it's just a 7-point game at half-time. Brisbane on top, 9-6-60. Geelong, 7-11-53, the scoreline at half-time. Now, the teams in just a moment. Bit of other news out of the day. First of all, Josh Fraser, who did his midweek press conference, or his pre-game press conference, ahead of the Blues date with Richmond on Saturday night. And he was asked about the process, of course, that Carlton are undertaking with the assistant coaches at the moment. This is what Josh Fraser had to say earlier today.
No, this is part of it. Like my role right now and my responsibility is to the players and the football club as an interim coach. I respect the process that's going off to the side. I haven't taken any real notice of it, to be honest. I think as soon as I start to do that, it takes away from the energy and the focus I need on our playing group.
Have you been invited to that process or to be part of it?
No.
Do you see yourself here next year, whether it's top job, assistant coach?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I see myself being involved in a way forward for the footy club.
So it was Josh Fraser earlier today, still not officially part of the process as the Blues search for their next full-time senior coach. Ben Cameron has been on the boundary all night. You've had a close watch, Ben, on Max Holmes, who's got this bung hamstring. What can you tell us?
Yeah, sorry, Corbin. I think I distracted you there. I was tapping you on the shoulder as you were throwing to that Josh Fraser grab, but I was looking out on the ground, and Max Holmes is out there with the hamstring specialist, Steve Saunders, and he's just putting him through his paces. So did a couple of run-throughs, then kicked a couple of balls. Now, this has been a problem for Max Holmes. He's had hamstring injuries. He's also had phantom hamstrings, a little bit of neuralgia. He's thought he's done a hamstring. It's not a hamstring. So this seems to be an ongoing issue with Max where he's not sure whether he's done a hamstring or not. And it feels like we're seeing that again as he zips off and completes a test.
I reckon that's a good sign, Benny. Him zipping off.
Okay, so Steve Saunders runs out after him. He gets more shout-outs on the ABC than anyone else. He's the hamstring specialist, as Ben calls him, down at Geelong. And Max Holmes is now going to join in the warm-up to start the second half. A 7-point margin at the moment. So Holmes, a big watch with that hammy. Just on the teams that have come through for the rest of the weekend, we'll do this rapid fire. But tomorrow night, 6 changes for the Sydney Swans. 4 of them forced, the other 2 unforced. So Bice has been omitted, as has Malcolm Roses, after kicking his 7 goals earlier in the year. Meanwhile, for the Western Bulldogs, Cody Waitman comes back in. Riley West has been dropped. The other game, so 2 games, Friday night footy, the Eagles up against the Crows out west. Tim Kelly's back, and Oliver Franco makes his debut tomorrow night for the Eagles, the son of Josh Franco, against the Adelaide Crows, where Isaac Cummings been omitted at the expense of Toby Murray. To Saturday footy, Noah Mraz and Matt Hill, 2 debutants for Hawthorn in action. Jack Gunston also returns. They take on Melbourne, who have made 4 unforced changes. Harrison Petty's back, as is Latrell Pickett, among 4 ends for the Demons. The Dockers unchanged again for their trip to the nation's capital to take on the Giants. Riley Hamilton is on debut there for GWS. Debutants 2 up on the glitter strip. Dylan Patterson to debut for the Suns, and Liam Puncher for the Pies in the same fixture. And then Saturday night at the MCG, Lynch, Ralph Smith and McCall fullback for the Tigs. And Ollie Hollins gets a look in for the first time under Josh Fraser as Blake Acres loses his place. NRL action, it's NRLW tonight. Of course, Origin next Wednesday, the decider for the men. So NRLW given some clear air to start their season on a Thursday night. The Knights 10 lead the Sharks 4, and that is early in the second half. In the round ball world game, of course, the World Cup continues. England 2-1 over the Congo, Belgium 3-2 over Senegal, and the United States, the hosts, 2-0 over Bosnia and Herzegovina earlier today. So they're the 3 games. The 3 to look ahead to. Spain play Austria 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, Portugal and Croatia, and then Switzerland and Algeria. The Socceroos next in action 4 a.m. on Saturday morning, their round of 32 game up against Egypt. Second half action upon us here. Max Holmes to start at the centre bounce. Lions by 7. You with Matt Clinch.
As is Lockie Neal. Edward swings down the tap against Draper. Neal goes after it. Gets it out to the advantage, where it's socketed forward by Dempsey. Didn't get boot on purchase. Was able to win it back. Can't pass away Shea Mullen. Now to Patrick Dangerfield. Geelong at left half forward. Inside 50. Jeremy Cameron rises up. Can't take the mark. Gardner brought it down. Draper tumbling over. Hand pass comes out to Neal. To Lester across half back. Now Wilmot releases Harris Andrews. Didn't get it spinning in the right direction, but did find the target in Berry at left half back. Berry hugs the boundary line with a kick to Cam Rayner. So Brisbane led by 43 points early in the first quarter. Geelong came charging back with 6 goals to 1 in the second quarter. Rayner up towards Hipwood, can't take the mark. Holmes gathers. His hand pass a turnover. Will Ashcroft tries to bust his way clear. Turned over. Holmes went for that kick, missed the outside of his boot. Pressure now by Charlie Cameron. Mullen gets a hand pass back to Tanner Bruin, who kicks out to the wing looking for Dangerfield.
He plays on immediately. That has been Geelong's go off to quarter time. Takes on the tackler, just got it away but turns it over. Wilmot intercepts, hand pass away to Neal. That's Lockie. Short kick finds Rayner. He's getting jeered. Is that because of the goal square incident all those prelims ago? Nevertheless, long kick out towards half forward. Answorth takes the mark. Long kick inside the forward pocket. Hipwood goes to ground and Colin Jasny misses the spoil. Ball trickles out of play, forward pocket for Brisbane.
Holmes it's a big call, this one, isn't it? Because
huge call.
If he gets through and you win, absolutely no dramas. If he does his hammy, you miss the next month of football, which is going to be crucial for the Cats.
He's playing on the ball too, so no easing back into it off the back flank for the boundary throw-in. Draper just knocks it right back out of play and trickles out boundary throw-in. 14 of the 16 goals in the game have been scored to that City end. Despite, as we heard earlier, a slight breeze actually favouring the Bowen River end.
And as you called for, Ramatu, you've got a really deep defender now for Brisbane. Leicester just sitting in 30 metres of space.
Lions by 7. Draper wins it down to Lockie Neal off the left. Can't get enough purchase on it. Spills to Smith. Handball away to O'Sullivan. Back into dispute. Guthrie in a tangle and ball up. It's held to McKenna on the bottom of the pack. Still a forward 50 stoppage, 20 out from Brisbane's goal.
Draper tangles with Edwards, taps it down to Rayner, just got boot to ball. Guthrie laid the tackle, socket off the deck, it just misses.
Touched.
It was touched in the end. The effort from Connor McKenna, the Irishman, unsuccessful. A 7-point lead Brisbane's way.
Look good from up here.
Very good.
Wiltshire marks the kick out and plays on. I like the cut of this young man's jib as he kicks down the wing, and that's a good mark. As Jack Henry clunks it, gives a handball away to Manor. Geelong have transitioned the footy the length of the ground. Dempsey turns Tunstall inside out and goals. Geelong are on the doorstep. From 43 down to within 2. Geelong 8-11-59. Brisbane 9-7-61. And the Lions are just hanging on now early in the third. 3 minutes gone. It is Brisbane by just 2.
He times it incredibly well.
Ramo, I'm not going to chip in here because I've never played a game of defence in my life. You played most of your career down there. His positioning, but the slap to go backwards, what was going to happen there? The ball wasn't even going to go anywhere, was it? I'm just looking at the Brisbane defender, Tunstall, I think it was. That spoil there, you've got to kill the ball.
That's simply just no experience in playing in the role now.
It's something I would have done.
Now, Dempsey's got 20 metres past the contest there, so Tunstall's had to chase. Jeez, it's Russian roulette sometimes with Ollie Dempsey, but it comes off.
Goal number
regularly.
16 for Dempsey for the season, Rammer. Lockie Neal gets the clearance for Brisbane. Hand pass out to Tunstall on the wing. Sends it up towards half forward. Will Ashcroft outnumbered 2-on-1, and Tanner Bruin takes the mark. Gets the hand pass alongside to Edwards, the player who was in that marking contest, to Holmes. Sidesteps around Zach Bailey. Kicks Geelong up inside 50. Looking for Shannon Neely. Presents against 2. Running onto it. Sean Manor left it behind. Gallup gathers for Brisbane. Hand pass looking for Berry. Geelong desperate. Martin slides in. Was there a push in the back? No whistle. Gallup's clearing. Kick to the middle of the ground. Lawson Humphries had to corral it with his body. Awkward half volley. Slaps it forward to Bruin. Now Dunkley over it. Bailey Smith over the top of him. And the umpire will ball it up. It's centre half forward for Geelong. Brisbane by 2 points. 4.5 minutes gone, third quarter.
Umpire tosses it up. Draper wins the hit out, but straight to Holmes. Surge kick to full forward for Geelong. Down there, Andrews. Hand on it. Knocks it through for a rush behind. It's a 1-point game. Brisbane led this by 43 in the opening term. They kicked the first 8 goals. Geelong within a point. 5 minutes gone into third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Wilmot kicks to Lockie Neal. He takes the mark 35 metres out from his defensive goal. More attacking through the middle of the ground. Rayner kept it moving. Gets the hand pass to Hipwood. Now to the run of Zach Bailey through the middle of Kardinia Park. Kick looking for Cameron at the back. Stewart got a hand to it. Cameron knocks it forward. Morris into the open goal. And Brisbane answer back. Logan Morris with his third goal of the match. Their first of the third quarter comes at the 5.5-minute mark. It's just their second since the 28-minute mark of the opening quarter. And they finally are able to extend their margin, but it's only 7 points. 10-7-67 to Geelong, 8-12-60.
Ramo, From the three ways you can score in football are from clearances, turnover, and the last one is kick-outs.
Yeah.
Now, that only makes up about 3, 4, maybe 5% if you have a good night. I think we've seen 3 or 4 goals tonight directly from kick-out where the opposition has not even looked like touching the ball. That was speed on ball. And it was the Lachie Neale turn, faced the game and pulled the trigger back through the middle of the ground, which made that goal happen for the Brisbane Lions. Well done, Lachie Neale.
Skinny ground too. They tell us that shouldn't happen down here.
Well, it happens.
Yeah, it's been on tap tonight.
Well, it happens when the ball goes over the defender's head.
Dunkley first disposal at the restart. Hand pass went straight to Dempsey though. His hand pass back into dispute. Dempsey goes and gets it. Squeezes a kick out for Geelong. Socked forward though by Levi Ashcroft. Down to the 50. McKenna rides a bump from Stewart. McKenna comes off second best. Stewart wins the footy. Short kick bounces off the chest of Shannon Neale, but didn't get a touch on it in time. Free kick last disposal for Brisbane. I like these boots that Will Ashcroft has been rolling with. Almost got the snakeskin style boots in vogue for the World Cup. All the new designs out from the manufacturers. Long kick inside the forward 50. Picked off by Humphreys. Humphreys bangs it back in the other direction. Rinse and repeat. Free kick. It's going to go Brisbane's way, and Ashcroft's going to take it here in front of the benches for Brisbane.
And past to Leicester, reloads, drives it inside 50. Logan Morris flies from the back, comes down the mark. Dempsey in front. Hipwood's hand pass, chopped off by Edwards of Geelong. Back to Guthrie, all the way back to Atkins. To the last line, Kolajasny, pressured by Rayner. Hand pass to Lawson Humphreys, your problem, as Logan Morris throws him to the deck.
That's good. That's good Clinchy by Brisbane. Forcing back, so handball. Usually you can find a release. Brisbane didn't allow it. There's a goal.
Oh, there it is. Dunkley on the move. Beautiful tap down from Ford. And there's a stoppage goal for Brisbane. They went to work there. That wouldn't have looked any better on the whiteboard. Josh Dunkley finishes from the right forward pocket, and Brisbane bite back. 2 goals in quick succession. The margin 13 points Brisbane's way. 11-7-73 to Geelong 8-12-60. What about that? Darcy Fort, Josh Dunkley, what a combo.
It was fantastic.
Our opponent, Boomer. His opponent is Bailey Smith, who just refuses to go near Josh Dunkley at that contest there.
No, that's way too much space for a stoppage. It's in the goal square. Bailey Smith, you have to be better than that. You've got to go at least arm across, put some sort of pressure on. But, Ramo, you applauded Brisbane's to get that stoppage. It was the front-on pressure. It was the pressure. It looks like they've gone in at half-time. They've got to cook because their pressure was elite in the first quarter, poor in the second quarter, and now it looks like they're back in this third quarter.
11-7 to 8-12. 13-point lead for Brisbane. Back in the middle, Lachie Neale, first hands on it. Oh, goes to ground, lost it. Atkins collects. Hurried kick forward for Geelong. Here's Wiltshire. He can't trap it. Tunstall trying to clear. Turns it over to Smith for the Cats. Hand pass to Edwards. High bomb to full forward. Cameron moved out of the way. Gardner takes the intercept mark. All legal.
So moments like that with Bailey Smith is what costs you in finals.
Yep.
Like that's unforgivable not to have your arm across your direct opponent there.
Gardner short to Gallup. Long kick to Bruce Reville, who marks boundary line on that eastern side. Short kick to Tunstall, not the required range. Tunstall told to keep it moving. Short kick to Will Ashcroft, who marks just on that eastern wing.
They've got players on the broadcast side if they can swing it that direction. Gallup takes the mark in the middle of the ground. Hand pass away to Leicester. Gets a hand pass forward to Answorth. Drives it long inside 50. Morris is out the back. Rayner in from the side. They can't juggle between them. Morris quick at ground level. Hand pass away into the open goal. Hipwood to Rayner, who bangs it into the Geelong fans behind the goal. How's this response of Brisbane? 3 quick goals in succession after Geelong got back within a point. The Lions by 19 points. 12-7-79 to Geelong 8-12-60. And just like that, they look like the Lions of the first quarter again.
Well, that's 3 goals in 4 minutes, is it? Yeah. 3 goals in 5 minutes.
Five inside 50s only.
But you know what they say, when it rains, it pours.
When it rains, it pours.
That's Ben Cameron Spaces.
Don't encourage that.
That is Ben Cameron Spaces every day of the week.
Even Ben's saying don't put him in that category. From down there, I can hear him through the phones. Hey, Rama, again, Geelong's very proactive, aren't they? That's twice now that Brisbane have got the ball over the back of Geelong. All pure, by them being pure, way too aggressive in their stance.
13-point lead for Brisbane. Fort palms it down, but straight to Smith, and he goes racing away. There's his rainbow drop punt inside the forward 50. Can someone mark it? Punched away at the back. No mark. Toe poked on by Wilmot, but straight to Blitzarves. Handball to Holmes. Tumbles a kick goalward. Nice work, Gallup. Saves 6 and then smothers it out of play. We'll have a throw-in. Forward pocket for Geelong. How's Holmes going with his hammy, do you reckon?
I just seen his last...
that's 5 possessions to start the quarter.
I just seen his last... He might be spent, but he didn't go very fast in his last effort.
2 number 9s who have both been in the wars tonight. Neil, that's Lockie and Max Holmes against one another here. Forward 50 stoppage for Geelong. DeConing palms it down, but straight to Gardner of the Lions. Hand pass away to Lockie Neil. That is a high up and under out towards the back flank. They come from all directions. Ball spills down to Levi Ashcroft. Hand pass to Rayner. Hurried kick down the wing. Morris whacks it on, but there's no one there.
It becomes a foot race, so Connor will get there first. Runs away from Kai Lohman. Needs support. Hand pass away to Atkins. Now to Kolajasny, centre wing. Looks up to half forward. Spots Max Holmes on his own. He marks it right half forward. Feeds the hand pass to Koning. Feeds it inboard to Blitzavs. On the left, he bangs it towards goal and misses to the right-hand side. Joins Luke Bruce as the most games off the rookie list. 308 games tonight. Couldn't finish with a goal there. It's an 18-point lead Brisbane's way.
Logan Morris just needed one runner to go there, and he slapped the ball over the back, but unfortunately it was Geelong runners, not the Brisbane line runners.
Fletcher with the kick out finds Andrews in the back pocket. Exits defensive 50 with a drop punt to Tunstall.
Charlie Cameron on the bench. That's a Charlie Cameron move, isn't it?
He would have liked to be on the end of that one.
Tunstall, one of only 2 out there for the Lions, yet to win a flag as Fort creates some space illegally. Bowls over to Coney, and advantage applied as Humphreys kicks down to half forward. Andrews trademark spoiled, punches it 15 metres further afield, close to the boundary line. Cats keep it alive. Ollie Henry tackled front on, tackled to ground by Fletcher. No holding the ball call and a ball up. Tunstall and Draper, the only 2 out there for Brisbane, yet to win one. As Fort and Shannon Neal wrestle. Ball comes the way of the Lions, though. Will Ashcroft runs it out of there to Bruce. Hand pass away to Lockie Neal. Kicks down the wing. Hipwood can't collect. Geelong with it back, and Kolajasny pushes past 2. Dishes off the handball. Cats away.
Guthrie's hand pass almost chopped off by Lockie Neal. Came back to Guthrie. Manor drops the mark. Answorth can't take it. Bailey Smith dribbles it inside 50. Wiltshire can't gather it cleanly. Knocked it on now to Bailey Smith. To Guthrie. Hand pass to Shannon Neal. Has 3 already. Can he squeeze through a 4th? He can't. Off hands. Gardner wrestling on the goal line with Jeremy Cameron. Through for a minor score.
That one was a banana. He
was.
tried to pass that, or he had a shot?
I think it was a passing attempt. Broken up.
I'm assuming they're all shots, to be honest. 17-point lead Brisbane's way.
As Wilmot goes short with the kick out to Fletcher. Marks hands it back to Darcy Wilmot. Hit a game 100 next week against Essendon. He went a long way, went too far. And a run too far call. The travel call comes in.
Well, yeah, they're on to the lines there. If it wasn't the call.
Manor inside 50, and Ollie Wiltshire takes the mark left half forward. You'll have a look here. Kick from inside the 50.
Well, he's the player. Wiltshire is the player that's probably keeping Graham Myers out of the team at the moment.
Yeah.
He's impressive. It's bouncy, kicks it well.
3rd shot on goal right now. Just needs to finish his work.
Fast.
We did him in the VFL. He kicked 2 bags of 3 goals and pressure.
Multiple goals at AFL level in the last 2 as Wiltshire kicks him inside the 50 here. He's dropped punt. He's good. And after 3 straight goals for Brisbane, Geelong answer back. It's been the theme of the night. Lions kicked the first 8, led by 43. Geelong 7 of the next 8 goals to get within a point. Brisbane the next 3. And Geelong hang in the fight. 11-point lead for the Lions. 12-7 to 9-14. Halfway through the 3rd term, Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, so Max Holmes has just come to the bench, and he hasn't gone to the normal physios. He's gone straight to Steve Saunders, the hamstring specialist, and he's just working away on that hamstring of Max Holmes at the moment.
We spoke about Brisbane's efficiency in that first quarter.
Yeah.
That's 5 inside 50s for 3 goals this quarter.
Geelong have had another 10 inside.
Yeah, 10, they're up to 10 already. But again, I've been saying this, that they're just scoring at ease.
Yeah.
The Brisbane Lions, whether they're goals or points, they're scoring at ease.
Back in the middle of the ground, socket out of the centre square. Zach Bailey can't gather. Hand pass comes to Bailey Smith, to Atkins. Stewart had to deal with the tackle. Hand pass to Bruin, running to centre half back. Cuts back on his right, up to Wiltshire. Had to wait underneath it, and Wilmot makes the spoiler, goes out of play. In front of the two benches. Brisbane 12-7-79, leading Geelong 9-14-68. Brisbane led by 37 points at quarter time, then by 7 at half time. After Geelong included 6 goals to 1 in the second quarter. This game living up to expectations of both sides. That their chances to try and dominate. Draper wins down the tap. Connor McKenna trying to get a hand pass forward. Tunstall is tackled by 2 Geelong players. Tom Atkins down low. He doesn't let many go, and the umpire will ball it up.
It's a tough one tonight. There's a O'Connor, and O'Connor is a first name. There's a Bailey as a surname. Bailey is a first name. 2 Camerons, 2 Neils, 2 Henrys, 2 Ashcrofts from the boundary throwing. The Lions get it going forward, but picked off by Colin Jasny, last line of defence. Handball away to Dempsey. Hand pass to O'Connor. Sells a dummy. Got rid of Morris. Handball away towards Humphreys. Kicks out of defence for Geelong. Up the wing, and Wilmot. The landing on Fletcher, he thought he was shoved in the air. No free kick. He actually turned and appealed to the boundary umpire, who can't pay those. We'll have a boundary throw-in.
He's not going to give you a free kick, Darcy.
They're all in yellow, to be fair.
So boundary throwing on the wing. It's an 11-point lead for Brisbane. They've kicked 3 of the last 4 after Geelong got within a point from the boundary throwing. Levi Ashcroft kicks to half forward. Stewart has it broken up from him by Charlie Cameron. Spills to O'Connor. He's run down, holding the ball. Connor McKenna got him. Free kick inside 50 for the Lions.
He was just in 2 minds, Mark O'Connor. So he let Charlie Cameron fly for a mark in the contest with Tom Stewart. The ball just fell in his arms virtually. Now, usually when you're in that position inside forward 50, defensive 50, you just blast the ball out of there just to move it. Chris Scott's not happy with that. He's smashed the phone against the window and done a little bit of damage to that phone.
Got up and walked away. The cameras didn't miss it. McKenna to make it hurt. Drop punt. He's good. He turns to the Cats fans and says, how about it? And Brisbane have kicked 4 of the last 5 in the game. And the Premiers steady up. After Geelong drew within a point, Brisbane with a bit more comfort. 18 gone in the third term, 13-7 to 9-14. Lions back on top by 17 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Brent Harvey, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, that's where the one I'm talking about, Rama, when you get the ball as a backman and you're facing the opposition goal, you've got to get rid of the ball somehow, so you're turning back into traffic. It's exactly what happened then. He was just a little bit too slow. It was fantastic pressure again by Brisbane Lions. Now, that kick was in exactly the same spot as Zach Bailey's. Wasn't quite as convincing as Zach Bailey's, but it was still a goal, and that's all you need. That's a really crucial goal at this stage of this game.
Becomes the 8th individual goal kicker for Brisbane tonight. Edwards reaches up, wins down the tap against Draker, but Lachie Neale volleys it to half forward. Tom Stewart couldn't take the mark. He races back after it. Lohmann tries to knock it out. Zach Bailey runs onto it, curls it on his right. He loves it off the boot. Knew immediately it was going straight through, and Brisbane are feeling it at the moment. All of a sudden, that's 5 of the last 6 goals of the match, and his third as Brisbane are taking command here at Kardinia Park. Geelong close within a point. Brisbane now back out by 23. 14-7-91 to Geelong 9-14-68. 5 goals to 2 the way of the Lions in this third term.
So for the first time in a long time, Boomer, Geelong don't know what to do defensively.
Yep.
Whether that's through the middle of the ground or whether the ball's going inside Brisbane's forward 50. Geelong look all at sea. They don't know whether to get in front of their opponent, be back shoulder of their opponent. They don't know when to double, come across and be third man in a contest. Like, Brisbane are scoring out well. 8 inside 50s this quarter for 5 goals won.
Where does that indecision come from? How does that happen to such an experienced team?
Because you're just getting goals kicked against you constantly.
And I think it's speed on ball as well. Brisbane are doing that quite well.
Edwards palms it down, got it away to Atkins, hand pass away to Mullen, clever little tap on. Kick comes inside to 50 for the Cats, picked up by Jack Henry against the boundary line, gives it to little brother Ollie, kicks it to full forward. Martin's down there, wrestle on in the goal square. Dangerfield trying to trap it, knocks it down to Martin, hand pass away to Ollie Wiltshire, snaps over his head off his left peg. No goal, still alive on the behind line. Jack Henry's claiming the mark. The umpire arrives and says, I'll have it. It wasn't convincing, and the mark won't be paid. It'll be a ball up in front of the behind post, deep forward for Geelong. Now Ruck share it down. Edwards palms it in the end to Draper, who kicks out to half-back. Dunkley the target, spills out to Dempsey, now on the 50 for Geelong. Hand pass to Smith, kicks to the behind line. Dangerfield, scrawling effort. If it's not a mark, it's a free for in the back. And the mark is going to be paid. And Danger's got it on the behind line. That is a very nice mark.
Very nice mark. He was the only one who read the drop of the footy well.
Well, the physical pressure after the mark is what I'm looking for. Should have been 50 metres.
Dangerfield's going to have to arc around, hook it through for a goal, and keeps the Cats close enough. Danger's got 3, and the margin is cut back to 17. 10-14, 74 Geelong. Brisbane on top, 14-7, 91. They have led all night, the Lions. Time on in the third term. The scoring end is the end that the Cats are coming home to.
So, just furthermore to your question, Corb, about what Brisbane are doing to Geelong's defence. Geelong forever have attacked to defend with the football. So when they're going forward, but what Brisbane are not allowing Geelong to do is settle behind the ball. So Boomer made a great point there. It's really speed on the ball, but what Brisbane are also trying to do, they're winning the ball back quickly from Geelong. So then they're just going at it. It's like, let's just take the ball forward, because once Geelong's defence is out of position, they look all at sea at the moment.
And that system for the Cats gets challenged. Slapped away by Edwards. Got it up towards half forward. Jeremy Cameron comes out. Tangle of bodies between Gardner and Josh Dunkley. Dunkley follows up with a good tackle on Atkins. That could have been almost holding the ball. No whistle. Fletcher with a clearing kick up towards the wing. It bounces out towards the boundary line. McKenna leads the foot race. The Irishman got a shove. The umpire says free kick against Tom Stewart. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, he's back out there, Max Holmes, after treatment that entire time he was off the ground.
McKenna up towards half forward. Logan Morris leads out. Mark O'Connor makes the spoil. And a throw in where the 50-metre up meets the boundary. It's Brisbane who lead by 17 points.
Tom Stewart's had 17 touches. I'm not sure if he's had a huge impact on this game. McKenna goes to him at every centre bounce. He's there with him. And I think it might be that soft tag that we're sort of talking about before the game.
Lions by 17. Boundary throw in. Fort wins it down to O'Connor. Fights through the tackle from Cameron. Gives it to Atkins. Surge kick out of there. Turnover. And Wilmot marks 4 to the wing. So Brisbane about to dump it inside 50 again. It's a crowded forward 50. Is there a marker down there right to the goal square? Draper competes. No mark. Offhand spills through to Tunstall. Hand pass to Levi Ashcroft half forward. Loops a handball to Dunkley. Hurried kick forward. Lohman marks. And the Cats claimed it was touched on the way through, but Kai Lohman's going to get a look at the sticks. 30 out, left half forward.
Raymond, I'm not sure your thoughts on this. I think Brisbane have taken somewhere between 8 and 10 marks like that when it's been a quick kick from a stoppage or general play, and the ball's only travelled at 16, 17 metres. Brisbane have been the ones that have been on their toes coming towards the ball. Geelong caught behind.
So they kick 3 in a row. Geelong reply. They kick 2 in a row. Geelong reply. Brisbane come again. Lohman goals. And the Lions keep the Cats at bay. And more Brisbane celebrations.
Same celebration as McKenna.
Into the face of the Cats fans. It is out to 23 points. The two-time reigning premiers at the 24-minute mark of the third term. 15-7 to 10-14. Ben Cameron on the boundary. The Lions by 23.
Was that Connor McKenna just waving goodnight to the Geelong cheer squad down there in the goal square as that ball sailed through from Kyle Lohman?
Might be a bit early if he's done that.
Yeah, a little bit early considering Geelong's second quarter.
Lohman with 3. He's got 1 in every quarter tonight.
So it feels like Brisbane have taken a ton of marks inside forward 50 for this game. So to kick 15 goals.
They've taken 8.
They've taken 8, yeah.
Geelong have taken 11. You wouldn't believe that stat if you didn't look it up.
It feels a lot more.
It does.
But what Brisbane are doing is they're keeping the ball alive, not just accepting the restart.
Edwards got it down to Atkins out of the middle of the ground. Dangerfield sliding in front, takes the mark. He has a season-high 3 goals already, and he's feeling it.
He's definitely got this distance in him. The man on the mark is about 49 metres, I would say. He's got the distance in him. This is his spot, isn't it? He's no longer a midfield, Patrick Dangerfield. He is forward. He's a brute of a man. He's aggressive. He's good in the air. He's good on the ground. Keep him forward for the rest of the season.
Imagine when Marcus Pontempelli does this.
At 36 years of age, he's still a force. Patrick Dangerfield from outside 50. Hugs the left goal post. It's cut back late right. and it's got there. Everyone looks back over their shoulder and sees it sail through. I'm not sure that was by design, but it was effective. And Patrick Dangerfield has his 4th goal. And Geelong will not go away. Back to a 17-point margin. 15-7-97 to Geelong 11-14-80. 25 minutes gone in the 3rd term. Boomer, if you're our kick guide, Zach Bailey was a 10 out of 10. What was that?
Well, that did a snake. That started right, went left, and then very late, started coming back to the right. Usually when you kick around your body, the ball does come back and find its line and come back to the right-hand side as a right footer. Patrick Dangerfield tried to get distance then, and he went around his body. So it was always going to slide back, but it went left a long way before that. I didn't think that was coming back.
Goalless against the Dockers last start. First time all year in his 12 games, Dane just gone goalless. And as Clinchy said, responds with 4 tonight. Season high, back in the middle. They all scrap for it. Rayner and Atkins, and now Will Ashcroft collects, tackled straight away. Ball bobbles out. Hump says keep going. They try and get it out of there. Atkins trying to stand up with the footy. Got a hand pass to Jeremy Cameron, who whacks it on. Away to Blitzarves. Hand pass meant for Dangerfield, intercepted by Wilmot. In the other direction at centre-half back, kicks wide to Rayner. Rayner, who's still getting jeered. His antics in the final series pass, kicks down the wing, finds McKenna. McKenna looks inside the forward 50, Lohman upstairs, marked in front, O'Sullivan. And gee, this guy's a proper blue chipper, isn't he, in this Geelong team, Connor O'Sullivan. What a player he's going to be for a decade to come. Hand pass to Koning, short kick to Holmes. That hamstring awareness already tonight. Long kick down the wing. Dempsey flies, spoils his own man in the end in Edwards. They lose the footy, the Cats. Lockie Neal kicks down to half forward. Hipwood spills the mark. Ball bobbles away though to Reveal. Hand pass over to Will Ashcroft. Just short little dinky kick inside 50, finds Charlie Cameron, who marks against the boundary line.
It was a clever kick. It was a clever kick because Charlie Cameron was about 9 metres away from him, so he had to give it enough height and distance to is it 15 metres?
Yeah.
So to travel the 15 metres, he actually drew him away from it. Fantastic, smart play by Will Ashcroft.
So he's Charlie Cameron. He's winning the Cameron battle tonight. Jez hasn't kicked one. He's kicked 2, but they came in the opening 2 minutes. Hasn't been involved since. From right on the junction of the 50 and the boundary line, he misses near side, up behind. 18-point game. 15-8 leads 11-14. So it's Brisbane by 18 points. 28 minutes gone in the 3rd. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
You can only keep one, Corbin. Who are you keeping? Sam de Koning or Connor O'Sullivan?
Connor.
Oh.
You?
It's interesting.
Stewart to half-back. Neal gave it to Mark O'Connor. Kicks in the middle of the ground. Dangerfield crashed the bat. Wilmot and his legs taken away. Will Ashcroft gets a hand pass. Levi Ashcroft gets a hand pass back to Harris Andrews. Hand pass to Berry. Drives Brisbane to half forward. Charlie Cameron in from the side against Guthrie. First back onto it. Tackled by Stewart. Got a few metres forward. Rayner can't gather. Neal just volleys it into the pack. Ricochets out to Shannon Neal. Hand pass was over the head of Manor. Here's a chance for Brisbane. Fletcher breaks through. Hand pass to Will Ashcroft. Could have been a throw. Hand pass to Wilmot. Not 15. Umpires paid it. And Hipwood marks. Just forward to the centre circles. Drives it inside 50. Lohman goes up uncontested in the end. Not sure how he lost his opponent. And he marks directly in front as Tanner Bruin's looking around, and he had 2 opponents at one stage.
I'm keeping Connor O'Sullivan after that Sam de Koning effort there.
Yeah, one of them got blocked. I'm not sure who the Geelong player was, but McKenna did a fantastic little block where he made it look like he was marking the ball, but never intended to.
Kai Lohman. It's 3 goals so far tonight as he has a look at the shot clock, which is on 3, so he starts his approach for a 7th goal for Brisbane in this 3rd quarter to add some polish in front of 3-quarter time. He drives through another goal for Brisbane. All of a sudden, that's 4 of the last 6 goals in the match, and they're out by 24 points. 16-8, 104 to Geelong 11-14, 80. Almost half an hour gone in the 3rd quarter. Kai Lohman puts through his 4th.
Remember, I'm going to say that they were super aggressive again because Brisbane had a spare player there. They had one extra. De Koning was, 5 metres away from line.
He's just jogging there, Sam de Koning, to get into that contest.
And then all of a sudden, Kai Loman's got 4. What a night for a small forward in these conditions. 4 goals. That's a huge pass mark.
That's very Geelong-like, sort of thinking, oh, well, we've got it covered, and then realising that Tanner Bruin was the yellow player back.
Well, they've done that a number of times tonight. I reckon that's 4 times tonight they've been really caught out where Brisbane have got a number or they've got goal side of them by a long way.
Lions first to 100. They lead by 24 points. Draper wins the hit out. Edwards knocks it on a second time. Lester collects. He's drilled by Dangerfield as soon as he got it. And then the umpire let them go a minute before calling for a ball up. Dangerfield turns and throws his hands up to the ump saying, what about holding the ball? Not forthcoming. Secondary ball up. Volleyball spike forward by Edwards. Scooped up there by Gallup. He's tackled as he goes to ground with the Sharon. And again, the ump forgiving says ball up. Centre half forward for the Cats.
And then again, McKenna playing as a forward really high, bringing all the Brisbane forwards up with him. They will try to get this one over the back again.
7-goal quarter for the Lions. Draper grabs it out of the ruck. Hurried kick in the middle of the ground. No mark for Hipwood. There's a free kick, though. It's going Connor O'Sullivan's way in the marking contest at his arms chopped. And O'Sullivan to take it. Hand pass away to Bruin, who's been playing behind the footy. Kicks inside the attacking arc. Hands to it. No mark from Edwards. Ball slides through to Gallup. Gallup's hand passed out of the defensive 50. Intercepted by Max Holmes. Chips it into the pocket. And Wilmot gets there first. Knocks it out of bounds. Throw in. Forward pocket for the Cats, who drew within 1 point earlier in the quarter. And from that point on, Brisbane have responded by kicking 7 of the next 10 goals in the game to lead it by 4 goals.
Thrown back in. Draper and Edwards. Clears to the back. Dangerfield charging through. Draper gathers. Gets a kick out towards Loman at half-back. Cleverly socket forward by McKenna. Now the foot race is on. O'Connor will get there first. Charlie Cameron offering chase. O'Connor tumbles forward. Out to Connor O'Sullivan. Lost the footy. Bailey tried to knock it on. Hipwood sockets it off the deck. Only as far as Tom Stewart. Connor O'Sullivan, little fumble. Can't take it. Gathered by Loman between wing and half forward. He's got Bailey. Zach Bailey drops the mark at left half forward. Regathers. Chips it in the pocket. And McKenna marks. Just so much space for Brisbane forwards.
Forward again. 3 players for Brisbane. Forward of the Geelong defenders.
Correct.
Take your pick. Whoever you want to kick it to.
The Irishman, who's been playing sort of a defensive forward role at times, a chance to put a second goal in this third quarter.
And it's really simply Brisbane's forwards are working harder than Geelong's defenders.
5 goals at three-quarter time would be an almighty margin. Connor McKenna veers out to the right, hits it sweetly, and sends it through for another. Pumping his fist. No reaction to the Geelong fans this time. Just did the job. And that's 8 goals in this third quarter the way of the reigning premiers. And they lead by 30 points after Geelong got back within a point through the opening 5 minutes of the third quarter. 17-8, 110 to Geelong, 11-14, 80 on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. You're with Brent Harvey and Adam Romanaskas.
That's 12th goal. Yeah. Benny, are you sure there's no wind going down that that end of the ground? Because this has been an absolute
boundary.
This is amazing. This is huge.
Jump in, Ben.
No, there's certainly no breeze favouring that end of the ground. The flags are sort of fluttering, but if anything, it's a cross breeze at the moment. But it's barely strong enough. Like, I'd describe it as a 2-goal breeze if you're looking at how strong those flags are fluttering.
It's 22 goals to 6.
Yeah, 22 goals.
22 goals to 6 in favour of the City end tonight. 8 goals in the first quarter for Brisbane, 8 goals in the third. Holmes gets the centre. Wilmot upstairs. And Darcy Wilmot with the set over Jack Martin rips down a hanger.
He jumped about 15 seconds too early.
He took it on his way back down to earth. He'd already reached his peak in flight, and as the ball came down, he ended up with it on the way back down, Darcy Wilmot.
Yeah, that's a nice hang.
That is a very nice hang. Hands in the back, old schoolyard grab for Darcy Wilmot. Brisbane trying to work it out of defence. They've turned it over. Last disposal free for the Cats. Dempsey puts it inside 50, and that'll do us. Through 3, the Brisbane Lions by 30 points. 17-8, 110. They lead Geelong 11-14, 80. So Brisbane led by as many as 43 in the opening term. The Cats got within a point. And from that point on, Brisbane are able to steady up big time. They then bang through 8 goals to 3 from that point on. So 8 of the last 11 goals in the game. Brisbane's way to lead by 30 at three-quarter time. The goal kickers for the Lions, 4 for Kai Loman, 3 for Morris, 3 for Zach Bailey, and then 2 each for Charlie Cameron and for Connor McKenna. Singles for Dunkley, Levi Ashcroft and Cam Rayner. Meanwhile, for Geelong, Patrick Dangerfield's got 4, 3 for Shannon Neal, 2 for Jack Martin, and then singles for the 2 Ollies, Wiltshire and Dempsey. 30-point lead for Brisbane as we turn for home at three-quarter time. A Scat 6 test in which the umpire had to intervene and stop play in the second quarter for Lockie Neal. He passed that subsequent concussion test and returned to the field of play. Played out the third quarter. And Max Holmes, who seemingly had done a hammy, felt for it, came off late in the second term. He did a warm-up at half-time and he's played out that third quarter, Max Holmes. In the end, he was Geelong's equal leading possession getter in the term. He had 9 touches, 1 clearance and 4 inside 50s in the quarter for Max Holmes. The thoughts of Rama and Boomer coming up in just a moment. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Comedy, music and tricky clues.
Because Spicks and Specs is back. More music than a comedy night, more comedy than a concert, and enough trivia to impress your co-workers for weeks.
New Spicks and Specs. Back Wednesday, July 8 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Plunks it, gives a handball away to Manor. Geelong have transitioned the footy, the length of the ground. Dempsey turns Tunstall inside out and goals. Geelong are on the doorstep. From 43 down to within 2.
They can't juggle between them. Morris quick at ground level. Hand pass away into the open goal. Hipwood's a Rayner who backs it into the Geelong fans behind the goal. How's this response of Brisbane? 3 quick goals in succession after Geelong got back within a point.
Loops a handball to Dunkley. Hurried kick forward, Lohman. Lohman marks. And the Cats claimed it was touched on the way through, but Kai Lohman's going to get a look at the sticks. 30 out, left half forward. Brisbane come again. Lohman goals, and the Lions keep the Cats at bay.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It's been the story of the night. Brisbane, with the start of like they'd been shot out of a cannon, kicked the first 8 goals, led by 43 points. The Cats chipped away early in the third, got within a point, but no further. And Brisbane flex again. 8 of the next 11 goals going the Lions' way to lead by 30 at three-quarter time. Brent Harvey, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport. It's Brisbane by 30 through 3.
I just can't believe how incredibly efficient Brisbane have been tonight. So take away the second quarter. Again, Brisbane that quarter, 5 goals from turnover. They kicked 11 goals for the game, Boomer, from turnover.
Out of 17.
Yeah, out of 17. So really sweating on Geelong mistake. But at the same time, if you look at Brisbane's pressure for the entirety of the game, it's been there.
Yep.
Like that, even that second quarter when Geelong kicked 6 goals to 1, they still had 28 tackles in that second quarter. So they've really put Geelong under all sorts of pressure. Geelong love to own the ball, own tempo, own territory. You mentioned it in that third quarter, Boom, where Brisbane is simply just speed on the game. Everything is speed. Everything's done really quick. Lohman's causing all sorts of problems. Cameron's causing all sorts of problems. Zach Bailey's causing all sorts of problems. So these sort of higher half forwards that they have all hit the scoreboard. Cam Rayner's probably the one that's missed out, probably a little bit tonight.
Yep.
I think, but even Logan Morris hasn't had a big night. He's kicked 3 goals, but you wouldn't go, oh geez, he's had an incredible night. It's been those others, those smaller players that have just caused havoc. Lockie Neal was incredible that quarter, out 11 possessions, so obviously no effect of that hit in the second quarter. Look, 5 goals in this game is not too much. I think certainly Geelong can make that up, but they're going to find some tempo. They're going to find some control in this game, Geelong. Brisbane's forward line have put Geelong's defence just at 6s and 7s the whole night. They haven't been able to set up. They haven't been able to get comfortable. They haven't been able to hold territory. They haven't been able to hold field space. So, do you put danger in the middle? What do you do from here, Boom?
25 scoring shots from their 35 entries until three-quarter time. Now, you don't see that against Geelong. You don't normally see 110 points against Geelong either.
That's what I was going to say. They're the first visiting team to crack 100 points here at Kardinia Park in 24 years.
24, and it's three-quarter time.
Three-quarter time.
What do you mean?
So the Bulldogs, 785,
by three-quarter time?
Yeah.
Oh.
Not at the end of the game,
No,
yeah,
no.
three-quarter time, but they've got it now. They've got 110.
In 3 quarters.
Yeah, this is huge. This is a big statement from the Brisbane Lions. The things I've really liked, Ramo, you mentioned the speed on ball. We said that Geelong are getting caught out, and they look like the back's positioning is too aggressive. Yeah. But that's because they're up the ground, it's a turnover, and then Brisbane are just going snap straight from defence into offence and getting the ball out the back. The other thing I like, Brisbane are bringing their forwards really, really high, and even when it goes over the back and Geelong is still there to win it, they've got to turn and face the game, and they are getting absolutely slaughtered. We've seen a goal down there. O'Connor got caught holding the ball. I think Loman might have kicked the goal. It's fantastic play. But it's been a tale of 3 different quarters, hasn't it?
Yep.
Because Brisbane dominated the first, Geelong dominated the second, Brisbane dominated the third. Let's see what's going to happen here in the fourth.
It was the third quarter, of course, on grand final day where Brisbane made their move after the scores were level at half-time. And they led by 19 at three-quarter time that day, and, of course, went out to win by 47. Margin 30 here as we start the final term. Draper with the hit out. Down in front of Bailey, gets some centre bounce minutes. Knocks the ball through his legs, straight to Draper, who's tackled. Ball up.
I feel a bit sorry for Mullen. Starts on Lockie Neal. Will Ashcroft goes all right, so he goes on to him. And now Zach Bailey's kicked 3, so he gets moved on to him.
Draper hit out. Holmes
clearing the tagger, Boomer.
Clearing kick, though, for Geelong as it'll bounce away out towards the 50. Collected by Shannon Neal. Fights off the tackle as he dumps a kick into the forward pocket. It'll pitch and run out of play, and it's gaining some territory for the Cats. Boundary throwing a forward pocket for Geelong.
Here we see Brisbane again. Charlie Cameron trying to be the deepest, but pushing everybody up. Hopefully this is one kick, handball receive out the back again. They have literally got, I'm going to call that 110 metres, Rama, to do their work into.
Brent Harvey with you on ABC Sport. Thrown back in. Draper in front of Edwards. Tries to tap it to his own advantage. Clearing kick smothered by Atkins. Cuts through a couple. Kicks up the outside of the boot. Neal had it dumped away from him by Rayner. Awkward ball. Answorth gathers. Dribbles it only as far as O'Sheen Mullen, who fires towards goal to try and get it going. Something out of nothing for Geelong. And they'll take it as they look to close the deficit. The margin immediately is cut to start this final term inside 90 seconds. 24 points the Brisbane lead. 17-8, 110 to Geelong. 12-14, 86.
Well, there's one way if you want to get back to your tagger. Yep. Kick a goal on him, go and tell him about it. But it'll be interesting to see who he goes to. Zach Bailey started in the centre square and he went straight to him. I'm tipping he's going to stay on ball though when Zach Bailey goes forward. So, but a fantastic goal, an opportunist goal.
Zach Bailey was going the other way. He was starting to attack.
Yep. Well, Brisbane did win that contest, and then it got flipped on its head by a couple of little smothers.
Who were the best ones at that Berman? You would have had plenty of tackles.
Cameron Ling was fantastic.
He always let you know about it.
Yeah, he was really, but he would hit the scoreboard too.
You know who's a really good one? Anthony Francina. He was a good tagger.
There's a blast from the past. Name you haven't heard for a while.
People would know Anthony Francina.
Absolutely. Draper pumps it down to Bailey Smith. Handball away towards Holmes, to Edwards, to O'Connor, back to Holmes, but the Cats are retreating. He kicks wide and finds Blitzarves on the wing. So
remind me about Anthony Francina. If we've got enough time post-game, I'll tell you a quick story.
We'll have plenty of time for that chat, I'm sure. Short kick away to O'Connor. O'Connor dabs it down to half forward and picked off by Answorth, who marks at half back. So Geelong trying to get some momentum going, down 24, start of the last.
Answorth up towards Morris, caught behind against Connor O'Sullivan, spills out the way, but Bruce Reveal off the instep, kicks up towards Connor McKenna, tangling with Stewart, good battle throughout the evening. Kolajazdi comes in, offers support, kicks out towards Mark O'Connor, tries to slap it away from Dunkley, and rolls out of play in front of Max Holmes. So Will Ashcroft leads the way with 27 disposals for Brisbane. Next highest is Levi Ashcroft with 19 and Lockie Neal with 19. Bailey Smith with 25, Holmes with 24, and Tom Stewart with 20 for Geelong.
Clinch at the other end of that stat sheet. Jeremy Cameron hasn't had a kick. 2 handballs.
Yep, I was getting to that. Unfortunately for Jezza, it's been a night to forget. Off the bye for Geelong. Bailey Smith gets it from the palm down. Kicks up towards Dangerfield. 4 goals tonight. He takes the mark. Centre wing on the Hickey stand. Bounces back to his feet. 36 years of age. He drives the kick up towards half forward, looking for Neal. Harris Andrews came in late, made the spoil. Down to Fletcher, kicks up the wing to Zach Bailey. Hand pass to Neal. Lockie Neal looks into the middle of the ground. Rayner takes the mark. They're on the burst, the Brisbane Lions.
So Rayner, some indecision, a lot of white jumpers back, so just kicks laterally to Will Ashcroft. Pointing and directing. Will just looks inside the forward 50, leaping up. Zach Bailey hands to it, no mark. Spills down to O'Sullivan just to get out of here, kick up to halfway. And out the back, Andrews hugs it to his chest. Picks it off for Brisbane. Again, the Lions just able to change a bit of tempo here with ball in hand. 24 points the lead for Brisbane, but the Cats have kicked the first in the last quarter.
Gee, Harris Andrews was very hesitant to kick to his teammate there, wasn't he?
Young Ty Gallup, who took the mark and then went short to Gardner. On the wing, it's a crowded forward 50. Gardner's just going to put it inside 50 and turn it over cold. Blitzarms takes the intercept mark, centre half back for Geelong. 4-goal lead for Brisbane. 4 goals, 24 points, 4.5 gone final term.
He wanted to try and move it quickly, but a couple of those opportunities dried up. So sends it out to the Hickey stand wing. O'Sheen Mullen the target. Leicester makes the spoil. Lockie Neal rushes in, wins the footy for Brisbane. Out past Arena from left half forward. Drives it long to the goal square. In the end, Geelong have 2-on-1. And Connor O'Sullivan takes the mark with Tom Stewart in front of McKenna, the Irishman. And it's going to be a 50-metre penalty here. So McKenna was told to come back. He ignored that. And so Connor O'Sullivan doesn't wait for the full 50. Instead, takes advantage and kicks it out to Bailey Smith and works it up the wing to Humphreys.
So Humphreys looks corridored, wants to get it to Holmes. Broken up by Morris on the way through, but a shove and a free kick for the Cats. Advantage applied. O'Connor takes it. Handball away to Manor. Sends it inside 50. Gallup reaching overhead. Plucks it for Brisbane. Takes the intercept mark at fullback for the Lions.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? Yeah. Stretching mark, getting pushed in the back. That's a goal save for that one right there.
Short to Fletcher, short to Lockie Neal, not the required range. Hand pass back to Fletcher. Kicks in front of the benches and finds Berry, who marks right on halfway for the Lions.
He wanted to try and get it to Zach Bailey. Holmes was in front, had enough of it. Had his arms chopped, says the umpire. Free kick going the way of Max Holmes, who had that hamstring square in the second quarter. It's been okay to finish the match, but still not looking at his absolute best. Hand pass to Connor O'Sullivan. Gets a hand pass away to Atkins. Up to Bailey Smith. Between wing and half forward. Just pokes a kick looking for Jack Henry. In from the side. Can't take the mark. Spills down the way of Lockie Neal. One way then the other. Kicks up to Dunkley, who marks centre wing on the broadcast side.
Great decision maker, Lockie Neal, isn't he? And execution.
But it's the difference. So Bailey Smith just bombs the ball in the air inside forward 50. Lockie Neal wins it inside defensive 50 and hits a target coming out.
Dunkley short to Will Ashcroft. He's got the main flowing again. Heads it down to half forward. Morris leaps up for it. No mark. Spills down in front of McKenna, who inadvertently soccers it out of bounds. Last disposal free for Geelong. Stewart takes it. Looks corridor. Ollie Henry takes the mark and the ground opens upfield. Pokes the pass in front of Mullen. Deft touch on it. Got it away towards Shannon Neal. Collects 70 metres out. Puts it inside 50. Wiltshire can't quite mark. Wiltshire goes and gets it. Had more time than he thought. And off the left, he's non-preferred. He misses near side or behind. 23-point game. Brisbane on top. 7 gone final term.
Oh, he had a lot more time there, didn't he? He could have straightened up and probably just dribbled that through.
Sort of feels like one of those nights where Geelong are playing their opponents and themselves at various times. Cameron, that time Jeremy Cameron was half a chance. Wiltshire cut in front. Trying to work his way out of defence was Fletcher. Broke a couple of tackles. Did well in the end. Kicks up towards the wing. Harris Andrews has to present. Knocks it down. Sees it out of play in front of Kolajasny. It's the one with Neal and Ollie Henry at half forward. In the end, they almost got in each other's way.
Yeah, they're going to have to hurry up here, the Cats. They're going to have to kick a goal in the next couple of minutes to even be a little sniff. They probably need 2 quick ones.
23 points as the Brisbane Lions lead. Cats will have to take some risks. DeConing wins down the tap. Lockie Neal front and centre. Hand pass to Reveal. Kicks it straight out towards the boundary line. It'll be a lasso free kick for Geelong. They'll take it under the Hickey stand.
Brisbane will be really happy to have a 0-0 draw here. They don't need to score goals to win this game. They've just got to stop Geelong from kicking them. But unfortunately, Geelong are going to have to take some risks.
Geelong best final quarter team in the competition. 13-2 this year in last quarters. Kolajasny to a contest. Spills to Martin. Gives it to Mullen. Short kick inside 50. Broken up. Nice work by the Lions. Dunkley clears the area. Up to halfway. McKenna eventually gathers. Hand pass to Rayner. He lost it. And then Atkins stripped of it by Rayner. Ball up. The pair share it in the middle of Cardinia Park.
He hasn't had great ball use tonight. But he just doesn't look like getting near it, does he?
Still on the 2 handballs for the night. Doesn't put total leather tonight. Jeremy Cameron from the stoppage. Mullen bangs it forward for Geelong. Ball pitches, runs close to the boundary line. Beats everyone out of play. Boundary throw-in. Yep, 50 metres out from the Cats' attacking goal, so 23-point game. Lions on top. They did get within a point, the Cats, after falling 43 down in the opening term. And after they drew within one, Brisbane steadied up, kicked 8 goals to 3 to end the quarter.
Going back in. Tap down from McConey to the front of the pack. No one there for Geelong, though. Manor goes racing after it with Reveal and a boundary throw, and Ben Cameron.
The geelong chant has just gone up around the ground, so they know they need to lift their team.
School holidays, of course, so not ideal to have a Thursday night fixture for a lot of the kids. Might have been allowed a slightly later bedtime tonight. Thrown back in, Fortin to Koning. To Koning down to Jack Martin, who's trying to dodge a couple of tacklers. Gallup got him. Got a hand pass away. Andrews wrapped up and brought down by Ollie Henry, and the umpire will ball it up. It's about 35 metres out from Geelong's goal.
Winner tonight goes in the top 4. The loser is on the outside looking in with 7 to play in the home and away season. De Koning down to Manor, hurried kick forward. Needed a kind roll, didn't get it. One behind. So margin at 22. And Geelong doing all the scoring, or the only scoring that we've seen so far through the first 10 minutes of this final term. Brisbane by 22 points.
Fletcher into the pocket for Zach Bailey. 3 goals for him tonight. As his reputation grows, the offers will come for him. At season's end, he's got a decision to make. Kicks up towards Fort, caught behind against Tom Stewart. Got it down to Holmes, hand pass to Humphreys. Into the middle of the ground, never got to Mullen. Spoiled away by Levi Ashcroft. Cameron's hand pass chopped off. Zach Guthrie desperate. Won the footy, knocked it out to Atkins. Contact below the knees. Second time we've seen that rule tonight. It's an interesting one when the ball's in dispute, but yeah, I guess we've got to protect the well-being of the players, and Dunkley gets the free kick.
Got it to Levi Ashcroft. Short kick straight up the pipe to Lockie Neal. He's got Hipwood in the corridor, ignores him. Lockie 2 kicks from goal. He just dabs the pass straight to Berry, who marks uncontested, 25 out straight in front. And Chris Scott will be thinking, how on earth was that allowed to happen?
Well, it actually wasn't even for Berry. It was for Hipwood.
I've never seen this from Geelong, the way they're defending tonight.
It was for Hipwood, but Berry was there as well. So take your pick again. Lockie Neal, again, great execution, great decision-making. Just chipped that ball in there in the middle of 4 Geelong players, Rammer.
Well, Geelong look like an inexperienced defence at the moment. They don't know what they're doing.
They have punched holes in them tonight defensively. Berry for some more pain. He misses. Leaves the door ajar. 12 minutes gone, final term. Brisbane by 23. Is that a let-off? Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
11 minutes into the final term. Blitzabs takes the mark from the Humphreys kick in. Up the wing, chopped off. Will Ashcroft takes the mark. Possession number 30 coming up for him. So he has been in rare form in recent weeks. 30 disposals in his last 3 games. Chips it over the top to Fletcher. 2-time Norm Smith medalist. Fletcher sends a high long ball into the pocket. Hipwood sets himself, can't take the mark. Kolajasny spoils. Wilkshire races after it. Sockers it in the middle of the ground. A chaos ball. Jeremy Cameron tries to toe poke it out to Martin. It may still work. Martin tackled and brought down. Great desperation for the Lions. Just as Geelong thought they had a chance to break clear. Another great chase, and guess who? Josh Dunkley lays the tackle.
A little lateral soccer off the deck. First kick of the night for Jeremy Cameron from the stoppage. Will Ashcroft, high bomb into the forward pocket. And nice intercept mark taken by Kolajasny.
I think Gardner might have done his hammy here. If it's not, it's a very, very big cramp. But he's waving to the bench and he wants out.
Okay, thank you, Boomer. And get Ben to keep an eye on that. Kolajasny's got it. Back pocket for the Cats. Heads out of the defensive arc. Rayner punches it over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in. Ben Cameron.
Yeah, Darcy Gardner is turned around and he started hobbling towards the bench. He can't even get into a run. So I think it is worse than a cramp. Boomer, as you mentioned.
Yeah, right hamstring, Benny. No doubt. Just got a replay of it up here. So,
jeez. He's played 9 of the 16 games this year. Darcy Gardner. Brisbane get it going inside 50 again. Hitting up to meet it. Hipwood. Handball away to Lohman. Hand pass into the forward pocket. Trying to link up with Zach Bailey. And Humphreys knocks it free from him. So boundary throw in forward pocket for Brisbane.
Well, they're 1 short at the minute. So Geelong need to get the ball going down there. Darcy Wilmot's putting his arms out saying, why are we 1 short? Berry comes down and takes Cameron at the minute.
Brisbane by 23 points. This is all a territory game for the moment for the Lions. Thrown back into play. Fort and Koning tangle. Fort down to the front, charging through McKenna. Tackle dragged down by Atkins. Will Ashcroft lays a good tackle on Tanner Bruin. And Ball will ball it up in the left forward pocket for Brisbane.
They celebrate, Clint, they celebrate little things. That was a tackle there, and Darcy Wilmot is 80 metres off the ball and puts his hands up to celebrate.
Will Ashcroft tries to win it, but he's beaten to the footy by Tom Stewart. Kicks out towards half-back. Wiltshire runs onto it. Kicks up the wing. Not a great kick in for Jeremy Cameron. It's chopped off. The mark taken by Darcy Wilmot, who continues to impress in that roll across half-back in the absence of Dane Zorko.
Wilmot wide to Bruce Reville. And marks just inside the boundary line, eastern side. Takes on Dangerfield on the mark. Long kick into the forward pocket. Hit with the target. Spills down to Zach Bailey. Zigging and zagging. Hand pass to Will Ashcroft. Tackled to ground by Bruin. Ball up inside 50 for the Lions. Ben Cameron.
Just on that, celebrating the small stuff, I feel like that's really ratcheted up for Brisbane since the bye. It feels like that was something they spoke about. When their pressure's positive, they win. When it's not, they lose. And they've really celebrated those 1%ers noticeably since I've noted, Boom.
Humphreys gets it out of the defensive arc from the ball up and eventually out of play as Martin and Wilmot share it out. Half forward for Brisbane. Boundary throw-in. 15 minutes gone in the final term. It's a 23-point lead for the Lions.
Rama, you mentioned before they look safer behind the ball. Leicester's there. The ball's not getting out the back now, so they look so much more settled with that player there.
Thrown back in. De Koning wins down the tap. Trying to link up with Jack Martin, who's tangled with Darcy Wilmot. Taps it out in the end. Rayner breaks the tackle of Tom Atkins. No easy task. Bungles a kick inside 50. Shortly, Lohman gave away the free kick, holding onto the back of his opponent, and the free kick will go the way of Mark Blitzavs.
Not much has happened the last couple of minutes, but that's perfect for Brisbane. So that's just a bit of clock management for the Lions, where they've probably taken 4 minutes off the clock here.
Blitzavs around the back to Tom Stewart, sends it high and long up the wing, galloping from the side. The repositioned forward come defender has started to make some inroads, so he takes a good contested mark. Off a step, drives it inside 50. Rayner from the pack can't take the mark. Lohman's the crummer, curls on goal and slams through his fifth. Kai Lohman might have finished the match. 16 minutes gone in the final term. They have had all the answers tonight. Brisbane against the Cats. 18-9, 117 to Geelong. 12-16, 88. And after Oisin Mullen kicked the opening goal in the first 90 seconds of the final quarter, Brisbane respond. Some 17 minutes later, and the margin is 29 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Brent Harvey and Adam Romanascus.
Can we use a cricket term? He's got a Michelle.
Yeah,
Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yep.
That's a great. He kicked his fourth, and we said it was a great effort. 5 on a night like tonight. That's 5 for Lohman.
It's a season high.
2 for Cameron and 3 for Bailey. That's 10 between the three smalls for Brisbane. It's been a fantastic effort. And that's without Morris's 3 as well. So good opportunist goal there, front and centre. Handball receive, snap over the shoulder, execute well.
Edwards wins the hit out in the middle, but Bruce Reville gets it going forward for Brisbane. Zach Bailey turns his opponent inside out, slips over without it. Loma puts his head over the footy, left it behind though. Sullivan intercepts for Geelong. Hand pass to Edwards, handball to Bailey Smith. Hand pass to Humphreys and now on to Bruin. It's been a bit of the night behind the ball. He's in the middle of the ground here. Kicks straight down the pipe. Off the pack, spills to Wilmot, and Wilmot can calm it down. Heads to half-back. Wiltshire went early. Flying over the back of Berry. Pumped in the other direction by Bruin. Down to Wiltshire. Kicks into the forward pocket. Andrews does very well. Holds out Martin, and Brisbane win it back. A 1-2. Wilmot to Answorth. Back to Wilmot. Hand pass to Levi Ashcroft. He's shoved out of bounds by Guthrie. And a boundary throw-in half forward for the Cats. 18 gone in the final term. Brisbane by 29 points, a goal each in this final term.
Cats were perfect at Kardinia Park before tonight, Rama. 6-0. This will be 2 wins for Brisbane here at Kardinia Park. How significant is that?
Any win at Kardinia Park for any opposition is significant. So anytime you come here now, you're just growing confidence that you know you can beat Geelong.
Draper out of the ruck, was able to get the clearance, kicked up to Logan Morris, who clears the defence, looking up towards Hipwood. 2 Geelong players collide, spills out the way of Rayner, kicks into the pocket. O'Connor's the other cat back, and he takes the mark. Wedge between Kai Lohman and the run of Tunstall. He was rather fortunate that he was able to take it 10 metres out from his defensive goal.
And Lohman was filthy because it was a terrible kick. All he had to do is chop his eyes.
Just need to chip it.
Guthrie chips it to the back pocket where the mark is taken. Jack Martin works it up to Ollie Dempsey. Thought about the hand pass around the back. Pushes back behind his mark at left half back. Brisbane by 29 points. Dempsey sends it long up towards Neal. That's Shannon Neal and Jeremy Cameron. Spills off hands. Edwards at the back. Tries to knock it clear. Gallup got him high. Free kick Geelong's way.
Edwards stands up with the footy. Hand pass to the run of Bruin. Kicks inside the attacking arc, and Lester leaps up in front of Manor to take the intercept mark. So the concern out of the night's going to be the hammy for Darcy Gardner. A couple of other players banged up on the run, but both of them returned. Lockie Neal with that head knock in the second term passed the Scat 6 concussion test. And Max Holmes, who had that hamstring injury in the second quarter, but it's played out the second half.
He's on the bench now. It's just not worth bringing him back on now, is it? He's getting a rub down as we speak. The game's done and dusted.
Silly. That's 50 metres.
So Berries has kicked the ball out of bounds on the full, and the Brisbane player Morris has just whacked it into the stands, and the ump said, well, you can't do that. That was a free kick for Geelong, and he's killed a dead ball, and so now it's going to be a scoring shot, and Connor O'Sullivan, who hasn't been a noted goal kicker in his young career, is going to get a look here from 40 out just right of centre.
So I was just speaking about the game's done and dusted now, isn't it? They can't win Geelong.
They need a lot to go right, starting with this as O'Sullivan's kick misses.
Well, Max Holmes is up on the bench, indicating he wants to get back on, and it looks like he will. I'm not sure about it. I think he's nearly your best player, and you're going to risk him.
Lions by 28, by the way, so just ticked into time on final term. Lions 28.
Wilmot into the pocket for Harris Andrews. Stepped off his line, called a play on, goes all the way back to Noah Answorth, who marks in front of the goal line. Plays on. Shannon Neal comes running at him. Drives it long to half back. Draper looking to present. Clears him and the pack. Over the back, racing after it. Tunstall bumped off it by O'Shea Mullen. Gathered by Edwards. Hand pass a turnover. Dunkley. Rayner can't pick up the loose footy at his bootlaces. Bruin showed good patience and desperation. Geelong win it back. Blitzav's hand pass to Bailey Smith. Inside 50. Dangerfield leads up. Marks directly in front. 45 metres out from goal. He's been called upon a couple of times tonight, the captain. He'll have to try and go back from just inside 50 to keep any flicker alive.
It was much better by Bailey Smith there going inside forward 50.
Ball didn't spin very well, though.
Well, it didn't spin very well. But
got to where he wanted to go, though.
Target.
He did drop his eyes and look for Dangerfield on the lead.
4 goals tonight for the 12th time in his career for Patrick Dangerfield. At 36 years of age, Dangerfield from 50 hits it sweet. Forever young, the Geelong captain, as he kicks 5 goals tonight on what's been a disappointing night for Geelong, but he has shown plenty in the forward 50. Brisbane lead cut back to 22 points, and you just never know. 22 minutes gone in the final term. They have to be efficient out of the middle of the ground. Brisbane 18-9, 117 to Geelong 13-17, 95. Patrick Dangerfield with his 5th goal.
Well, you'd never say never in this game. So, 5 minutes to go, 4 goals they need here Geelong. It looks highly unlikely, but if a team can do it, Geelong is certainly that. I'd be clearing the 50 out with Dangerfield now, just getting him deep, get all the other forwards just up high and let Dangerfield go to work. Jezza doesn't look like touching it at the moment. Shannon Neal's gone cold.
Edwards wins the hit out back in the middle, and Max Holmes goes running away from Lockie Neal. He's a runner, he's a track star as he burns him off 2 bounces. Kicks inside the forward pocket. Cameron the target, brings it to ground. Ball comes back to him, knocked away by Lester, who's done well, and also Andrews with a play on that. Wilmot clears the defensive arc, kicks up to the wing. Bruin's got it, he's tackled high. Free kick. Bruin to take it on the wing. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Zach Bailey just getting a little bit of work on his hamstrings. A very animated discussion with the other physio at the same time as well.
Bruin drives it inside 50. Shannon Neal, Jeremy Cameron there, falls to the front. Dangerfield trying to get a hand pass out to Manor. Socket away in the end by Fletcher. Works for Brisbane. Neal gathers it half back. Chips it out to Connor McKenna. It's also a bit of a sad sight seeing Jeremy Cameron only really able to fly with one arm. He's not raising his left arm in marking contests. It's the player who won the Coleman last year with 83 goals. Lockie Neal takes the pass from Connor McKenna. Marks centre wing on the broadcast side. He's got Sam Draper at half forward. It clears he, College Asney and Hipwood. And at the back, it's gathered by Taccone. Hand pass to Stewart. Through the middle of the ground. Time to take some risks. Manor can't take the mark. Running onto it, Wilmot. Opens up the ground now for Brisbane. He drives a high, long kick inside 50. Charlie Cameron's there. In the end, he has to compete against two. Guthrie and O'Sullivan. Morris stay down. He gathers. Hand pass looking for Will Ashcroft. Can't pick it up. Hipwood's in there. O'Shea Mullen clings on with a tackle. Just got a hand pass away. Charlie Cameron can't gather. Ball in dispute. Trying to knock it clear in the end. Blitzav's got it out. Hand pass under pressure. Back to Zach Guthrie. Got it from O'Sullivan. Stewart fends off Will Ashcroft. No easy task. Chips it back to Bruin. Who marks in the back pocket.
Bruin heads to halfback with the kick to Manor, who had 30 and kick 5 in their last meeting. Not the same impact tonight. Hand pass away to Holmes. Long kick to half forward for Cameron, who marks just his second kick of the night. Dabs it inside 50. Dempsey hugs it to his chest in the forward pocket. And Ollie Dempsey right in front of the Cats race. We'll have a look here.
Super important that he kicks this, but he's got to go quick as well. He hasn't got his 30 seconds. He cannot take that. He's got about 10 seconds maximum.
Final 3 minutes. They need 4 goals. Dempsey to give them the first of those. Well, he's got it there. Dempsey curls it through. He's got 2 tonight. And again, the margin is cut to 16 points. Brisbane on top, time on their side, and the scoreboard. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, 18-9 to 14-17.
You need Jeremy Cameron to find the football. Now, it's only his 4th disposal and 2nd kick, but every time he gets the ball, he kicks the ball so well inside 50. That was precise, that kick. It was perfect. There wasn't a lot of pressure on him, but he just nailed it.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
The Brisbane Lions saying hamstring tightness for Zach Bailey. He'll stay off for the remainder of the game just to be safe.
Yes, man, that's a watch. So Sunday twilight against Essendon. The next time we'll see Brisbane up at the Gubba.
20 disposals, 3 goals for Zach Bailey. Job well done.
Almost 26 minutes gone in the final term. Fort wins down the tap. Holmes gets the clearance up towards half forward, slipping over Wilkshire. Allowed Reveal to gather. He runs away from his opponent at halfback. Chips it out wide. It should be too wide in the end. The effort of Levi Ashcroft, and a free kick will go Geelong. So he got it. Got a hand onto it, according to our umpire. And Burrows racing around that boundary line. And much of the frustration of Tanner Bruin, it's going to be a throw-in, not a lasso free kick.
He wouldn't be wrong if he saw it, Clinchy. There's no doubt about that. Ian Burrows, part of the ABC Asia Pacific team. Full-time role with us as a journalist during the week and runs the boundary on the weekend. And the boundary throw-in comes down to Lockie Neal. Hand pass to Berry. His hand pass ends up back out of play, and it came off the boot of a Cats player last. So free kick going Brisbane's way.
Yeah, handball straight into his boot. Not intentionally, though, I don't think.
The old basketball trick. Short kick goes back to Leicester. It's going to be a big result for Brisbane. We'll talk about how much these two teams have played each other in the last 2 years. The 7th meeting since the 2024 prelim. It'll be Brisbane 5-2 in that time in those head-to-head games. So a lot of high leverage wins for Brisbane in those recent encounters as Will Ashcroft heads down to half forward and Morris seen out by O'Sullivan. Will have a boundary throw in 60 metres out from the Brisbane goal. Margin 16, 27 minutes into this final term. Time running out for the Cats. We're about to fall out of the top 4.
Thrown back in. Blitzhound's doing the ruck work against Fort. Tries to tap it to the back. Almost worked out to the effort of Max Holmes. It's taken by Rayner. Sends it into the pocket. Out of play. Too wide for Logan Morris. Connor O'Sullivan, which is okay for Brisbane. They have it down their end of the ground. At the players stand in the right forward pocket, 30 metres out from goal.
I spoke about those role players for Brisbane doing so well. Like Josh Dunkley, he's much better than a role player, but he plays an incredible role. 14 tackles tonight.
Cats have the Giants next Saturday. Thrown back in. Blitzav's down to the front. Holmes' kick is smothered. Spills out to the effort of Berry. Curls it across his body. It's across the face of goal. Morris underneath it. Can't take the mark. He bounces into College Asney. It goes out of play in the left forward pocket for Brisbane. 28 minutes gone in the final term. Brisbane by 16 points.
Four losses in their past 5 games for the Cats. Albeit a bunch of them by close margins and redeeming qualities in each, but not a whole lot of premiership points in that stretch. A couple of quick handballs for the Lions. Charlie Cameron caught with it. In the end, the umpire says, I'll have it.
Well, Brisbane are proving you play quick against Geelong and you don't let them settle, you can beat them.
This will be a win streak for the Lions, 4 in a row. A chance to play Essendon next week to go 5 straight from the stoppage. Geelong get it going forward, but only as far as Fletcher dumps a kick back inside 50, too wide. Out of bounds, 1 bounce out of bounds. So that'll be enough for a forward 50 stoppage for Brisbane. Lead is 16 points. They were never headed, would you believe, Brisbane, despite Geelong getting within a point in the third quarter. Lions kicked the first 8 goals of the game, led by as many as 43, and they're going to win wire to wire.
They've been incredibly reliable with their set shots tonight, Brisbane. De Koning gets a hand pass away to Bruin. Sends it long up the wing. Shannon nail the target. Arms outstretched in front of Harris Andrews. Can't mark. Jack Martin gathers. Skirts onto the footy. Sends it up towards half forward. Over the head of Jasper Fletcher, who takes the mark, running back with a flight in front of Jeremy Cameron, who was trying to cut across. Sean Manor was there as well, and Brisbane have had all the answers across half back tonight. Fletcher out to Darcy Wilmot at left half back. Looks to come inboard to Leicester. Not 15, so call to play on. Gives the hand pass back to Wilmot. So off the step, he just sends a high ball up the Hickey wing. One for the Flyers. Cam Rayner in the end, the only one who flies. Takes the mark, shows the footy to the Geelong fans. How do you like this? Back-to-back wins at the Cattery for Brisbane.
Took them 20-plus years before that as Rayner goes long to a contest, and there's a mark in all of that. Ford comes down with it, the former Cat, and he'll get the last kick of the game.
He's shown the ball to the crowd on the wing.
And the Brisbane Lions, they reinforce the world order. It's Brisbane over Geelong again. They repeat the grand final dose and take the Cats' place in the top 4. And now Darcy Fort for the finishing touches.
Oh, no, don't go off your line, Darcy.
He moves in, kicks a straight drop punt. It'll count. All 6 of them. He's happy with that. The Lions by 22 points. And it's Brisbane who prevail again over Geelong in another high-stakes game. They replace the Cats in the top 4. The Lions by 22.
We are the pride of Brisbane town. We wear blue and gold. We will always fight for victory, like Fitzroy and Bears are of old. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar.
Like Animal Farm and its tenant, all games are equal and some games are a little more equal than others. And for the Brisbane Lions, they've had this big game travel routine in recent times. For the special games on their schedule, they'll travel a day early. They earmarked this game a long way out. A couple of extra nights in Melbourne in preparation to take on the Cats down here in Geelong. And sure enough, it has paid off again. Their big game routine comes off. Brisbane by 22 points. They're back in the 4. The Cats are on the outside looking in with 7 to play.
Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar. You'll hear a mighty roar.
Well, as it has been in this stretch, it's been Brisbane over Geelong, and it is again tonight. 7 meetings in the last 2 years. Brisbane have won 5 of them. Geelong just 2. When you think about preliminary final wins, wins on grand final day, a win tonight to replace the Cats in the top 4 in the key moments with plenty at stake, it has been Brisbane who have been too good for Geelong. They kicked the first 8 goals of the night, led by 43. From that point on, the Cats took over, kicked 8 of the next 9 goals in the game. They got within a single point. And then it was Brisbane who had to steady up. They kicked 8 goals to 3 to end the quarter, led by 30 at three-quarter time. And despite the fact the Cats kicked 3 of the first 4 goals to start this final term, Brisbane were never really troubled. And they never got within 16 points in that final term. The Cats fought, kicking a goal on the siren to cap off what was another sensational night for Brisbane. Lions by 37 at quarter time, 7 at the half, 30 at three-quarter time and 22 in the finish. Brisbane win wire to wire 5 goals for Kyle Lohmann, 3 for Logan Morrison, for Zach Bailey, 2 for Charlie Cameron, 2 for Connor McKenna, singles for Dunkley, for Levi Ashcroft, for Cam Rayner, and for Darcy Ford at the end. Some hamstring awareness for Zach Bailey. His night ended on the bench. And a genuine hammy for Darcy Gardner, sustained in the final quarter. Meanwhile, for Geelong, 5 for Patrick Dangerfield, 3 for Shannon Neal, but none of them after half-time. 2 each for Jack Martin and for Ollie Dempsey. And then singles for Ollie Wiltshire and for Oisin Mullen. So 19-9-1-23. Brisbane beat Geelong 14-17-101. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Brent Harvey, Adam Ramanauskas, your initial thoughts. What have we seen tonight across 4 quarters here in Geelong?
Oh, I thought the biggest thing that I noticed tonight was when Brisbane put speed on ball, they made Geelong, whether it was shifting their defence, I think that's the word that people use, but it was more getting them out the back, Rammer, and making them defend. And you said you haven't seen it before, and I haven't seen it too often either, where Geelong just looked way out of position. Yep. And it was literally when Brisbane were defending, their pressure was really, really good. It was on tonight, and they would transition from defence into offence as quick as any team I've seen this year. That ball moved, it was out the back, Geelong had to defend, and quite often we've seen an extra forward in Brisbane's forward line just by reading the cue. So that was the biggest thing that I took out of it. You look from a defensive point of view and you probably think Geelong were a little bit proactive in their positioning, but I think it was more, I think we figured it out, Rammer, as the game went on. It was more speed on ball from Brisbane.
Yeah, no doubt. And they were just out position continually, Geelong's defence. And, you know, when you got the likes of Tom Stewart, De Koning, Connor O'Sullivan down there, very experienced defenders getting sucked up the ground so high. And Brisbane's half forwards are just too quick. So Lohmann, Bailey, Charlie Cameron, Cam Rayner, they've kicked 10 goals between them. Then you get 2 goals out of Connor McKenna playing on Tom Stewart. So they really went to work against Geelong. Geelong have had 69 inside 50s to 52. So they've had more scoring shots, 31 scoring shots to 28. But just simply the efficiency. The efficiency of Brisbane was incredible. It's really set up in 2 quarters of football. They've dominated the first quarter and dominated the third quarter. So, and in those 2 quarters, it wasn't grind football, and that's what Boomer and I are talking about here. It exposed a few of Geelong's weaknesses when you do put genuine speed on the ball and around the contest. Geelong find it incredibly difficult to defend. Geelong want the tempo ahead of the ball to be slower at times so they can set up. Now, we saw a number of occasions where Connor McKenna was pushing all the Brisbane forwards up the ground just to make it genuine one-on-ones, then to beat them back the other way. Now, usually we're so often seeing with Geelong, Tom Stewart sitting back by himself, Sam De Koning sitting back by himself, Connor O'Sullivan sitting back by himself, Guthrie at times, Kolajasny at times, but they were made to play accountable football tonight. So Brisbane go, well, no, you're not going to have a +1 tonight. What we're going to do is every single opportunity we get, we're going to make it a one-on-one. So you actually have to defend. Now, whether that's around the contest, so around the contest, you see the ball goes deep into Brisbane's forward 50. There's a stoppage right at the point of the square. Bailey Smith doesn't want to defend. Josh Dunkley kicks a goal. So it's forcing. Brisbane forced and asked the question of Geelong all night, if you don't defend us, we're going to kick goals. And that's what they just continually did. Geelong didn't want to defend. They wanted to sort of play their zone sort of type of defence as they play. Brisbane forced it the other way. And you're only efficient if the opposition allows you to be efficient. Yeah. And that's what Geelong allowed. They allowed Brisbane's efficiency going inside forward 50. At one stage, what were they, Corbs? They were 7 entries to 6 goals at the start of the game.
Yep.
You know, so Geelong are playing catch up for the entirety of the game. They get within a point in that third quarter. Then you look after that, Brisbane they go and kick 8 of the next 11 goals in that quarter. So it's like, you know, the alarm bells would have been ringing in the Geelong coach's box, but Chris Scott, he couldn't do anything about it tonight.
I think the phone might have been ringing literally. Yeah. He smacked it in the grass.
He smashed it in
Huck O'Connor gave away a free kick for holding the ball.
Yeah, so it's, look, they've got their measure.
I think Brisbane has certainly got Geelong's measure. They've worked out the formula against Geelong. Now, if the other teams aren't watching the formula to beat Geelong, they're crazy.
Well, if you look at the 2 wins that Geelong have had in their last 7, and again, I don't want to take away from anyone's wins, but yeah, they beat the Lions earlier this season when they were on 3 consecutive 6-day breaks. Yep. So, yeah, early in the season, maybe the Premiers aren't quite as motivated in the back end of the season as they are at the start for obvious reasons. And the only other one they've got, which is looking like a huge aberration and an outlier, was the qualifying final last year where Geelong were too good for them that night. But every other moment and in every other way, the Lions have beaten them. They beat them on prelim night in 2024 where they had to come from behind. They beat them in the wet early last season up at the Gabba in that rescheduled Cyclone game. They blitzed them in the opening quarter and blew them off the park in the corresponding fixture here last year. They beat them down after halftime, scored from clearance on grand final day. And then tonight they almost felt like they were toying with them at times and holding it. It was like when it was time to go, they put their foot down and controlled the game when they needed to win by 22 points. They win wire to wire. There they replace the Cats in the top 4. Let's go celebrate with the 2-time reigning premiers to Ben Cameron in the winners' rooms.
Yeah, they're a pretty happy bunch. Josh Dunkley just going past me. He's got a bit of blood sort of on the peak of his nose, so he's had a bit of an issue there as they all come in. Jasper Fletcher, pretty happy boy as he high-fives a few fans as he goes past. Lockie Neal, the last to come in, hugging Harris Andrews, and they'll slip in and they'll sing the song. Here we go. Yeah, they're a happy group, as they should be. They've come down to the Cattery again and come away with the 4 points, and it will be a springboard into the final third of this home and away season.
Thanks, Ben. They're in the 4 tonight. They get to 10-6. Meanwhile, Geelong, their record worsens to 9-7. Only 2 games over 500, the Cats. So the game of mathematics, as Mick Moldhouse always tells us, and all of a sudden, despite the fact they've been in all these games close and have run 4 teams within single digits. Ultimately,
they don't have much wriggle room now.
No.
Geelong.
All of a sudden, they're 9-7. They've lost 4 of their last 5. And the Cats, when you're looking at their run home, they got the Giants in Sydney next week. St Kilda back here at Cardinia Park. Melbourne at the MCG, which the D's at the G are a different situation, aren't they, than anywhere else. Collingwood at the MCG. They play Essendon down here at Cardinia Park, which I'd start a heavy favourite. North Melbourne in the penultimate round. Who knows what shape your Kangas look like then, Boomer? Are they playing for a wild card spot?
We'll have 9 on the trot by then.
And then Richmond to finish. So there's still enough.
So they might win their last 4, which is sort of gives them a run home. But
they've still got to win a couple of games in the meantime. They've got to win Giants, Saints and Melbourne. They've got to win probably 2 of them, don't they? Or one, at least one of them.
It's their defensive system, as Rama said, which would give Chris Scott nightmares that against the best sides, they can get exposed.
So for the listeners, and Rama explained it really well, pushing the Brisbane players up the ground, what could they do to they could do what Brisbane done. Just put a player there.
Yeah, just hold.
We'll come back to that. Let's go back to the winners' rooms. Ben.
Yeah, I'm down here with Jasper Fletcher, who's got his mum Narelle just ripping off his strapping. Looks like it hurts. Who did you come in and say hello to when you came into the rooms as well?
Yeah, I got Mum Narelle, my auntie Trace, my second cousin, which I got wrong last week, Zeph, and then my cousin Coco.
That's very cool. That performance, what's your overall takeaway from that game?
Look, it was a gritty win. I mean, Fags brought in the theme this week of Rafa, the documentary about grit and determination. I think that showed us tonight. We started off really well, sort of slipped up a little bit in the second quarter, but then after half-time, I think we got back to our best and just keep kicking the ball forward and give us our forwards the best chance.
So can you explain it to us? I'm trying to make sense of it. It was 8-zip in the first quarter. Then it felt like it was 8-zip to them in the second quarter. Then you guys went again in the third. Like, what changed between the first and second quarters?
Yeah, look, I mean, we started off really well. We knew they'd come off the bye, so our goal was to try and jump them at the start, and I think we did that obviously really well, kicking 8 goals, and then we sort of let off the gas in the second quarter, which hurt us, and as we know, Geelong are a very talented side with some great goal kickers as well. So at half-time, we sort of had a bit of a reality check, got together as a group and knew that we had to get the ball going our way, and we took territory tonight and gives our forwards the best chance.
I'll send you upstairs. Called Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Brent Harvey.
Jasper, Brent Harvey up here, congratulations on the win. Fantastic to always come down Geelong and get the 4 points. You spoke about the getting together and reassessing at half-time. What was the messaging from the coaches at that stage?
Yeah, look, I mean, to be fair, our second quarter wasn't the greatest, so Faye's got us a bit of a pump up. But we, you know, at the end of the day, we wanted to be in front at half-time. We were. I know it was only by 7 points and we gave up a 40-point lead, but we're in a great position. We knew that we had to go again, and I was just speaking about the Rafa theme this week, that he was built on determination, and Faye's brought in, Rafa's taking the first set, Roger's taking the second set. We need to go 3 and 4, so I think we got that done tonight.
Was it a ploy by you boys to bring, and you don't have to give away your game plan as such, but the Brisbane forwards all came right up the ground and got the Geelong defenders out of position and got them running back towards goal? Was that something that you boys spoke about, or was that something that the forward group would just speak about?
Yeah, look, we try and lengthen the ground as much as possible. Down here at GMHBA, it's a really long ground, so there's not a lot of space east-west. It's all north-south, so we wanted to try and get them out the back. We know they play pretty proactive. They've got some great markers down there, so we wanted to try and get one-on-one contests and get some layers. And I think our big boys were huge tonight, and so are our smalls.
And the last one from me, tell us about the celebrating the little things. So from up here, we're elevated and we can see a lot. Somebody does an amazing spoil, and Harris Andrews has got his hands up. Darcy Wilmot's got his hands up. Is that something that you boys have been focused on the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, 100%. Celebrating the little wins. I know we had a little rough patch there where we lost 3 on the trot, but we wanted to get back and just celebrate and bring all the energy together, especially down here where there's probably about 5,000 Brisbane fans and the rest Geelong fans. So we had to create our own energy tonight, and that's the way we get it done.
Harris celebrates winning the coin toss, doesn't he, Jasper?
Yes, he does. That's the first little win for us tonight.
Just on the Rafa documentary, do you like that? Because I know some guys will go, I might watch it or I might not watch it, whereas other guys really buy into that theme. Where do you sit in those? I guess, do you like it or you don't like it?
Yeah, I reckon it's good. I reckon it gets our group across the line. I mean, we're all big sporting fans. Our group is, and I think when you bring someone in like that, someone you can sort of relate to. I know we don't play tennis, but someone with grit and determination who didn't have the most talent in the world, but absolutely worked super hard at his game, and I think we show that tonight.
So, do you go and source people yourself to talk to up in Brisbane that play other sports, have gone through adversity? Have had unbelievable careers. Do you go and source people in your own development for that?
A little bit. I mean, in pre-season, we always try and bring in new themes. So we've watched the Redeem Team documentary, watched, I think, the Penrith Panthers documentary. We even watched one about Mount Everest and climbing the peaks. So Faye's always trying to bring in new, fresh sort of content to the year that we can come back to throughout the year.
Just one last one for me. I thought Connor McKenna's job tonight was critical. He's kicked 2 goals himself. Now, we'll say on the stat sheet Tom Stewart's had 25 possessions, but I just thought the way he positioned himself, Tom he just didn't have that usual influence that he usually has through the back half of the ground.
Oh, mate, he's been absolutely huge for us. I mean, he was sort of out of our team last year and he's come in with a spark. He's got silky skills, as the Irish all do. But he gets his job done. He just creates a one-on-one contest, and we know how good he is with the footy in hand. And he's got a lot of speed to go with it too, so he can burn the other way. But he's been great for our forward line. I'm sure the boys are really thankful for him.
Jasper Fletcher with us on ABC Sport. Jasper, it's Matt Clinch upstairs. It's only 5 weeks ago that 14 goals in a quarter the Giants are able to slam on against you. You come down to Geelong, you take their 4th spot on the ladder. Can you explain to our listeners how you have such fluctuations from a 5-week period to be back to your best by now?
Yeah, it's all part of sport, really. You can't be all high. I know that some teams have done it in the past, but it's all about learnings, and we just try and time our run really well. I know those weeks we didn't, you don't want to lose games of footy, but you also come out with great learnings. We had a great, honest meeting as a group and sort of sat down and just went, you know what, let's go back to having fun and do what we did last year, do what we did in 2024 when we had to go for it, and I think we've brought that fearless attitude back.
And in terms of Lachie Neale, obviously the game had to be stopped in that second quarter for him to come from the ground to do a HIA assessment. Did you chat to him at all at half-time? Were you confident he was right to return?
No, I didn't see him at half-time, but he's one of the toughest blokes I know. He's played through injuries. I think he played in the 2024 grand final with a torn something in his foot. So you can always rely on him to get his job done, and he's so good below his knees, and conditions like that really suit him tonight.
Jasper, it's Corbin Middlemass here. Just the corny comparison one, and as someone that is, you're 84 games into your career, you haven't missed one since debut, you're already a two-time premiership player. How does it compare where you are this stage of the year compared to your last two campaigns where obviously you went all the way?
Yeah, I mean, Fags actually showed us when we weren't sort of winning that we're still roundabouts. I think in 2024 at the bye, we were like 3 wins, five losses and a draw or something like that. So we know we can win it from everywhere. We just take it week by week. We had our bye, it's sort of our reset, and now we just want to keep climbing the ladder. And, at the end of the day, you want to be as high as you can on the ladder, but all it is making finals. And if we can make finals, we'll take it week by week at a time.
Who's the best team you played so far?
Geelong are pretty good. Freo are pretty good as well. They'll be up there. There's a lot of great teams. You've got to be on your A game no matter what, no matter who you play. So it's a wide open competition at the moment.
And the rest of the weekend, what do you get up to?
Pretty cruisy. Just head back to Brisbane. Got a Vic fan day tomorrow, so it'll be good to get around the fans down here. We love the support from the Victorians. And, take a pretty cruisy, look after the body and get ready for next week.
What did you think of Cam Rayner showing the ball to the Geelong fans as he took that mark at the end?
He's a funny lad, actually. He come down here and going, boys, a lot of Geelong people love me, so if you need anything this week, let me know. But he's good. He brings that sort of excitement and flair, and just watching him go about his work is unbelievable.
I know we're in overtime in this interview. Just one last one. The big game routine is, I've called it in recent years, and Danny Daly's spoken about it, where it feels like you sort of pick the eyes out of the schedule and go, right, if there's a couple of games we can travel early and spend a couple of extra nights away from home in the run-up to these big games, you do it.
Yep.
My understanding is this is one of those games. You guys came down a bit early. What does that look like?
Yeah, for the days there's a bit of travel involved, we try and head down early. So you're Tassie, where there's not too many flights. Obviously, you're Perth. It's about 6 hours from Brisbane and Geelong, where you got to get on an hour bus, or if you're in peak traffic, it could be 2 hours. So we actually got delayed in Brisbane, and we sat in the Virgin Lounge for about 3 hours prior to coming down. And I think you sort of realise that if that was the night before the game, everything can feel really rushed. So the way Danny goes about and he looks at the schedule is unbelievable, and he really sets us up to play our best footy.
Good on you, Jasper. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
Jasper Fletcher down there in the Lions rooms. I spoke about it last year at one point, this big game routine. So that they would love to do it actually for every game. They would love to spend 2 nights on the road before they play. They feel like it works best for their group. Yeah. As Boomer touched on pre-game, clearly in grand finals, it's what you do. You come down early. But because of the soft cap regulations, it basically means they're not allowed to, because they've got to fund the extra night accommodation themselves.
Which is not right.
I was about to say, should it be part of the cap? Should it be exempt from the cap?
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If the club can afford to pay for the extra night, they should be able to. So Fremantle are paying for chartered flights at the moment. That's a soft cap expense as well. But they've worked out obviously a way around it, whether there's one less assistant coach or whatever that might be. But I don't think you can penalise teams for helping players prepare for a game in the best possible way.
Particularly when there's 10 teams based in Victoria, for example. So, a lot of the away games for the Victorian teams, for example, you're sleeping in your own bed or whatever it turns out to be. And by the way, a lot of our interstate teams, as in inverted commas, you know what I mean, outside of Victoria, non-Victorian teams, they wouldn't want to go that early. Like, it's not every team that wants to be away from home 2 nights before, but clearly the profile of this group, that they feel like it works best for them. And as much as they would love to do it more, that they're basically getting told, no, a couple of games a year and you decide which ones you want to do.
I'm just trying to figure out really quickly what the advantage is. What can you get that should be in the soft cap out of a night's accommodation? Like, you're preparing for a game of football. There's not as if you're getting an extra flight somewhere or doing something different that's going to benefit you. They think it benefits them, but it's not a. I can't think of anything that just comes to mind and go, oh, that's a huge advantage.
Unless the budget blows out and it's partners, families that are all travelling, and before you know it, you got a travelling sort of contingent that are part of the thing. But you would have thought
the clubs don't do that. The clubs don't bring family members, and I think every interstate you get, Rama, you'd know more being in management, you get 2 or 3 flights per family or something in your first year or something.
5.
Five.
Yep.
I mean, that's Yeah, I can't see the advantage. I don't know why that's in the soft cap.
The other part too, when I spoke to Danny about this last year, he said that they actually have to keep money in their cap.
Yeah, just in case.
Just in case they get like road finals and things like that. You think, how is that not in modern footy where, this is clearly just a distance of travel thing, isn't it? Where they, like you said, it's not as if they're getting an extra coach or whatever it turns out to be it's above and beyond. It's purely trying to close the distance where the Brisbane to Melbourne flight,
2.5 hours.
It's still a pretty decent flight. And you think about the time travelling to the airport, and as he said there, if you cop a flight delay, all of a sudden you rush to get to the hotel at 10 o'clock at night, you're playing the next day, you feel really rushed.
When you play interstate, you get judged on the start.
Yeah.
And the start was phenomenal. 8 goals to 1 in the... It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... It was 6 goals in 13 minutes that they started. It was unbelievable. And you always get judged. And I referenced to Rammer because every football player knows it. You go into state, keep the crowd quiet at the start of the game.
It must be hard as a coaching tool, isn't it, as well? Like, as much as... they're professionals and they've obviously played in the last 3 grand finals and everything else, but all we ever hear from footy clubs is, every game's as important as the next. But clearly what they have to do with this travel schedule is they actually have to earmark some games that are more important than others. So they have to say, look...
Against their challenges.
Yeah, like maybe, we're going to play Essendon at Docklands, we'll just travel the night before, but, geez, we're playing Geelong, we better go a couple of nights early. And so your preparation for those games are different. It's very hard to turn around and say, it's all the same, it's the same routine.
Yeah, but that's the reality of it. There's an expectation they should beat Essendon. That's where just how the ladder sits at the moment, and that's where performance sits at the moment. But against Geelong, they're looking for anything possible that can help them. And they should, because they're right around the same spot on the ladder.
I don't know the answer to this. Did Brisbane fly in, or any interstate team to play here, did they fly in and then stay down in Geelong? You'd think so, wouldn't you? They wouldn't stay in the city,
And I'd assume they would fly into Avalon.
That I don't know the answer to. But, I know they do stay down here and kick it. I think the boys had a run here yesterday, so they were able to get on Cardinia Park, which is beneficial to them as well. Brisbane by 22 points, 19-9 over the Cats, 14-17. So it was one of those weird nights where the Cats had 31 shots, Brisbane had 28. And you had the side with fewer scoring shots, led by 43 points in the opening quarter, and were never headed. Geelong did get back within 1 point early in the third term before the Lions powered away again, kicking 8 goals to 3 to end that third quarter. And really as close as Geelong got again was 16 points in the last quarter, but the game was a wrap from that point on.
You'd think Geelong win the territory battle with 17 more inside 50s. But if you look at the metres gained for the game, Brisbane are plus 200 in metres gained.
So if I said to you tonight, the Cats are going to have 17 more inside 50s and 31 shots,
they win.
You'd be thinking, Cats are home tonight.
They've had 69 inside. They've had 69. You think Jeremy Cameron's going to get on the end of about 8 of them. And he didn't hit the scoreboard, did he?
What's going on with Jezza?
There's a marking contest in the last quarter where he that arm just didn't go up.
Yeah, I actually seen a couple of times his reactions weren't good tonight. The Brisbane player, I think it was Gardner, read the cues a lot quicker than him. And he's an elite player. Jeremy Cameron is an elite player. I don't know. I don't know if it is just the arm. It might be something else. But when good players have 4 possessions, you've got to think there's something there. Absolutely.
He looked tentative coming off the bye. He just didn't look like he was at the peak of his powers.
Yep.
Maybe he did have surgery.
Possibly.
5 wins in the last 7 games. The Brisbane Lions over the Cats. They repeat the dose from last year's grand final win by 22 points tonight. So the Lions are good. We know that. We know that their best is going to be right up there with the standard setters in the competition. So as it currently stands at the moment, if you look at the live ladder, they would be set for a showdown with Fremantle in the first week, or the second week as it is now of the finals. Obviously, that qualifying final when 1 plays 4. Wouldn't that be a fun game? It'll be over in Perth.
It's a team you don't want to run into, Brisbane. Yeah. At the pointy end.
No way.
There is a team right now that you're looking at this and going, I just don't want to come into Brisbane.
They're not declining Brisbane.
No, they're just starting to... Yeah. They're smart. They do enough throughout the early part of the year, fix everything up, and now they're hitting their traps. We spoke about it before the game. They're just coming. Their mojo is back.
The one that's going a little bit under the radar is Ty Gallop.
Yeah.
I think what he's doing as a defender... he plays in a grand final last year in his 5th game or whatever it was called.
Yep.
And did an incredible job late in the season. But now...
Prelim was awesome. Dominated.
To be shifted into a defence. He's never played defence in his life. He took a couple of marks inside defensive 50 tonight where he just looked like a natural defender. So Darcy Gardner now, you would assume, is going to miss probably a month with the hamstring. He just becomes even more important again.
Is he having a better year than Harry Dane?
No.
He's a good player, isn't he?
Yeah.
Harry's...
Yeah. He should be in the conversation, though, shouldn't he, for the rising star? Ty Gallop?
I think Ty Gallop's got the luxury of having Harris Andrews there week in, week out.
Yeah, system around him.
I don't think Harry Dean's had the luxury of having Jacob Wiedering there week in, week out.
Most of it, yeah. But
Wiedering's missed the last 4, I reckon.
Yeah.
He's going to miss a few more.
Yep.
Can I pose another
And you look
question?
at the opponents Harry Dean's played on as well in recent weeks is probably the other part.
Dean's not the favourite, though, for the rising. I think he's third in the market.
Smith would be still favourite, wouldn't he?
Smith and Dersmer.
I think holding down the key post as an 18-year-old.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's pretty good.
It's a fair effort, isn't it?
You're going to take points off because he's playing in a good team.
Who?
On Ty Gallop.
No, I don't think he's been as significant as Harry Dean has been.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I think what Ty Gallop's doing is incredible.
Yeah, but it feels like
But I think what Harry Dean's doing is off the charts.
But in Harry Dean's case, we've got him right in the forefront of the conversation. No one's ever mentioned Ty Gallop.
No.
It feels like he should be. Say he's not ahead of Harry Dean in the pecking order. He's in the neighbourhood.
Yeah.
You'd think he'd be in the
It's voted on at the end of the season, though, rather than week by week, so that means he'll get his credit. I mean, Brisbane's draw now starts to open up a bit. They only have one top 8 side in their run home. So they've got the Bombers next week, West Coast, Port Adelaide, Carlton, who's a team on the rise all of a sudden. Then Hawthorn is their top 4 opponent at the Gabba in round 22. Then the Gold Coast Suns and Collingwood to close out. So there's a potential they might only lose one. They might lose none in the run home.
No, it's going to be interesting. The whole run home, I'm not a massive advocate of the wildcard round, but it's going to make it very interesting, isn't it? I
can't wait for one.
It's going to be huge. I want to pose a quick question. On the other end, from you said Ty Gallop, Jack Henry, they were disappointing down back tonight. He's played forward the whole night. He's had 5 touches, no impact, no goals. Should have or could have the move been made just to put him down back because he's a natural defender, and they did struggle. They did struggle there tonight with their positioning and the speed of the ball from Brisbane. Potentially, I think Geelong probably missed an opportunity to just swap and throw the magnets around a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with that.
22-point win for Brisbane. Don't forget ABC AFL Daily is your home of your footy conversation. Adam Ramanauskas is on the preview episode this week through ABC AFL Daily. So
Bombers special.
You can find that. I think the
deep dive.
No Bombers questions at all. 0.
He's put that
Got
right.
a host of the special comments. Surely we could go deep into the weeds.
We'll see how we go on.
We had a pre-production meeting already, and that's been my one demand.
We've had lots of Rising Star chat, lots of coaching search chat in recent weeks, so we'll see if that makes the rundown. You can find it wherever you get your podcasts, ABC AFL Daily tomorrow.
Has Andrew Welsh called you, Rammer?
I've spoken to Andrew Welsh, yeah.
Has he asked you who you think should be coach? Why not?
Well, because I'm conflicted. That's
Isn't everyone?
Maybe, yeah. But Dean Solomon's a very good friend of mine. James Hurd's a very good friend of mine. I manage Corey Enright. I've managed Josh Fraser. So there's a lot of guys that could be in the mix that I know incredibly well. So I'm conflicted.
Ben Cameron is in the Geelong rooms. Ben.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I am down here. I'm just trying to get a kick off George Dangerfield, but he's hogging it at the moment. Won't give me the ball. But, just recapping the Geelong injuries from the night. So Max Holmes, I actually walked past him on my way in, had the compression garment on the left hamstring, and I did see Steve Saunders, the hamstring guru, just wheeling away a bit of medical machinery, so possibly a little preliminary scan already on that hamstring perhaps for Max Holmes. So that was the main blowout of the night for Geelong, and that will be the watching brief. Has had some issues with I've just got a touch here. Cop that, George. Just got a handball away to George Dangerfield. So that will be the main watch for Geelong moving forward. Just he has had some phantom hamstrings. So where he's thought he's done a hammy, it wasn't a hammy. So that'll just be one to watch moving forward. But I think that was the only injury concern for Geelong out of the night. For Brisbane, obviously Gardner with that hamstring injury. late in the game, so that was a one for them. That looked like a pretty garden variety standard hamstring. Lachie Neale had the concussion concern earlier on in the game, so he was clipped by the knee of Cam Rayner running by, sort of got up, fell back down to the ground, went through the Scout 6, was cleared to return and finished the game. I've seen him down in the rooms. He looks pretty good, to be honest. Said a very brief g'day to Lachie. He seemed pretty clear-eyed, as you mentioned, Rama, so that was all good there. And then the other one was Zach Bailey, who finished the game with hamstring tightness and just wasn't put back on in the last few minutes as a precaution. So that's the injury news out of today.
Thanks, Ben. Appreciate all that. The full wrap from the rooms, and one handball for Ben Cameron tonight.
A little bit of whispering Pat there from Ben Cameron.
Lose his breath at one stage?
Didn't want to be.
Yeah, well, that's just Ben chasing the ball. 4 steps and Benny loses. The stamina's just not there anymore.
The Lions kicked the first 8 goals of the game. They led by as many as 43. 37 points the Lions led at quarter time, 7 at the half, 30 at three-quarter time and 22 in the finish as Darcy Fort kicked a goal after the siren. Big win for the Lions. They replaced Geelong in the top 4. They get to 10-6 on the season. The Cats fall to 9-7. Geelong now losing 4 of their last 5 games. Positioning does matter, doesn't it? It's all of a sudden this season we talk about the wild cards. You certainly don't want to be 7th or 8th. It'll be great to be top 4. Obviously 7, 8, 9 and 10 all play each other week 1 of the finals. The top 6 get at least the first week off. Obviously the top 4 get the opportunity to play for home prelims and a second week off during the spring if they are victorious. And obviously 5 and 6, if you finish there, you get the first week off, but you face elimination the whole way through and you only get one home final at the very beginning. Keep in mind too, it's right across the country the way the ladder's set up at the moment. There's Adelaide lurking. The Dockers and the Swans have got the top 2 spots at the moment. Brisbane are coming with a wet sail, and then there's a couple of Victorian teams in Geelong and Hawthorn. So the difference between sort of finishing in the home positions or the away spots and finding yourself, there's a huge chance you're going to find yourself on a flight and on the road in September if you don't get the position you desire. And at 9-7, Geelong have got a whole lot of ground to make up.
They can drop to 9th. They can drop to 9th this weekend, the
Crazy.
Cats.
Yeah. That Carlton loss, I mean, it's all who you play at the time in which you play it. So they've lost to Fremantle by 9 points, Adelaide by a point, Carlton by 4 points, tonight to Brisbane by 22. So they haven't really been beaten significantly in any of their games, but who you play at the time of year becomes so important because you can just lose a game which slides you out of the top 4 and all of a sudden you're in that scrap.
Well, the Crows play West Coast, Melbourne play Hawthorn, and the Western Bulldogs play Sydney. So they might be lucky with a couple of Hawthorn you'd probably think would beat Melbourne, but who knows? They could drop to 9th. They could drop to 9th this weekend, the Cats. That's big, isn't it, this time of year? And if North Melbourne were good enough to win, they go equal points with Geelong. So equal 9th.
That'd be concerning for Chris Scott, wouldn't it, given his availability of players at the moment?
You would think so, yes. Maybe he has to throw, maybe... Who do we say was out of this team?
So Myers, the emergency, and Close, the other one. Bo's lost his place, but
Warple's playing 2s.
But they don't have a player in their best 23 on the injury list. So what they got is what they got.
Yep.
So Tyson Stengel's probably the one who
fully loaded
would seem unlikely to return at this stage, judging on Chris Scott's press conference that he's a long way off it, in the coach's words.
The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year before we get to the rest of the weekend.
Yes, we're going 1 vote. Patrick Dangerfield got the handful, got 5 goals, 17 touches, 6 tackles and 6 inside 50s. He was clearly Geelong's best player, we thought. 2 to Will Ashcroft, 32 disposals, 6 clearances, 5 inside 50s, and we thought the best man on the ground was Kai Lohmann. 5 goals, 13 disposals, 4 tackles to go with it, and a little bit of celebration to the Geelong crowd as well. So, yeah, kicking 5 as a small forward on a dewy night, that's a pretty good effort. So Lohmann gets the 3.
3 for Lohmann, 2 for Will Ashcroft, 1 for Patrick Dangerfield. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. The big news in footy tonight, Darcy Moore, the captain of Collingwood, of course, their premiership captain, another hamstring injury. It's going to require surgery. Did it on Tuesday at training. So as a result, his season is over. It was one that never really got off the ground, unfortunately, for Darcy Moore. So the Magpies are not expecting him back at all. Sent for surgery after yet another hamstring injury for Darcy Moore. So It's just hasn't had a run at it. He's had no luck the whole way through, and he not only won't be there on Saturday for the Pies game against the Suns, but we won't see him at all in season 2026 from here. Now, Lachie Neale, who's obviously got a few meetings to come this weekend, he was on Fox Footy a short time ago, and he was asked about his busy schedule to come.
Yeah, well, it's nice to be 33 and feel a little bit wanted. Probably doesn't happen that often. So, I love my football. I love playing it for this footy club. What will work itself out over the next sort of 6 to 8 weeks in the back half of the year, and I'll leave Tommy Pachoro to deal with most of that. Yes, I have to go, if I'm honest, have to go to a couple of meetings and delve into it a little bit, but it's more talking about the future and more sort of post-footy as well, and have those chats with Brisbane too. And I've caught up with Dom and Danny a couple of times as well. So it's not just other clubs. It's a bit of a different situation that I'm working through, and work out what the best result is in due time. But I love playing for this club, so I'm just all in at the moment to try and win a third premiership, and who knows, I might be back next year as well.
Danny Daly let the cat out of the bag with us pre-game when chatting to Ben Cameron downstairs. Essentially said, he's got a few meetings this weekend. I think the footy world knew about one with the Saints after Rossaline confirmed that at his press conference earlier today. Mitch Cleary's reporting during the week, and Danny Daly said, look, he's got a couple this weekend, and there he is answering questions about it at the end of the night.
So do you think the media will be following Lachie Neale around?
That's a good question.
I think at least one of the networks will have shots of him, I think, this weekend. Don't you?
I hope not. I know. Yeah. Let him just do his business.
It's been a slow footy.
He did say in the TV interview as well that one of the fans who was joking with him as he came from the ground was asking what bottle of red you might be taking to meet with Ross Lyon. So we wondered at the time whether there was any sort of harsh, meticulous comments in that, but it turns out it was just some banter over the fence, and he was happy to give it back as much as he got it.
The NRLW season started tonight. The Knights won there 18-4, so well done to the Newcastle Knights over the Sharks. Meanwhile, the Football World Cup continues tomorrow. Spain play Austria, Portugal and Croatia, and then Switzerland and Algeria. The 3 games on the slate tomorrow as we try and work our way down to 16 teams. Australia in action from 4 a.m. Eastern time. That's on Saturday morning, 4 a.m. Eastern, up against Egypt. So good luck to the Socceroos in action there. So that's the day after tomorrow. In other action, at Wimbledon tonight, it's going okay for the Aussies. 13 Australians started. 5 made the second round, 1 already through to the third round. So second round action for Alex de Minaur, the 5th seed, up against Adrian Manarino of France. And James Duckworth takes on the 9th seed in Fabio Caboli. And then second round action here for our Aussie women. So Maya Joint, who eliminated Serena Williams, plays Alexandra Iala, who's the star out of Asia. She brings an incredible fan base with her wherever she plays. Huge Filipino support. And then Kim Beryl takes on Sorana Castella, the 17th seed. And Daria Kazatkina, already through to the third round. She'll play Naomi Osaka when she gets there. Good luck to the Vixens and the Thunderbirds this weekend in the Super Netball Grand Final. So that's Saturday night. 7:30 p.m. The 2 teams that have shared the last 3 titles are going to make it 4. Will it be Adelaide winning a 3rd title in 4 seasons, or can the Vixens manage the Thunderbirds and go back-to-back?
In Melbourne, after the Thunderbirds finished on top, good hosting rights to buy in the end when you're the defending champions.
It's money well spent from the Victorian State Government to purchase those rights. And then the Women's World Cup, of course, big watch on Elise Perry, who's got that quad injury. She had to retire hurt in the semi-final. The Aussies a crushing win over the West Indies. They will play either England or South Africa in the final. That will take place in the early hours of Monday morning, so as we go to bed Sunday night. If you want to stay up, you can find it all streamed through ABC Listen, and we'll find out whether it's England or South Africa tonight. So if you're a night owl, you'll be able to catch up on all that action. I'm off to Sydney tomorrow, which will be very exciting for the Swans and the Bulldogs. Should be the Friday night fixture. Swans have made 6 changes, so we're on air tomorrow from...
6 changes? You don't say that very often from a
very
big club, do you?
Second on the table makes 6 changes.
Yeah, that's huge. How many were forced? 4 were forced.
4. Yep. And then 2 optional. And then the other game tomorrow night is, of course, the West Coast Eagles and Adelaide. ABC Listen's a place to find it. You can toggle across and choose what you want to listen to.
What do you think of the doubleheader on a Friday night?
Not for me.
What do you
reckon?
I like the Sunday late game. You get home from junior football, you do all your stuff on a Sunday, you come home, you have dinner, you clean up, you sit on the couch, footy starting.
Beautiful.
Then you're there for the next 2.5 hours. It's unbelievable. So I actually like the Sunday night game as a viewer.
I'm with you too. They do it in America, and it's a big hit over there in the NFL.
I'm not sure the players would love a Sunday night. Watch all the footy, and yeah, that wouldn't be ideal.
Thank you, Boomer. Great hit out.
Thank you. Looking forward to the next one.
Safe travels up the highway. Thanks to you, Rama. We'll hear from you on ABC AFL Daily. Thank you, Clenchy.
Thanks, Colby.
Thanks to Ben Cameron, to Leo Keith, our tech, and to Jules Hay back in the studio. We're out. The Brisbane Lions reinforce that world order. A 22-point win over Geelong. It's the Lions over the Cats.